Joseph Edward Duncan III was a notorious serial killer and sex offender in the U.S. In 2005, he committed a heinous crime in the Coeur d'Alene, Idaho area, kidnapping and murdering members of the Grind family in a case that shocked the entire country. Before he was arrested, people followed the case closely through the news, hoping the two kidnapped children would somehow survive. In 2005, 8-year-old Shasta Groening lived in Wolf Lodge Bay, a quiet rural village located off Interstate 90, just about 9 miles from Coeur d'Alene. The area is sparsely populated, and few outsiders disturb the peace during the week. Shasta's home is a traditional setup with no dishwasher, washer, or dryer. They use a propane stove for cooking. Despite the simplicity of their living situation, the family enjoys the peace and harmony of the countryside. Every weekend, Shasta's mom, Brenda, and stepdad, Mark, take Shasta and her two brothers to a nearby lake to fish, hunt, and have a barbecue. As the youngest child in the family, Shasta demands and receives all the attention she needs. Her brother Slade, 13, promised to protect her forever, and her brother Dylan, a year older, always left her with tasty snacks. On May 15, 2005, Shasta's life changed forever. That night, she felt an inexplicable fear, like there was a stranger hiding in the house. Despite her brother's reassurances that the house was safe and that she didn't need to worry, Shasta was still uneasy. She eventually turned off the lights and went to sleep, confident that her brothers had made her safe. At late night, Shasta and Dylan were woken up by their mom, Brenda, screaming, "There's someone in the house." The two kids crept into the living room and saw their stepdad, Mark, and brother Slade tied up with ropes while a strange man with a shotgun ordered Shasta and Dylan to approach. The kids did not hesitate. They went straight to it. The man first tied up their mother with nylon rope, then tied up Shasta and Dylan as well. He left them outside in the yard, where they could hear thumping and moans of pain coming from inside the house in the darkness. A short time later, Slade stumbled out of the house, but was soon dragged back in by the man, who held a blood-stained wooden stick in his hand. Shasta and Dylan were certain that their family was being tortured, and they trembled helplessly as their cries for help were almost impossible to hear in this isolated countryside. After a few minutes, the sounds in the house stopped completely. The man stepped out of the house and told Shasta and Dylan point blank that he had killed their parents and brother. Instead of hurting them, he put them in his open minivan and drove off to Montana. On the way, he switched them over to a red Jeep. Brenda, Mark, and Slade died that night, and Shasta and Dylan's nightmare continued. While driving, the man introduces himself as Joseph and says he's taking them on a camping trip. The man was Duncan, and he'd been planning to take the boys out for a playdate for a while. He'd seen them in their bathing suits playing in their yard just a few days earlier while driving down Interstate 90, and he'd been thinking about them ever since. He'd spent days spying on the family to get their contact info so he could invite them to play, and then killed the remaining 3. After heading to a remote campground, Duncan put them in a secluded cabin where Shasta and Dylan were repeatedly beaten, abused, and sexually assaulted for the next 6 weeks. If anyone had gone into the cabin at that time, they would have heard the 2 children and Duncan screaming that the devil loves to see children abused and crying. But no one came to the cabin and no one could help them. Duncan made 2 strategic moves to evade any potential police presence, choosing remote campsites each time. Despite feeling desperate, Shasta and Dylan remained optimistic, certain that they could find a way to escape. While Duncan was moving the kids, he was looking for beer in the Jeep. The shotgun that was in a box fell out and hit Dylan in the stomach. He let out a pained sound. Duncan hears the sound and picks up the shotgun, firing a shot into Dylan's head. The bullet jams and misses, then continues to fire, killing Dylan instantly. Shasta, who was standing by, went pale, and Duncan turned to her and said, "I'll make this simple. You have 2 choices. I can shoot you or strangle you." Shasta was momentarily speechless, but then replied firmly, "I'll take strangulation." In a later interview, Shasta confidently stated that strangulation would take a while, giving her the opportunity to convince Duncan not to kill her. However, being shot would be a split second. So Duncan got a rope and tied it around her neck. There was no way she could persuade him, and as the strangulation tightened, Shasta suddenly cried out, "Jet, don't kill me." The name Jet was a nickname given to Duncan by his fellow prisoners when he was in prison. When he hears this name, Duncan stops moving, looks surprised at Shasta, and then immediately starts crying. He says that he didn't mean to kill them, he just wanted to free them. Shasta firmly states that she knows he is good and she believes him. At this point, Shasta's brain is racing, and she confidently tells Duncan that she wants to show him the places where she grew up, like her school and the places she used to go because she doesn't have any family left. This makes Duncan feel great. He knows that Shasta trusts him and that he's getting to know her life and her vulnerable side. Shasta's survival tactics are highly effective, and Duncan is eager to take her to her biological father. Before that, though, he's determined to take her to North Dakota to meet his mother and other family members. Shasta said she'd be happy to visit his mother, and the two drove to Coeur d'Alene in northwestern Idaho, where they took a quick break. Duncan asked her if she was hungry and told her to get a milkshake from a fast food restaurant. By the time they walked into a fast food restaurant, Duncan was already picking out food while Shasta was constantly hinting with her eyes at the customer eating next to her. The customer noticed the serious expression on the girl's face and immediately knew something was wrong. After thinking carefully, he recognized her as Shasta, who was kidnapped earlier. Because the police were looking for the murderer as well as the missing Shasta and Dylan, their missing person notices appeared in every corner, and even ordinary people who hadn't been paying attention to the case had some impression of what was going on. The customer promptly went to the waiter, who in turn informed the restaurant manager. They swiftly devised a solution. The waiter brought a coloring book stating that kids love to play with it and gave Shasta some crayons to draw with. When the milkshake was ready, Shasta informed Duncan that the kids in the restaurant had to wear paper crowns for dinner and she was going out to get them. Instead, the customer went to the nearby police station and called the police. A few minutes later, he returned, followed by 2 policemen. They asked Shasta what her name was, but she was not going to be intimidated. She told them her name was Katie. Duncan, who was aware of everything, was gracious enough to say, "It's okay, you can tell him that you are the little girl who was kidnapped." Hearing this, the police immediately handcuffed Duncan and took him into custody. As soon as Shasta was rescued, she was taken to the hospital for specialized care. Given her age, the police sent a professional child psychologist to talk to her. Although Shasta didn't use the word rape, she was strong enough to recall in detail the nightmare that had been happening to her and her brother for 7 weeks. Both Shasta and Dylan were sexually assaulted by him on several occasions over the course of those 7 weeks. Duncan even harassed Dylan in front of her. The things this poor little girl was put through are beyond comprehension even for other children, Investigator Wolfinger stated emphatically. Furthermore, Shasta stated that Duncan had not contacted anyone else during those weeks, indicating that there were no other accomplices. Police also located the hideout where Duncan had been staying with his siblings for nearly 7 weeks, following Shasta's lead. It was a secluded campground in Montana's St. Regis Lolo National Forest, accessible only by a muddy logging trail. It was about an hour's drive from Interstate 90. The campground was small and remote, situated near a steep cliff and in a state of disrepair, with burned tree limbs and empty metal cans scattered throughout. On July 9, 2005, a week after Shasta was rescued, the police found the body of a boy in this camp. The boy was identified as Dylan by police. As the police investigation continued, they uncovered more about Duncan's background. Joseph Edward Duncan III was born on February 25, 1963, in Fort Liberal, North Carolina. He was the 4th of 5 children born to Joseph Edward Duncan Jr. and Lillian Mae Duncan. He is survived by 3 older sisters and a younger brother. Duncan's father served in the U.S. Army, which meant the family moved around a lot, every year or 2 on average. This continued until his father retired in Tacoma, Washington, when Duncan was about 12 years old. Duncan's mother was a bossy woman. After Duncan was arrested for a crime in 1980, he said he'd been abused as a child, but his brother said that wasn't true. In 1979, Duncan's parents separated and divorced in 1983. His sisters left the family, and Duncan chose to stay with his mother while his brother lived with their father. There is no doubt that Duncan has a long history of violent and sexual offenses. His first recorded sexual offense occurred in 1978 when he was 15 years old. In that incident, he pointed a gun at a 9-year-old boy and raped him. The following year, he was arrested for driving a stolen car. He was sent to the Jesse Deslin Boys Ranch in Tacoma for rehabilitation. The Associated Press reported that Duncan told a therapist he had kidnapped and sexually assaulted 6 boys. In 1980, Duncan stole several guns from a neighbor, then kidnapped a 14-year-old boy and raped him at gunpoint. He was rightfully sentenced to 20 years in prison for this crime, but was paroled in 1994 after serving 14 years. While on parole, Duncan lived in a few different places in the Seattle area. In 1996, he was arrested again for marijuana use and released on parole a few weeks later, but with new restrictions. The police were certain that Duncan had killed Samiel White and Carmen Cubias in Seattle in 1996, as well as Anthony Martinez in Riverside County, California. However, the cases remained unsolved without more evidence. Only after his arrest in connection with the Grind case did he admit to both murders. Duncan then broke the rules of his parole, was arrested in Missouri in 1997, and went back to prison. He was released early on July 14, 2000, on good behavior, and moved to Fargo, North Dakota. In March 2005, Duncan was accused of molesting 2 boys at an amusement park in Lake Detroit, Minnesota, on July 3, 2004. On April 5, 2005, he appeared in court in Becker County, and the judge set bail at $15,000. A Fargo businessman helped him pay the bond, but Duncan was not satisfied and fled. On June 1, 2005, a federal warrant was issued for his arrest, charging him with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. While on the run, he passed Shasta's house and saw her and Dylan. That's when the tragedy unfolded. Duncan made his first court appearance since his arrest on July 5, 2005. He was charged in connection with the kidnapping of Shasta and Dylan. The court was presented with a written transcript of the investigator's conversation with Shasta. Court documents clearly showed that the serial crimes were driven by one goal: to rape, assault, or molest a child under 16. If proven, these charges would have resulted in a death sentence for Duncan under Idaho law. On the 11th, the prosecutor announced that 3 counts of first-degree murder would also be filed against Duncan, that is, the murders of Brenda, Mark, and Slade. Given the gravity of Duncan's actions, the FBI is also investigating unsolved missing child cases nationwide. Notably, one of these murders occurred while Duncan was on parole. On April 4, 1997, Anthony Michael Martinez, then 10 years old, was playing with friends in the front yard of his home in Beaumont, Riverside County, California. An unidentified man approached him and said he was looking for a missing cat. When the boys refused to help, the man threatened them and took Anthony by force at knife point and threw him into his car. After a 2-week search, Anthony's body was found on April 19th, naked and partially decomposed. Investigators confirmed that he had been sexually assaulted and bound with duct tape. Despite a composite sketch of the suspect and partial fingerprints taken from the duct tape found on Anthony's body, the case remained open at the time. Investigators noticed striking similarities between Duncan and the composite sketch in Anthony's case, as well as between Duncan's car and the vehicle driven by the assailant in Anthony's case. The FBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children got involved and contacted the Riverside County authorities. The fingerprints taken from Anthony matched those of Duncan. On August 3rd, the Riverside County Sheriff officially announced that Duncan was connected to Anthony's case. Furthermore, federal prosecutors stated that Duncan also confessed during the trial to murdering 11-year-old Samia White and her 9-year-old sister Carmen Cubias. The girls disappeared on July 6, 1996, after leaving the Crest Motel in Seattle, Washington. Their bodies were found on February 10, 1998, in Bothell, Washington. Duncan's trial was delayed several times due to legal issues. It was originally scheduled to start on January 17, 2006, but was postponed twice, and finally set for October 26th. The defense requested this, and the judge wanted to ensure everything was ready. At the time, the judge stated that a retrial would be unnecessary due to inadequate preparation. On October 16, 2006, shortly after the jury selection process began, the Kootenai County prosecutor entered into a plea agreement with Duncan's attorney. In exchange for a sentence of 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, Duncan pleaded guilty to all state charges. The sentencing on the 3 murder charges was postponed until after the federal trial. If Duncan was not sentenced to death at the federal trial, he would be returned to Kootenai County to stand trial on the state murder charges. On January 18, 2007, Duncan was indicted by a federal grand jury in Coeur d'Alene on 10 counts of kidnapping, kidnapping resulting in death, aggravated sexual abuse of a minor, sexual exploitation of a child resulting in death, as well as unlawful possession of a firearm and vehicle theft. He was arraigned in federal court in Boise, Idaho, and a March 2008 trial was scheduled. However, Duncan's defense attorney requested a continuance, and a new trial date of January 22, 2008 was set. On December 3, 2007, Duncan pleaded guilty to all 10 federal charges. As part of the plea agreement, Shasta was not required to testify during the penalty phase of the trial. The penalty phase of Duncan's federal trial began on August 13, 2008. After 3 hours of deliberation, the jury recommended the death penalty on August 27, 2008. The judge sentenced Duncan to death for 3 counts of kidnapping resulting in death, sexual exploitation of a child. The charges included resulting in death and use of a firearm in the commission of a crime of violence resulting in death in connection with Dylan's death. On November 3, 2008, Duncan was sentenced to death. He was also sentenced to 3 federal life sentences for kidnapping Shasta and sexually abusing Shasta and Dylan. California indicted Duncan for Anthony's murder on January 18, 2007. Despite efforts by Riverside County officials to extradite Duncan to California, including an appeal by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, however, Duncan's federal trial needed to be prioritized until he was extradited to California on January 24, 2009, 5 months after he was sentenced to death in the federal court. On March 15, 2011, Duncan pleaded guilty to Anthony's murder. As part of the plea agreement, he accepted a sentence of life imprisonment with no possibility of parole or appeal. Riverside County District Attorney Paul Zellerbach stated that he had spoken with the Anthony family, and they had requested that the case be closed. He also asserted that he believed the federal system would execute Duncan before the state of California would seriously consider it. Duncan also has a blog called The Fifth Nail, where he boldly discusses what it's like to be a sex offender. Duncan also makes the rather unusual point throughout his blog that sex offenders are victims themselves. He argues that oftentimes, offenders don't even realize that their actions are hurting others. Duncan also plays the victim when talking about his own offenses. He states, "I myself have been sexually assaulted multiple times by different people, so when I fight back, I know I'm doing the right thing." Sometimes Duncan keeps a sort of journal writing about his daily life and things like his first skiing trip and the few cats he has. He also talks about his biggest dream, which is to go back to prison. Despite denying he's a rapist, Duncan's blog proves he's done some terrible things. He also expressed his frustration with the Fargo Police Department, who wrongly suspected him of involvement in a child molestation case in Detroit in July 2004 and searched his home the previous August. That left Duncan terrified and starting to lose sleep. He wrote, "They said a rapist in a red car did it, and I am a rapist, also in a red car." On May 11th and 13th, 2005, Duncan wrote his last 2 blog posts. In his blog entry on the 11th, he boldly expressed his fear of the devil and made it clear that he felt the devil was forcing him to question his religious beliefs and leading him to destruction. He did not mince words when he mentioned the fear, loneliness, and confusion he feels, and stated that he wants to cut off the source of his pain with the goal of causing as much damage as possible to society and then dying. In his final essay, Duncan openly questions his judgment, admitting he's uncertain about right and wrong. He candidly discusses his mother's distress over his repeated troubles. He also states that he is writing an encrypted diary in the hope that one day people will be able to decipher it so they can truly understand what kind of person he is. He wants people to understand that even though he may have done some bad things, he is not a bad person. He blames society for infecting him with a very harmful virus. Duncan died on March 28, 2021, at the age of 58, due to complications from brain cancer. His death has sparked a lot of discussion and reaction. Based on what we've seen in the media and how people have reacted, it's clear that Duncan's death is a painful reminder and the end of a nightmare for many of the families affected. After Duncan died, some of the victims' families shared their feelings. For instance, Anthony's mother, Diana, stated emphatically, "The sun is brighter today, and my soul is lighter. The world is a more beautiful place without the evil presence of Duncan. God chose to allow him to suffer for a long time as his end, and I believe it was fitting because of the horrific death that consumed him." Shasta, the girl who survived Duncan's atrocities, also released a statement. She said, "I've been trying not to hate that man for a long time. Today I woke up feeling like my soul was finally free, and I expect others affected by Duncan to wake up feeling the same way." The Kootenai County Sheriff's Office, which is investigating the case, also released a statement. It said, "In May 2005, the Grind family living in the Wolf Lodge Bay Area was brutalized by a serial killer who was passing through our community. The family was stalked, attacked, and tortured. This was one of the worst tragedies Idaho has ever seen." Jeffrey Dahmer, the American serial killer, is responsible for the deaths of 17 men, the majority of whom were African American, over a period of 13 years. He was also known by the chilling nickname, the Milwaukee Monster. Of even greater concern, however, was his other nickname, the Cannibal of Milwaukee. Jeffrey was given the sobriquet the Cannibal of Milwaukee due to his preoccupation with corpses. He selected his victims from gay bars, shopping malls, and bus stops, enticed them with promises of remuneration or sexual intercourse, and attempted to persuade them to consume alcohol. He would then administer a drug to the victims via alcohol, subsequently strangling them. Following this, Jeffrey would engage in sexual activity with the bodies, dismembering them once he had finished. On occasion, he would retain the hearts, livers, and other organs of his victims for the purpose of cooking and consuming them, a practice that reflected his deeply perverted mindset. One murder in Jeffrey's criminal career was carried out with the inadvertent assistance of police officers. Knotek Synthesomphone, whose family immigrated to the United States from Laos in 1979 in pursuit of a better quality of life, established a residence in the Laotian neighborhood of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Life in the United States was not straightforward for the family, but over the following years, the majority of the family members acquired proficiency in the English language and integrated into American culture. They resided there contentedly. However, they encountered Jeffrey, who was a malefactor and sexual predator. In 1988, Knotek's brother, Somsak, encountered Jeffrey. At that time, Somsak was only 13 years old, and Jeffrey had already perpetrated 4 homicides. Somsak was lured to Jeffrey's apartment for a nude photo shoot, where Somsak was drugged and subsequently assaulted by Jeffrey. Fortunately, Somsak was able to escape Jeffrey's control. Subsequently, the police were informed of the incident and arrested Jeffrey on September 27, 1988. In January 1989, Jeffrey entered a guilty plea to charges of second-degree sexual assault and enticing a child to engage in immoral conduct. He was ultimately sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment with work release and 5 years probation in May of the same year. Additionally, the judge required Jeffrey to register as a sex offender. While on probation, however, on May 26, 1991, Jeffrey met Knotek at a shopping center. At the time, Knotek was experiencing financial difficulties, and thus he agreed to the proposition of Jeffrey, who offered to take nude photographs and pay Knotek a sum of money. He reluctantly accepted, and he was then taken back to Jeffrey's apartment. There, Knotek endured the same torture his brother had suffered before. On the morning of May 27, 1991, Jeffrey's neighbor contacted the police to report a situation that had arisen. The neighbor stated that they had observed a young man who was naked, bleeding, and severely injured, and that he required immediate assistance. The individual in question was Knotek, who was unclothed, coated in blood, and visibly distressed as he stood stationary beneath Jeffrey's residence. Upon arrival at the scene, the police were informed by Jeffrey that Knotek was his 19-year-old boyfriend who had been drinking. Despite objections from several African Americans present, the police proceeded to return Knotek to Jeffrey's apartment. Subsequently, approximately 30 minutes later, Knotek succumbed to his injuries and died. Jeffrey was born on May 21, 1960 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. His father, Lionel Dahmer, was pursuing his degree at the time of Jeffrey's birth, and his mother, Joyce Flint, had obtained a master's degree in counseling. Indeed, Joyce exhibited paranoid tendencies early in her pregnancy and was subsequently diagnosed with hypochondria after giving birth to Jeffrey. This resulted in a need for constant attention as her condition deteriorated, necessitating her confinement to bed. Due to her emotional instability, she frequently engaged in disputes with her husband and neighbors and attempted suicide on multiple occasions without success. In October 1966, the family relocated to Ohio. At the time, his mother, Joyce, was scheduled to give birth in December, and Jeffrey was permitted to select the name for his new brother. He chose the name David. In the same year, Lionel obtained his degree and commenced employment as a chemical analyst. Jeffrey, however, underwent a double hernia operation that year. It may be posited that the trauma of the operation and the coldness of his parents contributed to the transformation of a child who had been described from an early age as an energetic and happy child into one who became markedly introverted and psychologically distorted. He developed an interest in matters pertaining to mortality, particularly the carcasses of animals. However, his peculiar fascination with the deceased may have originated from observing his father extracting animal bones from the soil during his early years. Lionel reported that Jeffrey was strangely aroused by the sound of bones crashing together and became fixated on it. Consequently, he occasionally searched for additional bones in the house and investigated animal tracks to ascertain the location of their bones. In May 1968, the family relocated to Bath Township, Summit County, Ohio, where their residence was situated on an acre and a half of forested land. In close proximity to the residence was a cabin, which Jeffrey utilized as his clandestine base of operations. Rather than serving as a venue for repose, the cabin was a repository for the carcasses of sizable insects and diminutive animals, including chipmunks and squirrels. 2 years later, during a dinner, Jeffrey inquired of Lionel what would occur if he placed chicken bones in bleach. Lionel, amused by Jeffrey's interest, proceeded to demonstrate the safe bleaching and preservation of animal bones. While Jeffrey retained this knowledge, he also initiated the collection of deceased animals, which he subsequently dissected and buried in close proximity to the hut, with the animal's skull occasionally positioned on a rudimentary cross. By the age of 14, Jeffrey began consuming beer and hard liquor during the day, often concealing the beverages in his jacket, which he wore to school. When one of his classmates inquired about his decision to drink, Jeffrey exhibited a lack of concern and asserted that alcohol was a substance that could facilitate healing. Upon reaching puberty, Jeffrey came to recognize his homosexual orientation. Rather than disclosing this information to his parents, he chose to maintain its secrecy. During his teenage years, Jeffrey engaged in a brief romantic relationship with a male adolescent, though they did not engage in sexual intercourse. However, according to Jeffrey's own account, he experienced fantasies of exerting dominance and control over a male partner who was entirely submissive. At approximately 16 years of age, Jeffrey encountered a male runner with whom he developed a profound fascination. He subsequently attempted to ambush the individual in a neighborhood where he frequently traversed, intending to subdue him with a wooden stick. Fortunately for the runner, Jeffrey's efforts that day were unsuccessful, as the runner was not passing through that particular area. This incident marked the inaugural instance of Jeffrey's attempts to confront the object of his fantasies. At the age of 17, Jeffrey's academic performance declined significantly. His parents engaged the services of a private tutor, yet there was only a modest improvement in his grades. In that same year, Jeffrey's parents considered divorce due to their frequent arguments that had persisted for over a decade. However, for the sake of their 2 children, they decided to save the marriage. In September 1977, Lionel discovered that Joyce had engaged in a brief affair and filed for divorce in court. In May 1978, Jeffrey graduated from high school. A few weeks prior to graduation, one of his teachers observed him consuming several cans of beer in the vicinity of the school parking lot. Upon being confronted about this incident, Jeffrey informed the teacher that he was experiencing significant challenges at home and that the school's guidance counselor was aware of these difficulties. Upon reaching the age of 18, Jeffrey remained at home. On July 24, 1978, his parents were officially divorced, with Joyce awarded custody and alimony for David. 3 weeks after graduation, Jeffrey perpetrated his first murder. On June 18, 1978, Jeffrey encountered a boy named Stephen Mark Hicks, who was 18 years old, the legal age of majority. At the time, Stephen was en route to a rock music festival in the nearby town of Lockwood Corners. On the way, given that Stephen was not wearing a shirt, Jeffrey was aroused sexually and decided to give him a ride. Jeffrey then lured Stephen to his house for a drink, citing the need to consume alcohol before attending the rock festival. They listened to music and consumed alcohol and conversed in the room. Throughout this time, Stephen discussed women at length, while Jeffrey observed him with a gaze that seemed to convey affection. Several hours later, as Stephen was preparing to depart, Jeffrey struck him twice in the head from behind with a 10-pound dumbbell. Stephen collapsed immediately to the ground, rendered unconscious. Due to the influence of sexually generated lust, Jeffrey proceeded to strangle Stephen with the dumbbell. He then proceeded to remove Stephen's clothing and engage in repeated acts of desecration against Stephen's body. Subsequently, Jeffrey transported the corpse to the basement, where he proceeded to dissect it the following day. He then placed the dismembered remains in a garbage bag and buried them in the backyard of the residence. In an effort to remove incriminating evidence, Jeffrey exhumed the body a few weeks later. He then dissolved the flesh remaining on the body in sulfuric acid, broke the bones with a sledgehammer, and scattered them in the woods in the backyard. Finally, he discarded Stephen's belongings and the knife in the river. 6 weeks after Stephen's murder, Jeffrey's father, Lionel, and his fiancée returned home. That August, Jeffrey applied to Ohio State University, but he continued to consume alcohol in excess. On one occasion, Lionel paid Jeffrey a surprise visit, only to find empty liquor bottles strewn about Jeffrey's room. In January 1979, Jeffrey enlisted in the U.S. Army, following his father Lionel's urging. He completed basic training at Fort McClellan, Alabama, and was subsequently trained as a medical specialist at Fort Sam Houston, Texas. While stationed, Jeffrey was frequently reprimanded for alcohol-related misconduct, and on one occasion, insubordination resulted in the entire platoon being punished. On July 13, 1979, Jeffrey was deployed to Baumholder, West Germany, where he served as a combat medic with the 2nd Battalion, 68th Armored Regiment, 8th Infantry Division. In the initial period of his military service, Jeffrey was evaluated as an average or slightly above average soldier. However, his performance subsequently declined due to the impact of his alcohol dependency. Following his discharge from the Army on March 24, 1981, Jeffrey was sent to Fort Jackson, South Carolina, for debriefing and was provided with a plane ticket to any location within the United States. Subsequently, Jeffrey informed the authorities that he was unable to return to his father's residence. Consequently, he opted to proceed to Miami Beach, Florida, motivated by a desire to escape the cold and to live according to his own principles. In Florida, Jeffrey secured employment at a delicatessen and leased a room at a nearby motel. However, due to his problematic alcohol consumption, he was promptly evicted from the motel for non-payment. Thereafter, he spent a period of time on the beach until he contacted his father and requested to return to Ohio in September of that year. Upon his return to Ohio, Jeffrey initially resided with his father and stepmother. As a consequence of his persistent alcohol consumption and disruptive behavior, he was fined $60 and sentenced to a 10-day suspended jail term. Lionel also endeavored to assist Jeffrey in cessation of his alcohol consumption, but was ultimately unsuccessful. In December 1981, Jeffrey was assigned to live with his maternal grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin. His maternal grandmother was the only family member with whom he exhibited positive affect, and the family hoped that her influence and the change in environment would motivate him to cease drinking, secure employment, and lead a responsible life. Initially, Jeffrey's living arrangement with his maternal grandmother was relatively harmonious. He accompanied her to church, performed household chores, actively sought employment, and followed most of her household rules. However, he continued to consume alcohol and smoke cigarettes. In early 1982, Jeffrey obtained employment as a blood piercer at a plasma center in Milwaukee. However, he was unable to maintain this position for more than 10 months. Following the termination of his employment, Jeffrey remained unemployed for over 2 years, relying solely on financial assistance from his grandmother. On August 8, 1982, Jeffrey was observed engaging in inappropriate sexual behavior at the Wisconsin State Fair Park. He was seen exposing himself on the south side of the Coliseum, where 25 individuals, including women and children, were present. As a result of this incident, he was convicted and fined $50. In January 1985, Jeffrey was gainfully employed as a bartender at a chocolate factory, where he worked 6 days a week from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., with Saturday nights off. Shortly after Jeffrey commenced his new position, he was subjected to an incident of sexual harassment. He was molested by another man while reading at the public library, and a stranger threw a note at Jeffrey, proposing to perform ventriloquism for him. Despite his initial lack of response, the incident nevertheless triggered the reemergence of fantasies of control and domination that he had developed during his teenage years. He then commenced a regular pattern of visits to Milwaukee's gay bars, gay bathhouses, and bookstores. Additionally, he procured a mannequin from a men's store and retained it in his residence for sexual gratification. However, it was subsequently discovered and discarded by his maternal grandmother. On September 8, 1986, Jeffrey was arrested and initially charged with lewd and lascivious conduct for masturbating in public and exposing himself to 2 12-year-old boys. Initially, Jeffrey claimed that he was merely urinating and was unaware of the witnesses. Despite being unaware of the witnesses, Jeffrey subsequently admitted to the crime. The charge was subsequently altered to disorderly conduct, and on March 10, 1987, Jeffrey was sentenced to 1 year's probation, with an additional stipulation that he would receive counseling. On November 20, 1987, Stephen Twomey, then 25 years of age, encountered Jeffrey at a bar in West Allis, Wisconsin. Jeffrey persuaded Twomey to return to the Ambassador Hotel in Milwaukee, where Twomey had previously rented a room. In his statement to the authorities following his arrest, Jeffrey asserted that he did not intend to kill Twomey. Instead, he had planned to drug Twomey and lie next to him. However, the following morning, upon awakening, Jeffrey discovered Twomey lying on the bed beneath him. Twomey's chest was crushed, his body exhibited bruising in multiple locations, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Jeffrey's own fists and one of his forearms bore severe bruising. Subsequently, Jeffrey procured a sizable suitcase and conveyed Twomey's corpse to his maternal grandmother's residence. 1 week later, he proceeded to dismember Twomey's body, including the head, arms, and legs. He then separated the bones from the body and divided the meat into smaller portions, for the meat was then placed in a plastic garbage bag, while the bones were wrapped in a sheet and broken with a sledgehammer. The dismemberment process took approximately 2 hours. All of Twomey's remains were disposed of, except for her head, which was discarded in the trash. 2 weeks later, Jeffrey employed an alkaline industrial detergent and boiling with bleach in an attempt to preserve the skull, which he then utilized as a masturbatory stimulus. Ultimately, the skull became too brittle as a result of this bleaching process, and Jeffrey crushed it and disposed of it. 2 months later, Jeffrey encountered James Dockstader, a 14-year-old Native American. According to the profile, Dockstader was a runaway teenager whom Jeffrey met outside a bus stop in West Allis, which is situated in proximity to a gay bar. Jeffrey lured Dockstader to his grandmother's residence, offering him $50 in exchange for posing for nude photographs. Once at Jeffrey's residence, Jeffrey engaged in sexual activity with Dockstader. Subsequently, Jeffrey strangled him on the cellar floor, having previously drugged Dockstader. Jeffrey left the body in the cellar for approximately 1 week and then dismembered it in a manner consistent with Twomey's method. He discarded the majority of Dockstader's remains, with the exception of the skull, which he placed in the trash. The skull was subsequently boiled and cleaned with bleach, but not before Jeffrey recognized that the process rendered the skull too brittle, leading him to ultimately crush it. On March 24, 1988, Jeffrey encountered Richard Guerrero, a 22-year-old bisexual male, outside a gay bar designated as the Phoenix. Jeffrey continued to entice Guerrero to return to his grandmother's residence, offering him $50 and the prospect of spending the night. Once there, Jeffrey administered a dose of sleeping pills and subsequently strangled him with a belt before desecrating the body. Within 24 hours of the murder, Jeffrey proceeded to dismember his body and discard the remains in a trash receptacle. He also retained Guerrero's skull, though he ultimately crushed it several months later. On April 23, 1988, Jeffrey met Ronald Flowers Jr., a 22-year-old. He lured Flowers to his grandmother's residence and provided him with a cup of coffee that had been drugged. As Jeffrey prepared to perpetrate the murder, they heard Jeffrey's grandmother call out, "Is that you, Jeff?" Although Jeffrey's response leads his grandmother to believe he is alone, she subsequently becomes aware of the presence of other individuals in the vicinity. Consequently, rather than proceeding with the planned murder of Flowers, Jeffrey instead transports him to County General Hospital, where he loses consciousness. Flowers was one of the individuals whom Jeffrey had identified as a potential victim, but who ultimately survived and evaded Jeffrey's grasp. In September 1988, Jeffrey's maternal grandmother requested that he vacate the premises, citing concerns about his alcohol consumption, his habit of bringing young men to her house late at night, and the unpleasant odor emanating from the basement and garage. Subsequently, Jeffrey leased a one-bedroom apartment at 808 North 24th Street. 2 days later, he was apprehended by the authorities for drugging and sexually assaulting a 13-year-old boy named Somsak. Jeffrey's father retained the services of attorney Gerald Boyle to represent his son. At Gerald's request, Jeffrey underwent a series of psychological evaluations prior to a court hearing. The evaluations indicated that Jeffrey's emotional state was abnormal. 2 months later, a second evaluation revealed that Jeffrey exhibited impulsivity, suspicious behavior toward others, and frustration with his perceived lack of accomplishments in life. Additionally, his probation officer noted that in 1987, Jeffrey had been diagnosed with schizoid personality disorder. On March 20th, Jeffrey relocated to his maternal grandmother's residence. 2 months prior to his conviction and sentencing, Jeffrey perpetrated the murder of his fifth victim, Anthony Sears, a 24-year-old mixed-race aspiring model. According to Jeffrey, he did not intend to commit a crime that night. Rather, he claimed that Sears initiated an exchange with him. Jeffrey then lured Sears to his grandmother's home, where they engaged in oral sex. Following this, Jeffrey proceeded to strangle Sears. The following morning, Jeffrey placed Sears's body in a bathtub, decapitated it, and attempted to remove the skin. He removed the flesh from the body, broke the bones, and discarded the resulting parts in the trash. However, Jeffrey found Sears's body so attractive that Sears became the first victim to have any body parts permanently retained by Jeffrey. These included the head and genitals, which Jeffrey preserved in acetone and stored in a wooden crate. This he kept in his work locker. When he moved to a new apartment the following year, he took the wooden box with him. On May 14, 1990, Jeffrey relocated from his grandmother's residence to an apartment at 924 North 25th Street in Milwaukee. This new residence, situated in a high-crime area, offered several advantages for Jeffrey. It was in close proximity to his place of employment, was fully furnished, and had a rent of only $300 per month, which included all utilities except electricity. This made it an affordable option for Jeffrey. In the week following his relocation to the new apartment, Jeffrey proceeded to murder his sixth known victim, 32-year-old Raymond Smith. Smith was a sex worker whom Jeffrey lured to his apartment for $50 with the promise of sexual intercourse. Once Smith was inside the apartment, Jeffrey gave him a drink laced with sleeping pills. After Smith lost consciousness, Jeffrey strangled him with his hands. On the following day, Jeffrey procured a Polaroid camera, which he utilized to document the dismemberment of Smith's corpse through the capture of multiple photographic images. He then proceeded to dismember Smith's body by boiling the aforementioned legs, arms, and pelvis in a steel kettle using a soilax, an instrument designed to facilitate the rinsing of bones in a sink. The remaining skeletal remains of Smith, excluding the skull, were dissolved in an acid solution by Jeffrey, while the skull was sprayed and preserved by the same individual. Approximately 1 week after Smith's murder, on or about May 27th, Jeffrey lured another young man to his apartment. On this occasion, Jeffrey inadvertently consumed the beverage provided to his guest, resulting in the individual who had passed out assuming Jeffrey's identity. Upon regaining consciousness the following day, Jeffrey discovered that the man had stolen several articles of clothing, $300, and a watch. In June 1990, Jeffrey lured Edward Smith, a 27-year-old acquaintance, to his apartment. Once there, Jeffrey administered a drug to Edward and proceeded to strangle him manually after he lost consciousness. In contrast with his previous methodology, Jeffrey did not immediately subject Edward's corpse to acidification or bleaching. Instead, he stored the skeletal remains in a refrigerator for several months with the intention of removing moisture from the bones. However, this approach proved ineffective, and after several months, he proceeded to acidify the bones. However, during the process of disposing of Edward's body, Jeffrey experienced an incident when he attempted to dry the skull. He placed the skull in the oven, but due to mishandling, the skull exploded in the oven, resulting in the destruction of the skull. Jeffrey expressed disappointment at being unable to retain the victim's body parts as a memento. He subsequently informed the police that he experienced a sense of decay in the aftermath of Edward's murder due to his inability to retain any of the body parts. In the period of less than 3 months following the murder of Edward, Jeffrey encountered 22-year-old Ernest Miller, a man from Chicago. Miller consented to accompany Jeffrey back to his residence in exchange for $50 and permitted Jeffrey to listen to his heartbeat. However, when Jeffrey attempted to engage in oral intercourse with Miller, the latter indicated that this would require additional compensation. In response, Jeffrey provided Miller with a beverage containing 2 sleeping pills. Given that Jeffrey had only 2 sleeping pills at his disposal, the dosage was insufficient to induce unconsciousness in Miller. Consequently, he resorted to the most expedient method of killing, employing the same knife that was typically utilized for the dissection of the victim's body. He severed Miller's carotid artery, resulting in his demise within minutes due to exsanguination. Subsequently, Jeffrey posed for Miller's nude body, took suggestive Polaroids, and placed Miller's body in a bathtub for dismemberment. During the dismemberment process, Jeffrey displayed an unusual fascination with Miller's head, which he repeatedly kissed and spoke to. He also packaged several other body parts, including the heart, liver, biceps, and certain muscle parts of the legs, and stored them in plastic bags in the refrigerator for later consumption. Additionally, Jeffrey employed the use of soilax to boil the residual meat and organs, resulting in the production of a jelly-like substance. This allowed him to effectively rinse the meat off the bones, which he intended to retain. To preserve the bones, Jeffrey soaked them in a diluted bleach solution for 24 hours and then dried them on a cloth for a week. Miller's head was initially stored in a refrigerator, then skinned and enameled. 3 weeks after Miller's murder, on September 24, 1990, Jeffrey encountered David Thomas, a 22-year-old father of 2, at the Avenue Mall. Jeffrey persuaded Thomas to return to his apartment for a few drinks and offered to provide additional remuneration in exchange for Thomas's willingness to pose for a photograph. In his statement to the police following his arrest, Jeffrey asserted that he had given Thomas a drink containing a sedative. He stated that he was not interested in Thomas's body, but that he was concerned about Thomas's potential anger upon waking. Consequently, he strangled Thomas and did not retain any body parts after dismembering the body. However, he documented the dismemberment process and retained the photographic evidence, which subsequently assisted the police in identifying Thomas. Jeffrey did not kill anyone for nearly 5 months following Thomas's murder. However, it was not due to a lack of desire to do so. He attempted, on at least 5 occasions between October 1990 and February 1991 to lure men to his apartment, but was unsuccessful. In the course of 1990, Jeffrey frequently articulated feelings of anxiety and depression to his probation officer. He frequently referenced his sexual orientation, his solitary lifestyle, his financial challenges, and his apprehensions about reuniting with his father and brother for the forthcoming Thanksgiving holiday. On multiple occasions, he disclosed to his probation officer that he had contemplated suicide. In February 1991, Jeffrey observed 17-year-old Curtis Schroeder at a bus stop in the vicinity of Marquette University. Jeffrey enticed Schroeder to his residence with the offer of monetary compensation, proposing the performance of nude photography and, as an additional incentive, a sexual act. Subsequently, Jeffrey administered a drug to Schroeder, handcuffed his hands behind his back, and strangled him with a belt. He then proceeded to dismember Schroeder and preserved his skull, hands, and genitals while documenting each stage of the dismemberment process. On April 7, 1991, Jeffrey encountered 19-year-old Errol Lindsay as Lindsay was proceeding to cut keys. Jeffrey enticed Lindsay to his apartment, where he administered a narcotic and then drilled a hole in Lindsay's skull through which he injected hydrochloric acid. In his post-arrest statement, Jeffrey asserted that Lindsay regained consciousness after the experiment, complained of a headache, and inquired about the time of day. Jeffrey then administered another dose of the drug and proceeded to strangle him. He subsequently decapitated Lindsay and he removed Lindsay's skin and placed it in a solution of cold water and salt for several weeks, with the intention of preserving it permanently. However, when the skin became too worn and brittle, Jeffrey was compelled to dispose of it. By 1991, residents of the Oxford apartments had begun to complain to the building manager, Sopa Princewell, about the persistent malodor emanating from Jeffrey's room, in addition to the sound of falling objects and the sporadic use of a chainsaw. Princewell contacted Jeffrey on several occasions, and he explained that the stench was caused by a break in his freezer, which caused the contents to become moldy. Subsequently, Jeffrey informed Princewell that the cause of the foul odor was the recent death of several of his tropical fish, and that he would address the matter. On May 24, 1991, Jeffrey encountered Tony Hughes, a 31-year-old aspiring model, at a nightclub. Jeffrey subsequently invited Hughes to his apartment and offered him remuneration in exchange for posing for a photograph. Subsequent to Hughes becoming unconscious from the beverage, Jeffrey administered hydrochloric acid via injection into the cranium, with the intention of rendering Hughes compliant. However, this proved ineffective, resulting in Hughes' demise. On May 26, 1991, Jeffrey perpetrated the killing of Knotek. On June 30, 1991, Jeffrey encountered 20-year-old Matt Turner at a bus stop in Chicago. Turner accepted Jeffrey's proposal to travel to Milwaukee for a professional photography session. At Jeffrey's residence, he administered a drug to Turner that rendered him unconscious and then proceeded to strangle him. Jeffrey subsequently dismembered Turner's body and placed his head and internal organs in separate plastic bags within the refrigerator. As Turner was not reported missing, his remains were not promptly searched for. On July 5th, 5 days later, Jeffrey lured 23-year-old Jeremiah Weinberger from a Chicago bar to his apartment with the promise of spending the weekend with him. Jeffrey administered a sedative to Weinberger and twice injected boiling water into his skull, which resulted in Weinberger falling into a coma and ultimately succumbing to his injuries 2 days later. On July 15, 1991, Jeffrey encountered 24-year-old Oliver Lacey, who consented to accompany him to Milwaukee for a professional photo shoot. Lacey accompanied Jeffrey back to his apartment. Subsequently, the two engaged in tentative sexual activity in the apartment before Jeffrey administered a drug to Lacey. Jeffrey had initially planned to prolong his time with Lacey. However, after failing to render Lacey unconscious with the drug, he proceeded to strangle Lacey. Subsequently, Jeffrey engaged in sexual intercourse with the corpse before proceeding to dismember it. He then placed Lacey's head and heart in the refrigerator and her skeleton in the freezer. 4 days later, on July 19th, Jeffrey was informed that he had been terminated from his position. Subsequently, Jeffrey lured 25-year-old Joseph Breithoft to his apartment. It would appear that Breithoft was also strangled, and his body remained in Jeffrey's bed for a period of 2 days. On July 21st, Jeffrey discovered the body of Breithoft, which was infested with maggots. Subsequently, Jeffrey proceeded to dismember the body, clean the head, and place it in the refrigerator. He acidified the bodies of Breithoft and 2 other victims who had been killed within the previous month. On July 22, 1991, Jeffrey extended an invitation to 3 men, offering them a $100 incentive to accompany him back to his apartment. The men were to engage in various activities, including posing nude for photographs, consuming beer, and socializing with Jeffrey. One of the men, Tracy Edwards, aged 32, accepted Jeffrey's invitation and accompanied him to the apartment. Upon entering Jeffrey's apartment, Tracy observed an unpleasant odor on the floor and several boxes of hydrochloric acid, which Jeffrey asserted was utilized for the cleaning of bricks. After a brief conversation, Tracy turned his head to observe the tropical fish that Jeffrey kept. This afforded Jeffrey the opportunity to place handcuffs on his wrists. Upon inquiring about the situation, Tracy was met with an unsuccessful attempt by Jeffrey to tighten the handcuffs. He then informed Tracy of his intention to proceed to the bedroom for the purpose of posing for nude photographs. In the bedroom, Jeffrey brandished a knife and informed Tracy of his intention to take nude photographs of him. In an effort to pacify Jeffrey, Tracy proposed that he would permit Jeffrey to be photographed if he would release the handcuffs and put away the knife. Jeffrey seemed appeased by this suggestion and then directed his attention to the television. Tracy observed Jeffrey rocking back and forth and making noises, and then turned his attention back to him. Jeffrey rested his head against Tracy's chest and listened to his heartbeat, and then held the knife against him and informed Tracy of his intention to consume his heart. Tracy attempted to dissuade Jeffrey from further aggression, reiterating that he was Jeffrey's friend and would not flee. Upon stating his intention to use the bathroom, Tracy was granted permission by Jeffrey, who accompanied him on the journey to the living room. In the living room, Tracy bided his time until Jeffrey momentarily lost his focus and then requested to use the bathroom once more. Upon rising from the couch, Tracy observed that Jeffrey was no longer in possession of the handcuffs. Seizing the opportunity, Tracy struck Jeffrey in the face, causing him to lose his balance, and then fled the apartment. At 11:30 p.m. on July 22nd, Tracy encountered 2 Milwaukee police officers, Robert Roth and Rolf Mueller, at the intersection of North 25th Street. The officers observed that Tracy was restrained by handcuffs and inquired as to how they had been applied. Tracy explained that an unknown individual had placed them on him and requested assistance in removing them. However, the handcuff key proved ineffectual in this instance, prompting the officers to request Tracy's presence at the apartment. During this visit, Tracy disclosed that he had endured 5 harrowing hours in captivity prior to his escape. Upon arrival at apartment 213, the officers and Tracy were greeted by Jeffrey, who invited them inside. Jeffrey then admitted to handcuffing Tracy but did not provide an explanation for his actions. At this juncture, Tracy disclosed to the officers that Jeffrey had also secreted a knife in the bedroom. Without offering an explanation, Jeffrey informed Officer Mueller that the key to the handcuffs was located in his nightstand. Upon entering the bedroom, Mueller was instructed by Roth to refrain from retrieving the key himself. In the bedroom, Mueller observed the presence of a substantial knife beneath the bed. Additionally, he noted the presence of an open drawer containing a multitude of Polaroid photographs, many of which depicted human bodies in varying stages of dismemberment. Mueller deduced that the photographs had been taken in the apartment where they were located. He proceeded to the living room, showed the photos to his partner, and confirmed that these are real. Upon observing Mueller in possession of the Polaroids, Jeffrey attempted to resist arrest. The officers swiftly overpowered him, restraining him with handcuffs and calling for backup. At this juncture, Mueller opened the refrigerator and discovered a freshly severed head. As Jeffrey was restrained on the floor, he turned to the officers and stated, "I am deserving of death due to my actions." A more comprehensive search of the apartment conducted by the Milwaukee Police Department's Criminal Investigations Bureau yielded further evidence of human remains, including heads, bones, organs, and muscles. In addition, 74 Polaroids were discovered, which provided detailed documentation of the dismemberment of Jeffrey's victims. On July 25, 1991, Jeffrey was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. By August 22nd, he was charged with an additional 11 murders in Wisconsin. On September 14th, investigators from the state of Ohio discovered a considerable quantity of bone fragments in a wooded area situated in close proximity to the location where Jeffrey had previously confessed to killing his first victim, Stephen Hicks. Among the recovered remains were 2 molars and a vertebra bearing Hicks' X-ray record. Consequently, on September 17th, the Ohio authorities filed charges against Jeffrey for the murder of Hicks. Jeffrey was not charged with the attempted murder of Tracy Edwards, nor was he charged with the murder of Stephen Twomey. The Milwaukee County District Attorney filed only murder charges that could be proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and Jeffrey did not remember committing the murder. Additionally, there was no physical evidence to suggest guilt. At a preliminary hearing on January 13, 1992, Jeffrey entered a guilty plea on 15 counts of murder, asserting that he was insane at the time of the crimes. His trial commenced on January 30, 1992, when he was arraigned on 15 counts of first-degree murder before Judge Lawrence Graham. By entering a guilty plea on January 13th, Jeffrey relinquished his right to a trial, as defined under Wisconsin law. In the trial of Jeffrey, attorneys presented arguments regarding the presence of a mental disorder or personality disorder. The prosecution asserted that no such disorder would impair Jeffrey's capacity to recognize the criminal nature of his actions or to resist impulses. In contrast, the defense posited that Jeffrey was afflicted with a mental illness, driven by obsessions and impulses that he was unable to control. The defense presented expert testimony from Fred Berlin, Judith Becker, and Carl Wallstrom, who diagnosed Jeffrey with behavioral preference disorder. The defense also presented the expert opinion of Dr. Judith Becker, who stated that Jeffrey had a death craving and was driven by obsessions and impulses that he could not control. The prosecution's expert witnesses, including Fred Fosdal and Park Dietz, testified that they did not believe Jeffrey had any form of mental disease or defect at the time of the offense. They described Jeffrey as a thoughtful and cunning individual, capable of distinguishing right from wrong and having the ability to control his behavior. Forensic psychiatrist George Palermo and clinical psychologist Samuel Friedman provided expert testimony on Jeffrey's mental state, offering insights for both the prosecution and the defense. They posited that Jeffrey's actions were driven by repressed aggression, and that he killed the men in an attempt to eliminate the source of his homosexual attraction. The trial lasted 2 weeks. In closing arguments on February 14th, defense attorney Gerald Boyle emphasized the testimony of mental health professionals who argued that Jeffrey's compulsive killings were the result of mental illness. In contrast, prosecuting attorney Michael McCann portrayed Jeffrey as a reasonable man in complete control of his behavior, who was simply trying to avoid detection. Ultimately, the jury found Jeffrey sane and not mentally impaired for each of the 15 murders, although 2 of the 12 jurors expressed their dissent on each charge. Jeffrey was sentenced to life in prison plus 10 years for the first 2 counts and a mandatory sentence of life in prison plus 70 years for the remaining 13 counts. As Wisconsin had abolished the death penalty in 1853, Jeffrey was not sentenced to death. 3 months after his conviction in Milwaukee, Jeffrey was extradited to Ohio to stand trial for the murder of his first victim, Stephen Hicks. In a court hearing that lasted a mere 45 minutes, Jeffrey once again pleaded guilty to the charges against him. As a result, on May 1, 1992, he was sentenced to his 16th life sentence. Subsequently, Jeffrey was transferred to the Columbia Correctional Institution. During his initial year of incarceration, he was placed in solitary confinement due to concerns for his personal safety. During this period, Jeffrey received a considerable number of letters from various locations around the globe. He also purchased items such as tape recorders, stationery, cigarettes, and magazines with funds donated by some of the correspondents. After a year in solitary confinement, Jeffrey was transferred to a lower security cell block and assigned the task of cleaning toilets for 2 hours per day. This was later expanded to include cleaning the prison gym. Subsequent to the completion of his comprehensive confession in 1991, Jeffrey petitioned Detective Murphy for a Bible. This request was granted, and Jeffrey subsequently embraced Christianity and became a born-again Christian. Inspired by his father, he also perused creationist literature from the Institute for Creation Research. In May 1994, Jeffrey underwent a baptism in prison, conducted by Roy Ratcliffe, a minister of the Church of Christ and alumnus of Oklahoma Christian University. Following the baptism, Ratcliffe visited Jeffrey on a weekly basis, and the two frequently discussed the inevitability of death. In the months preceding Jeffrey's murder, he had contemplated whether he was disobeying God by continuing to live. On July 3, 1994, an inmate named Osvaldo Durruti attempted to slit Jeffrey's throat with a razor hidden in a toothbrush while Jeffrey was sitting in the prison chapel after weekly church services. However, Jeffrey suffered only minor injuries and was not seriously harmed in the incident. Jeffrey's mother, Joyce, also maintained regular communication with him, despite having not seen him since Christmas of 1983. In their telephone conversations, Joyce expressed concern for her son's health, to which Jeffrey consistently responded that he was indifferent to the matter of his own mortality. On the morning of November 28, 1994, Jeffrey left his cell to perform his assigned work detail, accompanied by two cellmates, Jesse Anderson and Christopher Scarver. The three were left unattended in the shower stalls of the prison gym for approximately 20 minutes. At approximately 8:10 a.m., Jeffrey was discovered on the floor of the gym shower, having sustained severe injuries to the head and face from a 20-inch metal bar. Additionally, his head was forcibly struck against the wall on multiple occasions throughout the course of the attack. Despite being transported to a nearby medical facility, Jeffrey was subsequently pronounced deceased an hour later. Anderson, who had also been subjected to the same form of assault, ultimately succumbed to his injuries 2 days later. Upon learning of Jeffrey's death, his mother Joyce angrily responded to the media, stating, "Has the public's outrage been assuaged? Is it sufficient that he was clubbed to death?" However, Jeffrey had previously indicated in his will that he did not desire any funeral services and wished to be cremated. In September 1995, Jeffrey's body was cremated, and his ashes were subsequently collected by his parents. Jeffrey's inner world was elusive, and some say it was his hernia surgery that led him to his twisted path. But learn more about his father's busy schedule, his mother's mental illness, the love and care that was shared by his brother, and his parents' divorce, and even news that he was sexually abused by a neighbor when he was a child. If one has to understand why he went down the path of crime, then his terrible childhood may be an answer. Ted Bundy is a serial killer who is highly proficient at disguising himself. In social situations, he is articulate and possesses a humorous and charismatic demeanor. However, in reality, he was a calculating and cunning individual. He traversed 6 states, brutally murdering over 30 young women he had never met. It was highly ironic that he had even worked for the Seattle Crime Commission, writing a rape prevention pamphlet and volunteering to publicize it. His psychology professor spoke highly of him, writing in a letter of recommendation, "Mr. Bundy is without question one of the finest graduates of our faculty. I think he is the finest kind of Centurion graduate I have ever seen at the University of Washington. He is intelligent, capable, active, conscientious, and more like a professor than a student. He loves to learn, is easy to get along with, and will work hard." Ted was born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, the largest city in the state. His mother was Eleanor Louise Cowell, but the identity of his father has remained unknown. There have been numerous hypotheses regarding this matter. Some hypothesize that his biological father was most likely his mother's father. Louise Cowell claims that his father was a sailor named Jack Worthington, while others hypothesize that his biological father was an Air Force veteran named Lloyd Marshall. However, none of these hypotheses have been confirmed. At this time, he was known as Theodore Robert Cowell. To circumvent potential gossip, Samuel Cowell, his maternal grandfather, asserted that Ted was his son, a claim that was accepted by the rest of the family, given that his mother was pregnant out of wedlock at the time. Some reports indicate that Samuel Cowell exhibited violent and paranoid behavior, with a history of domestic violence, including the beating of his wife. Additionally, he was known to be racially abusive, beating family members and even the family dog when he was upset. Ted's Aunt Julia also recalled that he used to place knives next to her bed and laugh at her when she was a child. In 1950, Louise relocated with Ted to Tacoma, Washington, to reside with her cousin Alan and Jane Scott, subsequently assuming the name Louise Nelson. Nevertheless, there is no definitive proof that Ted and Louise endured domestic violence. In early 1951, Louise encountered 30-year-old Johnny Culpeper Bundy, who had served in the U.S. Navy as a cook at a Methodist-sponsored church event for adult singles. The two subsequently married that same year. Following their nuptials, Johnny adopted Ted as his son and assisted him in changing his name to Theodore Robert Bundy, the same name that was subsequently utilized in police registrations. Johnny was benevolent towards Ted, frequently taking him and his own children on camping trips and other outdoor activities. Despite his efforts to integrate Ted into the family, Ted consistently maintained a distance, adhering to the belief that his surname was Cowell, not Bundy. Despite the gravity of the crime committed by Ted, both Johnny and Louise continued to hold him in high regard and never wavered in their belief in his innocence. During his high school years, Ted self-identified as a troubled individual. He engaged in risky behaviors such as loitering in the neighborhood, searching through trash for pornographic images, and looking into windows after consuming alcohol. Additionally, it was alleged that as an adolescent, he exhibited a notable degree of social withdrawal and an inability to comprehend the necessity of interpersonal relationships and social interaction. Additionally, he was arrested on at least 2 occasions on suspicion of burglary. However, the case records were subsequently expunged in accordance with Washington state law following his 18th birthday. Ted's high school classmates attested to his social adeptness and popularity, as well as his reputation for good taste in clothing and exemplary manners. Ted graduated from Woodrow Wilson High School in 1965. He was awarded a scholarship to the University of Puget Sound, where he commenced studies in psychology and Eastern studies that fall. After 2 semesters at UPS, he elected to transfer to the University of Washington in Seattle, where he planned to major in Chinese. In 1967, Ted developed a romantic interest in a fellow student, Diane Edwards, who went by the pseudonym Stephanie Brooks. She was a woman of notable beauty and elegance from a wealthy California family, and Ted was initially incredulous that she was interested in someone like him. In early 1968, Ted terminated his studies, accepted a series of low-paying positions, and served as a volunteer in the Seattle office of Republican Senator Rockefeller's presidential campaign. Additionally, he was employed as a chauffeur for Arthur Fletcher, who is regarded as the father of affirmative action in the United States, campaigned for the position of Lieutenant Governor of Washington State that year. In August of that year, Ted attended the 1968 Republican National Convention in Miami as a delegate representing Rockefeller. Subsequently, Stephanie terminated their relationship, citing Ted's immaturity and lack of ambition as the primary reasons for the dissolution. Following the separation, she returned to California. At this juncture, Ted returns to his place of birth, Burlington, Vermont, and uncovers the reality of his family's relationship. He had originally assumed that his maternal grandparents were his parents and Louise was his sister. However, he subsequently located his birth certificate, which proved that Louise was, in fact, his mother. There are multiple accounts of how he located the document. The first hypothesis is that a relative provided him with the birth certificate, and the second is that he discovered the certificate on his own. However, this resulted in Ted developing a profound animosity towards Louise, due to his perception that she had not acted in his best interests. Subsequently, a despondent Ted embarked on a period of respite in Colorado, followed by visits to relatives in Arkansas and Philadelphia. He also spent a semester at Temple University. He returned to Washington State in the fall of 1969, where he met Elizabeth Klopfer, who went by the alias Meg Anders. Meg remained in a relationship with Ted throughout the period in which he was committing the murders, yet she was unaware of his criminal activities. It was not until 1974 that she began to suspect that Ted might be the perpetrator when she observed a composite picture of the primary suspect in a newspaper and noted that it included the name Ted. Ultimately, following Ted's apprehension by the authorities, she became estranged from him and eventually disowned him emotionally. In the subsequent academic year, Ted re-enrolled at the University of Washington, majoring in psychology. This time, he distinguished himself as a gifted student, earning excellent grades and the admiration of his professors. As part of his coursework in psychology, he also served as a night volunteer at Seattle's Suicide Hotline, a suicide crisis center serving in the Seattle metropolitan and suburban areas. He encountered Ann Rule, a former Seattle policewoman and novice crime writer, who subsequently authored a biography of Ted and his criminal activities. According to the book, during this period, Ted exhibited no discernible abnormalities. Ann Rule characterizes Ted as a benevolent, sincere, and perceptive individual. In 1972, following his graduation from the University of Washington, Ted was employed by the gubernatorial campaign of Washington State Republican Party Chairman Daniel Evans. His role involved the note-taking of every speech delivered by Evans's principal opponent, former Governor Albert Rossellini, for analysis by Evans's staff team. Following Evans's successful re-election, Ted was employed as an aide to Washington State Republican Party Chairman Ross Davis. Davis held Ted in high regard, describing him as intelligent, assertive, and devout. In early 1973, despite mediocre test scores, Ted was admitted to the University of Puget Sound and the University of Utah School of Law on the basis of letters of recommendation from Evans, Davis, and several University of Washington psychology professors, ultimately selecting the University of Utah Law School. In the summer of 1973, Ted rekindled his romantic relationship with Stephanie when he traveled to California to work on Republican issues. She was surprised to find that Ted had become a conscientious, dedicated professional. Meanwhile, Ted continued to date Meg, unaware of the other woman's existence. In the fall of the same year, Ted took the relationship to the next level by convincing Stephanie to move in with him in Seattle for a period of time. The two discussed marriage after Christmas, with Ted even introducing her to Davis as his fiancée. In January 1974, Ted terminated all communication with Stephanie, neither answering her phone calls nor responding to her emails. When Stephanie finally contacted Ted by phone a month later and inquired about the reason for his abrupt change in behavior, Ted simply replied, "Stephanie, I don't know what you mean," and terminated the call. Stephanie never heard from Ted again until he was arrested. According to Ted's sources, his motivation was to prove that I could marry her. In contrast, Stephanie believes that Ted deliberately and cruelly rejected the relationship after the proposal in retaliation for her breakup in 1968. In August or September 1975, Ted became a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. However, he rarely attended services and failed to observe the majority of the church's commandments. Following his conviction for kidnapping in 1976, the LDS excommunicated him. When questioned about his religious beliefs following his arrest and during his trial, he stated that his faith was the Methodist Church, the religion of his childhood. The circumstances surrounding the inception of Ted's serial murders remain shrouded in ambiguity. He would offer conflicting accounts to different individuals and consistently evade inquiries regarding the temporal and spatial origins of these incidents. However, an investigation conducted by Detective Constable Robert Cape suggests that Ted's earliest murders may have occurred in Seattle in 1972 or in Tumwater, Washington in 1973. It is postulated by some that the disappearance of Anne Marie Burr, an 8-year-old girl from Tacoma, Washington, may be linked to Ted. Furthermore, official records indicate that Ted's first murder occurred in 1974, when he was 27 years old and had acquired expertise in forensic science, including the ability to avoid leaving incriminating evidence at the scene of a crime. From January 4, 1974 to approximately mid-June of that year, Ted perpetrated the kidnapping and murder of at least 6 female college students in a series of incidents. He gained access to the dormitories of his victims by feigning an intention to accost them and then assaulting them with a metal bat. Among those known were Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old student at the University of Washington pursuing a degree in psychology and broadcasting morning weather forecasts for local skiers. Donna Gail Manson, a 19-year-old student at Evergreen State University, disappeared after intending to attend a jazz concert. She was regarded as an exemplary student with a penchant for the flute and a proclivity for photography. Susan Elaine Ranko, aged 18, a student at the University of Washington, whose clothing was discovered in a washing machine following her disappearance. Witnesses recalled an individual with an injured arm approaching multiple women on campus that night, with Brenda Carroll Bauer and Georgine Hawkins among the victims. Another victim, Karen Sparks, a dance student at the University of Washington, survived her serious injuries but sustained permanent physical and psychological trauma as a result of being beaten and sexually assaulted by Ted with a metal bat. Ted was employed in Olympia, the capital of Washington State, as the assistant director of the Seattle Crime Prevention Council. Additionally, he developed a manual on rape prevention for women during his tenure at this organization. Subsequently, Ted was reassigned to a role within the state's Department of Emergency Services, DE, which was engaged in the search for missing women. During his tenure at DEHE, he initiated a romantic relationship with Carol Ann Boone, a divorced woman with 2 children, who assumed a significant role in his life towards the end of his life. The culminating event in the series of serial murders occurred on July 14, 1974, when 2 young women were abducted in broad daylight at Lake Sammamish State Park in Washington State. 6 eyewitness accounts indicate that an attractive young male approached them and requested assistance in unloading his sailboat. 4 declined, while 2 followed him to his vehicle and promptly fled upon realizing that there was no sailboat. The vehicle in question was a brown or bronze-colored Fuchs Gold Turtle. At least 3 witnesses observed the man approach 23-year-old juvenile court worker Janice Ann Oteet and were convinced that Oteet followed him off the beach. 4 hours later, 19-year-old college student Denise Marie Naslund left the picnic site to go to the restroom and never returned. According to Ted, Janice was alive when he abducted her and forced her to watch him murder Denise. However, on his deathbed, he retracted this account. Subsequently, the Washington State Patrol created a sketch of the suspect and his vehicle based on the description provided. This sketch was then distributed via flyers by local newspapers and television stations. Ted's colleagues, Ann Rugg, his romantic partner Meg, and a University of Washington psychology professor all identified the sketches and informed the police that the suspect might be Ted. However, the detectives, who were inundated with upwards of 200 tips daily, determined that a seasoned student with no criminal history and a comprehensive understanding of the law would not be the perpetrator of such heinous crimes, and thus chose not to pursue the case further. On September 6, 1974, 2 hunters were engaged in hunting activities when they made the discovery of human remains, which were subsequently identified as those of Denise and Janice, situated in close proximity to a road approximately 3 miles east of Lake Sammamish State Park. In addition to the aforementioned remains, The scene also yielded several additional femurs and vertebrae, which were subsequently identified as belonging to the same individual. Ted was identified as the remains of another missing person, Jorgen Huggins. 6 months later, the skulls of Linda, Susan, and Brenda were discovered by forestry students from Green River Community College on Mount Taylor, located to the east of Issaquah. However, the remains of another victim, Donna, were never recovered. In August 1974, Ted, who had received an acceptance letter from the University of Utah Law School, relocated to Salt Lake City, thereby concluding his homicidal activities in Washington, D.C. However, he maintained contact with acquaintances in Seattle and continued to engage in romantic relationships with several women, including Meg and Carol. In September of that year, Ted initiated a new series of homicides, which included 2 cases that remained unsolved until just before his death. By the end of 1974, Ted had murdered at least 6 women, with a significant reduction in the age range of his victims. This included 4 17-year-old high school girls, including Melissa Smith, the 17-year-old daughter of the chief of the Midvale Police Department in suburban Salt Lake City. However, he also made one misstep. When an operator named Carol Derrick was lured into the vehicle by Ted, she immediately put up a fight after realizing that something was amiss. She then managed to open the door and jump out of the car to escape. In November of that year, Meg again reported Ted to the police after reading newspaper articles about the disappearance of young women around Salt Lake City. By this time, Ted's suspicions had been heightened. However, witnesses at Lake Sammamish State Park were unsuccessful in identifying him in a photo book, and there was insufficient forensic evidence to link Ted to the case. In 1975, Ted relocated the majority of his criminal activities to the eastern United States, specifically to Colorado. On January 12th of that year, Karen Irene Campbell, a 23-year-old registered nurse, vanished from the Wildwood Inn, where she had checked in while on vacation in the village of Snowmass, located southeast of Salt Lake City. 1 month later, the remains of Karen were discovered on the side of a dirt road outside of the village. They were naked and exhibited evidence of sharp-edge lacerations, as well as a blunt force injury to the head, which was determined to be the cause of death. The Karen Campbell case marked a significant turning point in the investigation, as her hair was discovered in Ted's vehicle, providing the first tangible evidence to prosecute him. From January 12th to early May, Ted committed 4 murders in Colorado and Idaho, including the Karen case. The victims were 26-year-old ski instructor Julie Cunningham, 25-year-old Denise Lynn Oliverson, and 12-year-old Lynette Doan Carver. In mid-May 1975, 3 D co-workers, including Carol, traveled to Salt Lake City to visit Ted. They stayed at his apartment for approximately 1 week. Subsequently, Ted returned to Seattle in early June, again for approximately 1 week. On June 28th of the same year, Susan Curtis, a student at Brigham Young University, went missing in Provo, which is located 45 miles south of Salt Lake City. The Susan Curtis case was the final murder for which Ted confessed, and he recorded his confession prior to his execution. With the exception of Melissa Smith and another victim in the Salt Lake City area, Laura Ann M., the remains of the majority of Ted's victims in Utah, Colorado, and Idaho were never recovered, as they were largely discarded in rivers in close proximity to him or interred in exceedingly remote locations. On August 16, 1975, Ted was apprehended by Utah Highway Patrol Troop Bob Hayward in the Salt Lake City suburb of Suwannee. Hayward had observed Ted driving erratically in a residential neighborhood during the early morning hours and subsequently pursued the vehicle at high speed after spotting a patrol car. Trooper Hayward confiscated a ski mask, a second mask fashioned from stockings, a crowbar, a bundle of ropes, an ice axe, handcuffs, garbage bags, and other items from the vehicle. Ted provided an explanation for the items, stating that the mask was for skiing, the handcuffs were retrieved from a dumpster, and the remainder were ordinary household items. In the course of searching Ted's apartment, the police discovered a guidebook to Colorado ski resorts, which bore a checkmark indicating that the Wildwood Lodge had been visited. As the evidence against Ted was insufficient to justify his detention, the police required him to post bail. However, Ted subsequently confessed that the police who searched his apartment had overlooked the photographs of the victims that he had taken with his Polaroid camera, which he promptly destroyed after posting bail. In September 1975, Ted sold his golden turtle to a teenager in the Midvale area. The Utah State Police promptly impounded the vehicle, which was dismantled and meticulously examined by the FBI. During this process, investigators discovered Karen Campbell's hair and trace evidence of Melissa Smith associated with survivor Carol Derrick. In November of that year, the 3 prosecutors responsible for overseeing the Ted-related cases convened a meeting in Aspen, Colorado. Approximately 30 detectives and prosecutors from 5 states were invited to attend. The meeting constituted an essential preliminary stage in the investigation of the Ted case, as state law enforcement officials exchanged and consolidated the available evidence and were convinced that Ted was the perpetrator they sought, but that they required further evidence to secure a conviction. In February 1976, Ted was tried for the disappearance of Carol Derrock. He waived his right to a jury trial, as advised by his attorneys, due to the considerable public interest in the case and the potential detrimental impact of a jury. Following a 4-day trial, Judge Stuart Hansen, Jr. found Ted guilty of kidnapping and sentenced him to 15 years imprisonment. In the same month, the authorities in Utah filed a murder charge against Ted for the crime committed against Karen Campbell. After a brief period of incarceration, Ted was transferred to Aspen, Colorado, where he was to stand trial. Prior to his final apprehension in February 1978, he had already achieved 2 instances of successful prison evasion. The first of these occurred on June 7, 1977, when Ted was conveyed from Garfield Jail in Glenwood Springs he was transported to the Pitkin County Courthouse in Aspen, 40 miles away, for his preliminary hearing. He did not hire an attorney, choosing instead to represent himself, and was therefore exempted from handcuffs and shackles by the judge. During a recess in the proceedings, Ted requested access to the courthouse library to conduct research on the case. He then utilized a bookshelf to obstruct the bailiff's view and subsequently exited the second-floor window, sustaining a sprained ankle upon landing. Subsequently, Ted proceeded through the downtown Aspen area, ultimately reaching Aspen Mountain, a location situated on the city's outskirts. There, he gained access to a hunting cabin, procured various items including clothing, sustenance, and firearms, and spent the subsequent night within the cabin. The following day, he continued his journey in a southerly direction. He attempted to reach Crested Butte, a small town located to the south of Aspen. However, he became disoriented and lost in the woods. After wandering aimlessly for 2 days, on June 10th, Ted reached Chestnut Lake, situated 16 miles south of Aspen. He broke into a camping trailer and stole food and a coat. Instead of continuing south, Ted proceeded north and back in the direction of Aspen. 3 days later, he procured a vehicle on the periphery of the Aspen golf course, where the combined effects of cold, hunger, and an ankle injury were becoming increasingly debilitating. Having been on the run for 6 days, Ted returned to Aspen in the stolen vehicle and was observed and apprehended by 2 police officers conducting patrol duty. Police recovered a map of the mountains near Aspen that was used by prosecutors to mark the location where Karen Campbell's remains were found in the car. This evidence proved that the escape was not impromptu but rather premeditated. Upon his return to Glenwood Springs Prison, Ted was encouraged by friends and legal counsel to remain calm until his trial. By this time, a significant portion of the extensive evidence presented to the court by the Colorado prosecution had already been deemed invalid by the court, and Ted's attorney were confident that if he did not create further complications, he could be acquitted in approximately 18 months. They believed that a setback for the Colorado prosecution would prompt other state prosecutors to reconsider their position. However, Ted devised a new scheme for a second prison break. Over the following 6 months, he purchased hacksaw blades and prison floor plans from other inmates and enlisted the assistance of his girlfriend Carol to facilitate the smuggling of some of the prison's contraband during a prison visit. Ted accumulated $500 in cash from the sale of contraband within the prison, then utilized the sound created by other inmates in the shower to saw a roughly 1 square foot hole in his cell ceiling. This allowed him to lose 16 pounds, which enabled him to squeeze through the hole. In the following weeks, Ted continued to utilize the nocturnal hours to investigate the ceiling and identify potential escape routes. During this period, unusual sounds emanating from the ceiling were reported by inmates, yet they were not deemed a significant concern by the guards. In the latter part of 1977, Ted filed a motion to change the venue of the trial to Denver, on the grounds that the case had already received undue attention in Aspen. This motion was granted by the trial judge. On the evening of December 30th of that year, Ted exploited the fact that the majority of the prison staff had departed for Christmas celebrations and were understaffed to create a mock sleeping dummy using books, clothing, and blankets in his bed. He then proceeded to enter the unoccupied warden's office through the ceiling, don the warden's replacement attire, and subsequently depart the prison through the front entrance. After departing the prison, Ted procured a vehicle and proceeded to leave Glenwood Springs. However, the vehicle soon ceased functioning on Interstate 70, necessitating assistance. A passerby offered Ted a lift to the nearby town of Vail, situated 97 miles away. Subsequently, Ted transferred to a bus in Vail, which transported him to Denver, where he boarded an early morning flight to Chicago. Prison officials at Glenwood Springs Prison were not aware of Ted's escape until noon on December 31st. By that time, he had already reached Chicago. Upon arriving in Chicago, Ted proceeded to Ann Arbor, Michigan, where he procured lodging at a local tavern for the purpose of recuperating and surveying his surroundings. Subsequently, 5 days later, Ted procured a vehicle and proceeded to Atlanta, the capital of Georgia, where he transferred to a bus and ultimately arrived in Tallahassee, the capital of Florida. On January 8th, Ted procured lodging at the Holiday Inn in the vicinity of Florida State University under the assumed name of Chris Hagen. According to Ted's subsequent confession, his initial objective was to secure employment, cognizant that as long as he did not attract the attention of the police, he would enjoy a prolonged period of freedom. However, upon recognizing that the majority of conventional employment opportunities necessitated the presentation of identification, he was compelled to abandon this strategy. Consequently, he resorted to larceny once more, resorting to this practice in order to sustain his expenditure. On January 15, 1978, approximately 1 week after Ted's arrival in Tallahassee, he gained access to Chi Omega, the Florida State University chapter house of a prominent sorority organization, through a rear entrance. There, he perpetrated the homicides of Margaret Bowman, age 21, and Lisa Levy, age 20, and inflicted severe injuries upon Kathy Kleiner and Karen Chandler in the adjacent dormitory room. Kathy subsequently attributed their survival to the sudden illumination of their dormitory room by the headlights of a passing vehicle, which caused Ted to flee in terror. Subsequent to departing from Chi Omega's clubhouse, Ted gained access to a basement apartment situated 8 blocks away. There, he proceeded to assault Cheryl Thomas, an FSU student who resided at the aforementioned location. The attack resulted in Thomas sustaining a dislocated shoulder, 5 fractured bones throughout her body, and ultimately necessitating the cessation of her dance career due to the irreversible consequences of her injuries, including permanent deafness and brain damage. Subsequently, a semen stain was discovered on Cheryl's bed, accompanied by a stocking mask containing 2 hairs believed to belong to Ted. However, at the time, the police lacked the requisite investigative techniques to make an accurate match. Consequently, they were only able to test for blood type and other characteristics, which yielded inconclusive results. On February 8, 1978, Ted drove the stolen van 240 miles east to Jacksonville, where he accosted Leslie Parmenter, the 14-year-old daughter of a Jacksonville Police Department detective, in a parking lot. He claimed to be Richard Burton of the fire department, but immediately fled when Leslie's brother arrived on the scene and questioned him. On that day, Ted proceeded to turn back westward, traversing an additional 97 miles to reach Lake City. The following day, Kimberly Diana Ritchie, a 12-year-old female student at Lake City Junior High School, inexplicably vanished after being summoned by her instructor to retrieve a misplaced item. An exhaustive search was subsequently conducted, resulting in the discovery of Kimberly's remains 7 weeks later in a hog barn situated in proximity to the Suwannee River State Park. The cause of death was determined to be a fatal stabbing to the neck. On February 12th, Ted, in a hurry because he lacked the requisite funds to meet his rental obligations, and because he believed that a police investigation was imminent, procured a vehicle and fled Tallahassee, heading westward toward the Florida Narrows. 3 days later, Pensacola police officer David Lee initiated a traffic stop near a cordon set up by the state of Alabama, suspecting that the vehicle in question was stolen. Upon being informed by David that he was about to be arrested, Ted initiated an assault on the officer and subsequently attempted to evade apprehension. David discharged a warning shot and then initiated a pursuit, during which Ted attempted to seize David's sidearm. Ultimately, David was able to subdue Ted and effect his arrest. Police later recovered 3 student IDs belonging to female FSU students, 21 stolen credit cards, a television, a pair of flat black-rimmed glasses, and a pair of plaid pants from Ted's stolen vehicle. The latter 2 items were revealed to be props he had utilized while assuming the identity of Richard Burton from the fire department. David was unaware that he had arrested one of the FBI's 10 most wanted criminals when he sent Ted to prison. The only reason he had arrested Ted was because Ted had said, "I hope you kill me." In June 1979, Ted was tried in Miami for the Chi Omega homicide and assault. The case attracted significant media attention, with nearly 250 journalists from around the world following the proceedings. It was the first televised trial in the United States. Despite the provision of 5 public defenders by the court, Ted assumed a significant role in the defense himself. Nelson, one of the lawyers assigned to him, later asserted that from the outset, Ted undermined the entire defense out of malice, distrust, and grandiose delusions of grandeur. Facing a grave charge of murder with the potential for a death sentence, Ted's primary objective was to retain control over the proceedings. Another public defender, Mike Minerva, states that following negotiations, a plea bargain was reached. Ted pleaded guilty to the murders of Margaret Bowman, Lisa Levy, and Kimberly Diana Ritchie in exchange for a 75-year prison sentence. The prosecutors were amenable to the deal because the evidence was insufficient and there was a chance of losing the case. Conversely, Ted viewed the plea bargain as a strategic means of avoiding the death penalty, thereby affording him more time to identify potential weaknesses in the evidence and to withdraw his plea and seek an acquittal, should the case evolve in his favor. Nevertheless, Ted declined to negotiate at the 11th hour. According to Minerva, this was because he had come to recognize that he would eventually be compelled to acknowledge his guilt in public, a prospect he was unable to face. The most significant testimony presented during the trial was that of Chi Omega member Connie Hastings, who was delayed in arriving at her place of employment and observed Ted exiting the Chi Omega clubhouse with the murder weapon in his possession. The direct forensic evidence presented in the case was a bite wound on the left buttock of Lisa Levy, caused by Ted. This evidence was corroborated by the testimony of forensic odontologists Richard Sauveron and Lowell Levine, who demonstrated that a bite mark on the wound matched a molded cast of Ted's teeth. Following the presentation of the closing arguments, the jury engaged in deliberations for a period of 7 hours, ultimately reaching a verdict on July 24, 1979. Ted was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, specifically the deaths of Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, as well as 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, pertaining to the murders of Kathy Kleiner, Karen Chandler, and Cheryl Thomas. Given the guilty verdicts rendered in the 2 burglary cases, Judge Edward Coward imposed a sentence of death for the aforementioned murders. 6 months later, Ted was tried in Orlando for the murder of Kimberly Diana Ritchie. The jury deliberated for 8 hours and found him guilty. The evidence in this case was more direct, with witnesses observing Ted approaching his stolen FSU truck with Kimberly in tow, and with fibers recovered from the truck and on Kimberly's remains matching the jacket Ted was wearing at the time of his arrest. At the final judgment, Ted cited a statute that is somewhat unconventional in nature. This statute states that a declaration of marriage in a courtroom automatically constitutes a legal marriage in the presence of a judge. Prior to questioning former co-worker Carol, who had already relocated to Florida on his behalf, and testified on his behalf as a character witness in both trials, Ted opened his mouth to question her. When Ted proposed to Carol in court, she accepted his proposal. Thereafter, Ted declared to the court that they were legally married. The sentencing hearing took place on February 10, 1980, and the court imposed a 3rd death sentence on Ted. In October 1981, Carol gave birth to a baby girl and registered Ted as the father. Florida State Prison does not allow spousal visits, but inmates are said to engage in illicit activities with guards to gain access to female visitors. Following the conclusion of the Rich case, Ted initiated a comprehensive appeal. Concurrently, he was subjected to questioning by members of the press, law enforcement, and government agencies upon request. To avoid becoming a witness in court, Ted spoke in a 3rd person when confronted with these questions, disclosing his early offenses and the process of his change of mind. As he recounted, he began stealing at an early age, a fact that confirmed Meg's suspicion that she had frequently lost items during the course of their relationship. According to Ted's account, possessions were also a significant motivator for rape and murder. Ted stated that sexual assault fulfilled his need to own his victims completely. Initially, killing the victim was merely an expedient method for him to avoid being apprehended, but subsequently, murder became an integral aspect of the experience. And the ultimate form of possession is the taking of a life. Ted stated that he considered himself an amateur during his early years, an impulsive killer who did not enter what he referred to as the predator phase until the 1974 murder of Linda Ann Healy. The confession suggests that Ted may have initiated homicides prior to 1974. However, due to his refusal to provide further details, this remains unconfirmed. In July 1984, corrections officers at the Florida State Penitentiary discovered 2 hacksaw blades concealed within Ted's cell. The steel bar affixed to the cell window had been severed from both ends and subsequently affixed with homemade adhesive, composed of soap, and Ted was relocated to an alternative cell. In the subsequent months, prison guards discovered additional unauthorized items in his cell, prompting another transfer. Soon thereafter, he was disciplined for communicating privately with another well-known offender, John Hinckley. In October 1984, Ted commenced composing missives to Robert David Cape. Robert, who had previously served as a principal detective and had recovered a considerable number of crucial statements and eyewitnesses in the Lake Sammamish State Park case, then conducted a comprehensive screening of a multitude of suspects and eventually formulated a suspect list comprising 25 individuals, of whom Ted was one. Robert attempted to conduct an interview with Ted, but was unsuccessful. Robert did not have another opportunity to speak with Ted until his first arrest. Following Ted's arrest, Robert resumed his studies at the University of Washington, pursuing a doctorate while simultaneously serving as a principal researcher for the Washington State Attorney General's office. In 1984, Robert was appointed to participate in the investigation of the Green River Killer case. In response, Ted wrote him a letter in which he analyzed the psychology of serial killers and expressed his hope of being able to assist him in his case. These letters led to an interview, during which Ted confessed to an unidentified murder. In early 1986, the scheduled date for the execution of the perpetrator of the Chi Omega murders was announced initially as March 4th. However, this was subsequently stayed by the U.S. Supreme Court. In April of that year, a new execution date was announced for July 2nd. Following the announcement of the execution date, Ted provided further details of his crimes, including the fact that he would kill his victims and then commit multiple acts of rape until the bodies were too decomposed to do so. Additionally, he would apply makeup and wash the body's hair. At least 12 of his victims were decapitated with a hacksaw, and he would retain the severed heads for a period of time before disposing of them. This would explain why the remains of the victims found on M.T. Taylor consisted only of skulls and a few other bones. On July 1st, 1986, less than 15 hours before the scheduled execution, the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit announced an indefinite stay of execution and remanded the Chi Omega murder case for the United States District Court for the Northern District of Florida to review a number of procedural errors at the preliminary hearing. These included a reassessment of the defendant's mental fitness to stand trial and the trial judge's erroneous interference in jury empanelment. The scheduled date for the execution of Rich's sentence was set for November 18th and was likewise postponed indefinitely by the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals on November 17th. In the end, the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Florida rejected all of the arguments presented and declined to reopen the case at the behest of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. In the aftermath of the unsuccessful appeal, the Florida prosecution promptly announced a definitive execution date of January 24, 1989. Given that all avenues of appeal had been exhausted, Ted agreed to be more forthcoming with investigators. He admitted to Robert Tam that he had committed 8 murders in Washington and Oregon and that he was originally the prime suspect in those murders. However, he also described 3 previously unknown victims and 2 victims he had abducted in Oregon and brought to Washington to kill, but he refused to identify any of the 5 victims. Furthermore, Ted provided a comprehensive account of his abduction of Jorgen Hudgens in an alleyway in downtown Washington. He also disclosed information to detectives from Idaho, Utah, and Colorado regarding multiple homicides that had not been previously disclosed to the authorities. However, his approach shifted when he confessed to the crimes but declined to provide further details. This was due to Ted's intention to postpone the execution by remaining the sole individual with knowledge of the body's whereabouts. Once it became evident that the judicial system was unable to provide further assistance, Ted's supporters initiated a final effort to secure executive clemency. Diana Weiner, the young attorney who was the last person Ted interacted with, has been attempting to persuade several family members of the victims in Colorado and Utah to petition Florida Governor Robert Martinez to allow Ted additional time to divulge further information. However, these requests have been rejected. In his subsequent written account, Nelson states that the families of the victims have come to terms with the reality of their loved ones' deaths at the hands of Ted, and that they no longer require a confession from him. However, Carol, who had maintained her belief in Ted's innocence throughout the trials, felt betrayed when Ted began to plead guilty. As a result, she relocated to Washington, D.C. with her daughter and declined to accept any further phone calls from Ted on the morning of the execution. Since his initial arrest, Ted had consistently denied any involvement in the crimes for which he was charged. It was only after he had exhausted all avenues of appeal and was facing the death penalty that he finally admitted to committing at least 30 murders. In light of Ted's confession regarding at least 10 additional unidentified murders, the actual number of victims remains uncertain. Media speculation ranges from 26 to 100, while caseworkers estimate the figure to be approximately 35. On January 24, 1989, at 7:16 a.m. EST, Ted was executed by electrocution in the electric chair at Florida's Rehoboth prison. During the execution, a multitude of individuals engaged in celebratory activities, including singing, partying, setting off fireworks on the adjacent ranch, and cheering loudly as the white limousine transporting Ted's remains departed the prison grounds. Subsequent to cremation in Gainesville, Ted's ashes were scattered at a confidential location in the Cascade Mountains of Washington State, in accordance with his written instructions. Richard Francis Cottingham was an American serial killer whose alleged murder count ranges from 85 to 100 victims. If substantiated, this would exceed the murder tolls of numerous other well-known serial killers, resulting in a significant number of unresolved tragedies for affected families. The media dubbed him the Torso Killer and the Times Square Ripper due to the nature of his crimes, which included a series of murders in the New York and New Jersey areas in the 1960s and 1980s. Some of his victims were brutally mutilated and decapitated, contributing to the notoriety of his monikers. Richard was born on November 25, 1946, in the Bronx, New York. However, the Bronx has a history of being a notoriously poorly policed area. Since 2000, however, the neighborhood has experienced a dramatic improvement as a result of New York City's aggressive crackdown on crime. Richard's upbringing was typical of that experienced by most people. He did not have an alcoholic or violent father, and he was raised by a mother who was soft-spoken and easygoing, as well as several siblings. During Richard's childhood, the family resided in the Bronx for 12 uneventful years. It was not until 1958 that Richard's father secured employment, leading the family to relocate to Rivervale, New Jersey. Richard's father was employed as an insurance salesman and was typically absent, attempting to expand his customer base and business. Consequently, Richard, the eldest of 4 siblings, was responsible for assisting his mother with domestic tasks, which contributed to his perception of maturity beyond that of his contemporaries. Richard, who was more mature than his peers, experienced difficulties in forming friendships at school. He often went to and from school and ate lunch alone. While he was not bullied, his school life was not characterized by a positive emotional state. At age 14, Richard transferred to another school where he formed some friendships and developed an interest in pigeons. He proceeded to rear pigeons in his backyard, and his preferred pastime was to interact with them with his family. In addition to his affinity for pigeons, he was also a long-distance runner, and during his high school years, Richard was a starter on his school's long-distance running team. Subsequently, Richard was promoted to the position of Vice President of Metropolitan Life Insurance, a result of his father's efforts. He was initially employed by the company as an analyst, and while working, he pursued computer classes to enhance his abilities. His proficiency in computers enabled him to secure a position as a computer operator for Blue Cross Blue Shield in Manhattan at the age of 20. Richard, aged 21 at the time of the murders, may have been responsible for the first of these crimes, although there is also a possibility that other victims may have been involved and that their cases remain unsolved. The victim was 17-year-old Mary Ann Della Sala, who disappeared on January 24, 1967, while working at a grocery store in Hackensack, New Jersey. Despite a coworker offering to drive her home, she chose to walk at 9 p.m. that night. It is unfortunate that she did not arrive home. Her body was discovered 3 months later, on April 10th, in the Passaic River in Hawthorne, New Jersey. The precise cause of death was not definitively determined, but the police concluded that she had been killed elsewhere and then discarded in the river. The next individual to be discussed is Nancy Schiava Vogel, a 29-year-old married woman with 2 children. At the time of the incident, Nancy was preparing to leave her residence to engage in bingo with acquaintances at a local church in Little Ferry, New Jersey. However, she ultimately proceeded to Valley Fair Department Store, a location with which she had a history of patronage, as evidenced by receipts and purchases discovered in her vehicle. In the subsequent days, Richard initiated contact with Nancy and subsequently abducted her, transporting her to Ridgefield. The body was discovered 3 days later in a park. The victim was found naked and bound with rope, and the cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation due to strangulation marks around the neck. The body was also covered with a military blanket or car seat cover, which was originally on the floor of the vehicle, and her clothes were neatly folded under the back seat. According to anecdotal reports, the 2 individuals were acquainted. However, for reasons that remain unclear, Richard proceeded to murder her. By analyzing Richard's subsequent murder methods, it becomes evident that he targeted young blonde women in their late teens to early 20s. He would first administer a drug to render them unconscious and then transport them to an isolated location or motel. There, he would then tie them up and gag them with duct tape before subjecting them to a brutal sexual assault, torture, and stabbing, followed by strangulation with a rope. To further obfuscate the identification of his victims, he would sometimes sever their heads and hands and remove those body parts. The third known victim of Richard was 23-year-old Diane Cusick, a mother and a dance instructor by profession. On the evening of February 15, 1968, Diane informed her family that she was going to the Green Acres Mall on Long Island, New York, to purchase a pair of dancing shoes. However, Diane did not return home until approximately 10:30 p.m., prompting her parents to drive to the shopping center to search for their daughter. Her vehicle was observed in the parking lot, which was unusual. Upon closer examination, however, the parents became distressed and contacted the authorities, noting that their daughter Diane's body was situated in a serene manner within the rear seating area of the vehicle. Diane's mouth and neck had been securely fastened with tape, her hands had been bound, and her body exhibited clear signs of severe physical trauma and sexual assault. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. Jacqueline Leah Harp, age 13, was the next victim to be discovered. Harp had disappeared on the 17th of July 1968 in Midland Park, New Jersey. She was abducted as she was returning home from practicing with her school's drum and bugle corps. Her body was found the following day displaying the same signs of beatings, and the cause of death was asphyxiation. On April 7, 1969, at the age of 18, Irene Blaze disappeared near the bus terminal in Bogota, New Jersey. Her body was discovered the following day in the Saddle River in New Jersey, and the cause of death was determined to be strangulation. 3 months later, on July 14, 1969, Denise Velasca, aged 15, disappeared while walking alone, often wearing a small cross around her neck. However, this did not protect her from the perpetrator, who strangled her and left her body on the side of the road near a cemetery in Saddlebrook, New Jersey, the following day. The cases caused considerable apprehension in Bergen County, New Jersey, due to the victim's youth and the prolonged absence of a resolution. It was not until Richard admitted his culpability to detectives in custody that the cases were ultimately concluded. On October 3, 1969, Richard was charged and convicted of driving under the influence of alcohol in New York City and was fined $50 for the offense. Prior to his marriage, Richard was convicted of murdering a young woman. Specifically, on March 1, 1970, he was found guilty of the murder of Lorraine Montalvo McGraw, a 26-year-old mother. Her body was discovered in a wooded area west of Tweed Avenue in South Nyack, New York, exhibiting evidence of multiple injuries, and the cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. On May 3, 1970, Richard and Janet Cottingham were married at Our Lady of Lourdes Church in Queens Village. During this period, they had 3 children. It is possible that their marriage was characterized by mutual affection and respect, or it may be that it was primarily motivated by financial considerations. Janet was reticent to divulge the specifics of their marriage, which may be attributed to her profound disillusionment with Richard's conduct. In April 1978, she filed for divorce on the grounds of desertion and emotional abuse. Additionally, there are indications that Richard refused to engage in sexual intercourse with her or provide financial assistance following the birth of their 3rd child. During the course of the marriage, Richard did not cease his homicidal activities. Mary Beth Hines, 21 years old, she was a live-in Manny who also suffered from epilepsy. Consequently, she was compelled to take the bus every weekend to reach her residence in Mineola. On May 5, 1972, she vanished. Her family promptly contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They conducted an extensive search over several days. Despite the police's exhaustive efforts, Hines's whereabouts remained unknown until May 10th, when her body was discovered in a muddy stream in a wooded area on Main Avenue, west of Peninsula Boulevard. Her shoes were missing, and she had sustained multiple abrasions to her neck and face. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. 2 months later, on July 20th, 1972, the body of another woman was discovered in a stream in the same area. The victim was identified as 23-year-old Laverne Moy, a mother of 2, who had also died of asphyxiation. Her body was discovered in the same location as Hines's, in a stream, leading investigators to hypothesize that the 2 cases might be connected. However, it was not until later that Richard was linked to these murders through DNA evidence. On August 21, 1972, Richard was apprehended in a department store in Paramus, New Jersey. He was charged with theft and subsequently sentenced to a $50 fine and 10 days in jail. The subsequent murders became increasingly brutal. 1 year later, on July 20, 1973, Sheila Hymen, age 33, was killed in a brutal manner in her own home. On the morning in question, her husband was shopping at a nearby department store. Upon his return, he discovered Sheila's body in the bathroom, which was in a state of severe disarray. The victim's body was found covered in spattered blood. The cause of death was determined to be multiple blunt force trauma injuries to the skull, a fractured jaw, and a knife wound to the throat. Notably, at the time of her murder, the victim's 3 children were away at summer camp. On September 4, 1973, Richard was apprehended in New York City on charges of robbery, verbal sodomy, and sexual abuse of the complaining prostitute and her pimp. However, the case was dismissed when the plaintiff failed to appear for further proceedings. 5 months later, a new victim was identified on December 27, 1973. The body of Maria Emerita Rosado Nieves, an 18-year-old from Puerto Rico, was discovered in a weed-covered area at Jones Beach. Her body was covered with a plastic bag and also wrapped in a gray blanket by her killer. On March 12, 1974, Richard was apprehended in New York City on charges of robbery. However, the victim did not appear for further proceedings, resulting in the case being dismissed. On August 9, 1974, Lorraine Marie Kelly, age 16, and Mary Ann Pryor, age 17, planned to go shopping at the Garden State Plaza in Paramus, New Jersey. Loren's boyfriend had something to do, so he left the two at a bus stop on Broad Street, where they could hitchhike. On August 14th, the bodies of the 2 women were discovered in a wooded area adjacent to the Richmond Gardens complex. They were unclothed, their wrists and ankles tied together, and their faces were oriented toward the ground as they lay in proximity to one another. Both exhibited indications of having been subjected to physical assault, including evidence of blunt force trauma and sexual violence. Additionally, their bodies displayed evidence of cigarette burns, and strangulation marks around their necks suggested that they had also died from asphyxiation. However, according to Richard's subsequent statements in court, the actual sequence of events may have unfolded differently. Lorraine and Mary were waiting for a bus at the station, but after a considerable period of time, they began waving and attempting to solicit a ride from a passerby. Richard then observed that there were no strong males in the vicinity of the 2 women. Richard then proceeded to seduce Lorraine and Mary, and upon their acquiescence, he transported them to a secluded wooded area. There, he physically assaulted the 2 girls before taking them to a motel. In the motel, he sexually assaulted them and, after subjecting them to torture, drowned them in a bathtub and subsequently discarded their bodies in a wooded area. On October 7, 1974, 15-year-old Lisa Thomas left her residence in the early afternoon with the intention of purchasing a shirt at the Nanuet Mall. This was the final occasion on which her parents observed her, as she did not return to the family residence. The following morning, her father continued to search for her at the shopping mall, eventually venturing into the wooded area behind it. He was inconsolable upon discovering Lisa's body, which was positioned beneath a large tree. The girl's head had been fractured, and she was blindfolded with a crimson cloth that Lisa had kept in her handbag, which she often used to wipe her perspiration. Despite Richard's admission in 2022, the police continued their investigation into the deaths of both Lorraine Montalvo and McGraw, and Richard was not charged with murder. On the night of December 15, 1977, Richard abducted a young woman, 26 years of age, and an X-ray technician named Mary Ann Carr from a parking lot in the vicinity of his apartment. Her body was subsequently discovered in the parking lot of the victim was discovered at a local motel. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. The victim had been bound at the wrists and ankles, and strangulation marks were present on the neck. Additionally, she was identified as Richard's first known victim, who resided in the vicinity of the Ledgewood Terrace apartments in Little Ferry. One of the survivors is Karen Schilt. On March 22, 1978, at the age of 22, she was employed as a waitress at Sunday's restaurant on 3rd Avenue in Manhattan. On the evening in question, she encountered an individual named Joseph Schaefer, who was, in fact, Richard. The encounter took place at the 3rd Avenue Tavern Bar. At the bar, Karen consumed several beers despite the fact that she was pregnant at the time. After leaving the bar, she experienced a sudden onset of dizziness, as if she had been drugged in her drink. Richard offered to drive her home, and after she agreed to do so, she lost consciousness. She does not recall anything after that until she regained consciousness. She was taken to a hospital in Hackensack, New Jersey, where she was treated by Officer Raymond Auger of the Little Ferry Police Department. At the time of her discovery, she was found in a parking lot with her breasts and genitals exposed. It was a hotel employee who found her and called the police. His actions startled Richard, which is why Karen survived. Susan Geiger was a survivor of Richard's drugged, sexually assaultive, and attempted murderous actions on October 13, 1978. At the time, she was engaged in sex work and was approached by Richard under the alias Jim at a bar. He provided her with a drug-laced cocktail, which she consumed. She awoke in an unfamiliar motel room, covered in blood, with evidence of torture wounds on her face, breasts, vagina, and rectum. Additionally, her ears had been forcibly removed, and the earrings were no longer in her ears. Fortunately, Captain John Auger of the South Hackensack Police Department located her and transported her to the hospital. On December 2, 1979, Richard perpetrated a brutal murder at the Travelodge Motor Inn in New York City's Times Square neighborhood. He recruited 2 sex workers, Didi Gudarzi and another unidentified woman, and took them to a room 417 of the motel. There, he proceeded to torture, kill, and dismember them throughout the night, cutting off their heads and hands and setting fire to the room and their bodies. Their bodies were discovered when the staff noticed smoke coming from the doorway. These 2 murders are the most widely known of a series of crimes committed by Richard, and it is this crime for which he became known as the Torso Killer. Dida is also the most recognizable victim of this series of murders, and this is due to her daughter, Jennifer Weiss. In approximately 2002, Jennifer was in the process of searching for her biological mother when she discovered that her mother was Richard's victim. In 2017, Jennifer initiated a correspondence with Richard, seeking further insight into her biological mother's background. In response, Richard expressed remorse and subsequently arranged several visits between Jennifer and himself over the following years. In the course of these discussions, Jennifer was informed that Richard had been a guest of her mother, Dida, and had been acquainted with her for approximately 2 years. He also disclosed that he had buried Didi's head under the George Washington Bridge, but that the police had not recovered her skull. In recent years, Jennifer has become a mother of 4 and a cancer survivor. However, social media depicts her as single. In regard to her relationship with Richard, she stated, "I undertake this endeavor on behalf of the mothers who have lost their daughters and for my own mother." In the year 1980, Richard perpetrated 4 acts of violence against women within a span of less than 3 weeks. The initial victim was Valerie Ann Street, a 19-year-old female. Her body was discovered in a motel room at the Quality Inn in Hasbrook Heights, New Jersey, on May 5, 1980. It exhibited clear indications of torture and sexual assault, including evidence of multiple bites and obvious signs of having been restrained. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. The next victim to survive Richard's attack was Pamela Weisenfield. She was discovered in a state of severe physical distress in a parking lot in Teaneck, New Jersey, on May 12, 1980. She had been drugged and subjected to repeated bites. She was subsequently transported to a medical facility and was able to identify Richard in subsequent legal proceedings. Mary Ann Joan Rayner, age 25, was discovered on May 15, 1980, at the Seville Hotel in New York City. She had also been subjected to brutal torture. Unlike the previous victims, Rayner's body was not dismembered. However, rather than severing her head or hands, he opted to slit her throat. Additionally, he excised her breasts and affixed them to the headboard. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation and throat slitting. Furthermore, Richard attempted to obfuscate the evidence by incinerating the body. In the early morning hours of May 22, 1980, Richard located Leslie Ann Odell, an 18-year-old sex worker, and transported her to the Quality Inn Motel in Hasbrook Heights. This was the same motel where he had killed Valerie. At that time, Richard offered to give Leslie a massage by sitting on her back, retrieving a knife, placing it to her throat, and then removing handcuffs and cuffing Leslie's hands. Richard then initiated a series of torturous acts, including attempting to bite off one of her nipples. During this process, Richard added, "You have to accept it. The other girls did it, you have to accept it. You are a sex worker and you have to be punished." Despite the circumstances, Leslie did not yield to her captor's demands. She retrieved a firearm from beneath the bed and attempted to use it against Richard. However, the weapon proved to be a mere prop, rendering her actions futile. Consequently, Leslie began to scream, and this time she was fortunate because the motel security personnel heard her and contacted the police, who promptly arrived at the scene and apprehended Richard. Subsequently, law enforcement personnel commenced a comprehensive examination of Richard's identity and background. Their investigation yielded a multitude of incriminating evidence, including handcuffs, an open roll of duct tape, S&M leather gear, a toy gun, a knife, and the drugs Richard utilized to render his victims incapacitated. In the course of the interrogation, Richard asserted that he had remunerated Leslie $180 for sexual intercourse, and that all of his actions towards her had been carried out with her consent. Nevertheless, further police investigation led to the discovery of additional evidence linking Richard to the crimes in question. This evidence took the form of Richard's fingerprints, which were found on a pair of handcuffs discovered at the scene of Valerie's victimization. A search of Richard's residence yielded a plethora of evidence linking him to additional homicides. This included keys to Marianne Carr's apartment, a toy koala bear, a pair of earrings belonging to Valerie, and jewelry belonging to Dita and Rainer. Additionally, Richard's handwriting was found to be a match for the motel room he had rented. In the following year, 1981, Richard was sentenced to a period of incarceration ranging from 173 to 197 years for the murder of Valerie Anstreet and the sexual assaults of Karen Schilt, Susan Geiger, and Leslie Odell. In subsequent trials, Richard was convicted of other, including that of Mary Ann Carr, a 26-year-old radiology technician who was found in the parking lot of the Quality Inn in Little Ferry, New Jersey, in 1977. While incarcerated, Richard provided further confessions pertaining to additional homicides. In 2010, Richard began confessing to Detective Robert Anzilotti regarding additional crimes, including the murder of 29-year-old Nancy Schiava Vogel in 1967 and the murder of 3 teenagers in the late 1960s. In April 2021, Richard admitted to his involvement in the 1974 kidnapping and murder of 17-year-old Mary Ann Pryor and 16-year-old Lorraine Kelly. On December 5, 2022, Richard made a confession regarding the 1968 murder of 23-year-old Diane Cusick, which occurred outside a shopping center on Long Island, as well as the murders of 4 other women in the 1970s. Following his arrest and initial conviction, Richard attempted suicide on 2 occasions. He is currently in a state of deteriorating health, requiring the use of a wheelchair, and is still serving his sentence in a New Jersey correctional facility. It is a matter of historical record that the protection of women's rights and interests in American society was imperfect in the 1970s, particularly for those groups that were marginalized in society, such as sex workers. During this period in the United States, sex workers were often ignored by society. However, a significant proportion of Richard's victims were sex workers, whose rights and interests were not accorded sufficient consideration due to their marginalized social status. Furthermore, they encountered considerable difficulties in obtaining timely and effective legal protection when subjected to violence and exploitation. This situation is prevalent in numerous countries and societies, where sex workers frequently encounter discrimination and stigmatization. This not only constrains their access to social services and protection, but also amplifies their vulnerability. Over time, as women's rights have improved and societies have become more aware of the importance of gender equality, there has been a corresponding increase in the protection and support provided to victims of sexual violence and exploitation. In general, while women's rights were not as vigorously safeguarded in the United States during the 1970s as they are currently, they have increasingly been emphasized and protected as time has passed and society has progressed. Paul Charles Denayer, an infamous Australian serial killer, was dubbed the Frankston Serial Killer due to the 3 young women he murdered in the Frankston area over a 7-week period. It seems reasonable to posit that had he not been apprehended, the number of victims would have been greater. This is particularly so given that, following his arrest, he informed the police that he had experienced a homicidal urge since the age of 14, that he had always desired to kill, and that he was simply awaiting the opportune moment, in the form of an unfortunate victim, to act on his homicidal desire. It is evident that Paul did not experience a significant crisis that could potentially alter his perspective during his 14th year. However, it is apparent that he exhibited a proclivity for violence at an earlier stage in his life. Maureen and Anthony first made one another's acquaintance in London, England, in the early 1960s. Following a series of romantic encounters, they were wed in a ceremony that took place shortly thereafter. During the period between the 1950s and 1970s, the Australian government was engaged in an initiative to attract skilled individuals, offering them a comprehensive package that included transportation, employment, and housing at a significantly reduced cost. It is understandable that Maureen and Anthony were also drawn to the attractive benefits package, which prompted their decision to migrate to Australia in 1965. They resided and worked in Australia for the duration of their lives. They had 6 children, of whom Paul was the third. Paul was born on April 14, 1972, in Campbelltown, New South Wales. It is noteworthy that Paul experienced a specific incident as an infant when he rolled off a bench and struck his head. While not life-threatening, the event was subsequently referenced humorously within his family. Whenever he exhibited unusual behavior, his family would remark, "That's because you fell when you were a baby." Additionally, during his kindergarten years, Paul experienced challenges in forming friendships with his peers. This was likely attributed to his introverted personality and the slow development of his social skills. However, by the time he reached elementary school, Paul appeared to have overcome these difficulties and was exhibiting behaviors consistent with those of a typical child. However, this situation underwent a significant transformation in 1981. In that year, Anthony was offered a new position as manager of the steak place. To accept this offer, the family relocated to South Oakleigh, Victoria, a location situated in close proximity to the railway line connecting Frankston. The relocation had a markedly deleterious effect on the social lives of the 6 children, particularly Paul, who experienced considerable difficulty in adapting and struggled to integrate into the new environment. He exhibited low self-esteem, a lack of confidence, and a lack of motivation too. Paul was reluctant to meet new people due to his apprehension about relocating once more. Additionally, he experienced a significant growth spurt, becoming taller and heavier than his peers, which further exacerbated his social anxiety. Furthermore, he endured bullying at his new educational institution, Northvale Primary School. It is noteworthy that Paul displayed a proclivity for knives, clubs, and homemade slingshot guns, rather than the toys typically associated with boys of his age. In an effort to seek approval and a sense of power from others, he would utilize these items to engage in aggressive behavior, such as shooting pebbles or harming small insects. During this period, Paul exhibited a proclivity for violence and a proclivity for suicidal ideation. He used a homemade dagger to dissect his sister's teddy bear toy, performing the act in a manner reminiscent of surgical procedures. He also used the same knife to slit the throat of the family cat and hang its body from a tree in the backyard. Furthermore, shortly before his 13th birthday, Paul was accused of stealing a vehicle. However, he was released due to his age, although he was still cautioned by the police. Nevertheless, the warning proved ineffective, as evidenced by Paul's subsequent involvement in another incident 2 months later. Paul was once again apprehended by the authorities for violating the law. At that time, he was accused of wasting police resources by falsely reporting a fire to the fire department, as well as theft and willful damage to a public facility. However, despite these accusations, Paul was not subjected to any formal form of punishment. Nevertheless, at the age of 15, Paul was indicted on charges of assault and apprehended for utilizing his robust physique to compel another juvenile to engage in masturbatory activities in the presence of several minor children. At this juncture, Paul's parents underwent a divorce, and their domestic situation, like that of many other families, was characterized by a combination of positive and negative experiences. Following his departure from the educational system, Paul encountered significant challenges in securing gainful employment. He was terminated from 7 distinct positions, largely due to his inability to adapt to the demands of the professional environment. Additionally, Paul attempted to enlist in the Victorian police force but was ultimately unsuccessful due to his weight. His final employment was in a shipyard, where he was dismissed for engaging in the fabrication of improvised weapons due to his prolonged absence from the task at hand. Paul did, however, develop a romantic attachment to a colleague from his Safeway supermarket days, Sharon Johnson. His relationship with Sharon Johnson endured for a considerable period, even extending to the point of cohabitation in Frankston in 1993. Sharon was compelled to engage in 2 telemarketing positions in order to provide financial support for both herself and her partner. In contrast, Paul was able to dedicate a significant amount of time to leisure activities due to his unemployment status. This resulted in his consumption of violent media, including films such as The Stepfather, which he viewed repeatedly. During this period, a series of anomalous occurrences commenced in the vicinity of the apartment complex where they resided. One tenant returned to their residence to discover evidence of forced entry into their room by an unknown individual, accompanied by the destruction of personal belongings and the defacement of photographs. Another tenant, in a separate incident, inadvertently observed an individual surreptitiously viewing their residence through a window. In February 1993, Paul's neighbor in the same apartment building as he was Sharon, Trish's sister Donna Vaines, was the victim of a horrific incident. At the time, Donna was so distressed after receiving an anonymous, threatening phone call that she advised her fiancé to remove their newborn infant from the residence and not to remain there. At approximately 11 p.m., they returned to their apartment, and upon opening the door, they observed a significant quantity of blood on the floor. Adding to the shock and distress, Donna's cat had been brutally murdered. A picture of a woman in a bikini was strewn over its remains. Its entrails were left in the kitchen. Its blood was splattered everywhere, and "Donna, you're dead" was written in blood on the wall. In the bathroom, 2 felines had been decapitated and were positioned in a baby bath filled with blood. The laundry room was also marked by blood, with the walls displaying evidence of spatter and a plastic laundry basket containing infant garments. In the master bedroom, the contents of drawers were examined and cabinet doors were forcibly opened, resulting in the destruction of the door frames. The infant's garments were slashed, and a photograph of a partially nude model was positioned over the infant's crib. The words Donna and Robin were written on the mirror with white shaving foam. Donna is unaware of the identity of the enigmatic Robin, except that she never spends another night in the apartment and is staying with her sister Tricia until she relocates to another residence. This is due to Donna's apprehension that she and her infant could be subjected to harm at any moment. Elizabeth Stevens was Paul's first victim. She was born on October 21, 1974, and relocated to Melbourne from Tasmania to pursue her studies at TAFE Frankston. She resided with her uncle and aunt in Patterson Avenue, a suburb of Melbourne. On June 11, 1993, Elizabeth, aged 18, was last seen alighting from a bus at a bus stop on Cranbourne Road. Elizabeth was on the verge of turning into Patterson Avenue when she was suddenly seized from behind and threatened with what appeared to be a firearm. Despite her vocal protests, the commotion of the storm rendered her cries unheard. The assailant then proceeded to lead her down Patterson Avenue, ultimately leading her to an isolated location devoid of any witnesses. To avoid attracting undue attention, the assailant maintained physical contact with her until they vanished at the end of the street. On the morning in question, Elizabeth had left a note for her aunt and uncle indicating that she would be engaged in academic pursuits at TFE or the city library and would not return to their residence until after 8 p.m. However, when she failed to return by 10 p.m., her uncle and aunt became increasingly concerned and proceeded to search for her. They contacted the police at approximately 1 a.m. Due to the inclement weather that night, law enforcement officials were unable to conduct an immediate search. The following day, a man discovered Elizabeth's partially clothed body in Lloyd Park on Cranbourne Road. As detailed in the police report, Elizabeth's body was discovered in a state of disarray. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation and stabbing, with evidence indicating that her throat had been slit. Of particular note were the 6 deep stab wounds to her chest, 4 deep incisions extending from her breasts to her navel, and 4 wounds cut at right angles, creating a distinctive crisscross pattern on her abdomen. The autopsy report also revealed the presence of multiple incised and abrasive wounds on the decedent's face, consistent with the use of a bladed weapon. Additionally, the report indicated that the decedent's nose was fractured and markedly swollen. Despite the suggestive evidence of trauma to the decedent's clothing, the coroner's investigation did not substantiate the hypothesis of sexual assault. The senseless and brutal killing caused great distress within the community, with Elizabeth's friends and family struggling to comprehend the motivation behind the attack. Police initially postulated that a mentally disturbed individual may have been involved in the attack, which they classified as a case of indiscriminate killing due to the absence of any known associates of Elizabeth. Law enforcement then initiated a comprehensive search for the perpetrator, establishing barricades at the bus stop where Elizabeth was last observed and utilizing a life-size mannequin. It was hoped that some witnesses might recognize her and provide new information. Furthermore, investigators examined libraries that the teenager was known to frequent and questioned bus drivers and fellow passengers on her last bus trip. They even questioned every family in the area, but their inquiries yielded no meaningful insights. The subsequent month was relatively inactive, with no notable incidents. However, on July 8, 1993, a new case emerged on a Thursday afternoon. Rosha Toth, 41 years old, was traversing the railroad tracks on her customary post-work route, a practice she employed as a means of relaxation, appreciation of the surrounding landscape, and financial prudence. At 5:50 p.m., as she traversed Seaford North Reserve, likely for reasons specific to women, she observed a man exhibiting unusual behavior, meandering back and forth in proximity to the roadside restrooms. Given that she was traversing the area unaccompanied, Rosha exercised caution in passing by the man. However, the anticipated attack ultimately transpired. The man, relying on his physical strength, forced Rosha into the unlit park. She was unable to resist due to the fact that the man was holding a pistol in his hand and pointing it at her head. Therefore, Rosha was compelled to comply with the man's perverted demands. However, after a period of time, she came to the realization that the pistol did not appear to be a genuine firearm. In order to survive, Rosha began to resist and, in the process, she severed the man's fingers. The man, in turn, continued to pull Rosha's hair in an attempt to inflict further pain. Fortunately, Rosha managed to break free from the man's grasp and fled to the highway, her torn stockings and pants providing little protection from the elements. Fortunately, a passerby offered assistance, enabling Rosa to contact the police. Subsequently, law enforcement personnel arrived at the scene and commenced an immediate search of the park for the suspect. However, due to time constraints, the suspect was able to evade apprehension. The individual in question was Paul. Rather than returning to his residence following his escape that night, he selected an alternative target. The individual in question is 22-year-old Deborah Freem, a resident of the vicinity of Knotek Station in Seaford. She is a young mother who had recently given birth to a child approximately 10 days prior. At 7 p.m. that night, Freem procured milk from a local establishment for the purpose of preparing an omelette for her evening meal. She left her 12-day-old son and a male acquaintance at her residence. However, she did not return until 8 p.m., a delay that was inconsistent with the estimated time required to complete the errand, given the proximity of the store to her home. Freem's male friend, concerned for her well-being, contacted her boyfriend, the police, and the local hospital to inquire about her whereabouts and potential injuries. Despite their efforts, there was no indication of her whereabouts in the area. Consequently, they filed a missing person report at Frankston Police Station. 4 days later, on July 12th, a farmer discovered Freem's partially covered body in Taylor's Road, Callum Downs. The manner of death was consistent with that of Elizabeth. Freem had been strangled with a rope, her body savagely hacked, and her throat slit. The medical examiner's report indicated that Freem had sustained a total of 24 stab wounds to the head, neck, chest, and arms. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. Additionally, the report noted that, similar to Elizabeth, she had not been sexually assaulted. A meticulous examination of the 3 cases revealed that both Elizabeth and Freem had sustained varying degrees of stab wounds and had died by the same method. Notably, Freem was abducted and murdered after Rosa had suffered an attempted abduction. This led to the conclusion that all 3 cases were the work of the same perpetrator. The dissemination of information in the Frankston area has been extensive, resulting in a notable decline in social activity. Local women have been observed retreating to their residences at night, and the streets have become noticeably less populated by day's end. Residents have also been observed engaging in a new daily routine, which has involved perusing the newspaper to stay informed about the latest developments in the extensive police search for the perpetrator. Nevertheless, 18 days later, a new victim is identified. Natalie Russell was the third and final victim. She was a 17-year-old female student at John Paul's College. On Friday, July 30th, 1993, Natalie was on her way home when she was attacked by Paul. Typically, Natalie rode her bicycle to school with her older brother. However, on that day, her mother drove her to school out of concern for her safety. However, during their formative years, most individuals are not yet attuned to the potential dangers that may be encountered in their daily lives, including those perpetrated by serial killers. Natalie deliberately departed from her academic institution prematurely and opted to traverse a more expedient route to her residence, a route that she typically utilized and which traversed 2 golf courses. Subsequent to the incident, this route became colloquially known as Nat's Track. When Natalie did not return home until 8 p.m., her mother and brother proceeded to the school to conduct interviews with the teaching staff and students. Upon learning that Natalie had in fact returned home early, they deduced that she had been involved in an accident. The police conducted a meticulous search and swiftly located Natalie's body, which had been forcibly dragged by Paul through a substantial opening in the barbed wire fence and into the surrounding foliage. Her demise was analogous to that of the other 2 victims in that she had been strangled and brutally slashed across the throat. However, during the attack, Natalie engaged in a series of struggles with Paul, resulting in the transfer of a small quantity of blood and tissue from Paul to Natalie's fingernails. The murder of Elizabeth was the initial occurrence that prompted a comprehensive police investigation, which persisted despite the absence of external forensic evidence at the scene and the lack of witness testimonies. The subsequent disappearance of Freem was similarly investigated through a police search and the examination of Knotek Creek by scuba divers. However, due to inclement weather conditions, no forensic evidence was recovered. One witness later recalled Freem's vehicle, a gray Nissan Pulsar, which she was operating in an erratic manner and repeatedly flashing her high-beam headlights. The following day, law enforcement officials discovered her unlocked vehicle on nearby Maiden Street, where forensic investigators subsequently identified Freem's blood within the vehicle. Furthermore, a recent examination revealed a new dent in the front of the vehicle. Paul subsequently clarified that he had discovered Freem's vehicle unlocked and subsequently concealed himself in the rear seating area of the vehicle, where he proceeded to threaten Freem with a facsimile firearm once she exited the premises. In the case of Rosa's attempted kidnapping, Rosa provided a description of the assailant, stating that he was approximately 18 to 20 years of age, 180 centimeters tall, with a round face and blue eyes. In addition, the police constructed a profile of the suspect based on the available information. This profile described the suspect as an adult male, potentially unemployed or employed in a low-status position, possibly a local resident, aged 18 to 24, of average appearance, and living alone. As media scrutiny and community concerns intensified, investigators also postulated that both Sarah McDermott's disappearance in 1990 and Michelle Brown's murder in 1992 could be linked to this killer. Subsequently, in the aftermath of Natalie's murder, 200 investigators conducted searches of 4,700 residences on Madden Street in Frankston. This operation, designated as Operation Pulsar, was the largest ever conducted by the Victoria Police at the time. Another witness provided information indicating that a postal worker observed a rusty yellow Toyota Corona with no license plates parked in the vicinity of Nat's track on Sky Road at 2:30 p.m. The individual was utilizing binoculars and exhibiting suspicious behavior within the vehicle. However, due to the unusual circumstances, the witness did not devote attention to subsequent events. The witness provided investigators with a detailed account of the events in question, which proved instrumental in the swift apprehension of Paul. On the afternoon of July 31st, detectives conducted an investigation at Paul's residence. Upon examination of Paul's movements, he admitted to being in the vicinity of the Freem and Natalie murders at the time. Subsequently, Paul was transported to the Frankston Police Department, where his interrogation commenced at 9:20 p.m. Due to his inability to provide a satisfactory explanation for the lacerations and abrasions observed by law enforcement personnel and present at the scene of Elizabeth's murder, detectives collected his DNA samples for further analysis. In the early morning hours of August 1st, Paul came to understand that he had sustained injuries in a physical altercation with Natalie at that time. He also suspected that police had retained DNA evidence, which prompted him to confess to the terrorist attacks and murders. Ultimately, Paul was indicted for the murders of Elizabeth Stevens, Deborah Freem, and Natalie Russell, as well as the attempted kidnapping of Rosa Toth. On December 15, 1993, in the Supreme Court of Victoria, Paul entered a plea of guilty to all charges before Justice Frank Vincent. The court heard testimony from Ian Joblin, a clinical psychologist who was appointed to examine Paul in prison while he awaited sentencing. Mr. Joblin informed the court that Paul exhibited no indication of remorse for his criminal actions. Instead, he appeared to take pleasure in recounting the details of the murders. Paul attributed his actions to factors including his upbringing, alleged sexual abuse, and prolonged unemployment. However, Mr. Joblin did not accept these explanations, noting that numerous individuals in similar circumstances did not resort to serial murder. In his testimony, Mr. Joblin asserted that, in his many years of interviewing adult criminals, he had never encountered a case that resembled Paul's psychology. Mr. Joblin described Paul as a particularly rare case, a serial killer who kills randomly without motive, which makes him the most dangerous type of criminal. He noted that Paul has exhibited aggressive behavior since childhood and seems to derive pleasure from causing pain. Furthermore, Mr. Joblin asserted that Paul exhibited sadistic tendencies, and that his gratification and satisfaction from each murder were transient, leading him to seek further opportunities for violence. He also noted the absence of efficacious treatments for Paul's sadistic personality. On December 20th, 1993, Judge Vincent handed down a sentence of 3 consecutive life sentences with no fixed term of parole to Paul. This meant that the Frankston serial killer would spend the remainder of his life incarcerated, never to be released. Additionally, Judge Vincent imposed an additional 8 years imprisonment for the kidnapping of Rosa Toth. In her sentencing remarks, Judge Vincent stated, "The concern you have caused for thousands of women in the community will persist for an extended period. For many, your actions have accelerated their apprehension when returning home on foot, or caused parents to experience heightened anxiety when their children are delayed." Paul appealed the severity of his sentence to the full Supreme Court of Victoria. On July 29, 1994, Paul was given a 30-year non-parole term, the highest non-parole term ever imposed in the state of Victoria. The families of Paul's victims expressed discontent with the Supreme Court's decision, as they believed that Paul's only possible sentence would be life in prison. He became eligible to apply for parole in 2023. However, his application was rejected by the Victorian Adult Parole Board. This decision was supported by the victim's family and the wider community, who generally felt that Paul's crime was too serious and that he should not be released. The prevailing public perception is that serial killers like Paul should be permanently incarcerated to protect the community from any further harm he may cause.
The ugliness of human nature is always exposed in criminal cases. Let's explore and study the human nature revealed in these cases together. In TV shows and movies, criminal profiling is often depicted as an almost magical skill. In reality, it's a controversial method of criminal analysis. Although it's widely used around the globe, it's often criticized as pseudoscience lacking empirical research and evidence. Yet there are many instances where it has indeed been of great assistance in solving cases. Today, we're going to recount a heart-stopping series of kidnappings to illustrate how an astonishingly accurate criminal profile was created. The detective who conducted this profiling is also the inspiration for the protagonists in the American TV series Criminal Minds and Mindhunter. This series of kidnappings occurred in Lexington County, South Carolina, in the southeastern United States. It's a historic and beautiful small town, a safe and tranquil place that values traditional family values, where the vast majority of residents are Christians. On the afternoon of May 31, 1985, Robert Smith was working in his study on the second floor of his home. The Smith family lived in the suburbs, with their house nestled in a quiet grove of trees, about 656 feet from the main road, Platte Springs Road. Robert Smith was a pastor, and he had 3 children with his wife, Hilda, Dawn, Sharon Faye Smith, and their son, little Robert. The Smith family was a close and loving one, well respected in the community. Sharon, born on June 25, 1967, was a lively and cheerful young lady with beautiful golden curls, rosy skin, and a soft, sweet voice. Not only was she academically excellent, but she also had a talent for music. She was about to graduate from the well-known Lexington High School, with the graduation ceremony scheduled for 2 days later, on June 2nd, where Sharon was to sing the national anthem as a student representative. After the graduation ceremony, Sharon planned to go on a cruise with her friends for a graduation trip. For her, everything was so beautiful and full of hope. May 31st was a bright and sunny day. Sharon, her boyfriend Richard, and a few other classmates attended a graduation pool party. Afterward, the young couple said goodbye in the city center, and Richard watched his girlfriend's car drive away before heading home himself. Sharon was a well-behaved and considerate girl who always kept her family informed of her whereabouts. But Robert still unconsciously kept looking out the window. At 3:38 p.m., his daughter's blue car finally came into view, turning from the main road into the driveway in front of their house. Robert completely relaxed, focusing on his work, and happily thinking that soon the hall downstairs would be filled with his daughter's cheerful laughter. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed, but Sharon still hadn't come inside. Robert looked out the window again and saw that Sharon's car was still parked at the end of the driveway. Robert immediately felt that something was wrong, but what he worried about was his daughter's health. Sharon had a rare condition called diabetes insipidus, which required her drink a lot of water and urinate frequently, and she always carried her medication with her. So Robert's first reaction was that his daughter had fainted from dehydration due to the heat, so he rushed downstairs, jumped into his car, and sped towards his daughter's car along the driveway. When Robert anxiously jumped out of the car, he found the situation was worse than he had imagined. Sharon's car door was wide open, and the engine was still running, with Sharon's bag on the passenger seat. On the dirt road from the car door to the Smith family's mailbox, there was a trail of barefoot footprints, suggesting that Sharon had just stopped by the mailbox, barefoot, to pick up the mail from home. However, there was only one direction of footprints, no tracks back, only a few pieces of mail scattered beside the mailbox, and Sharon's bag was still on the passenger seat. In the peaceful small town bathed in the afternoon sun, Sharon Smith vanished into thin air right in front of her home. Robert and his wife Hilda immediately called the police. At that time, there was no Amber Alert system for missing children, but the Lexington County Police demonstrated strong execution. Sheriff James Metz immediately organized the largest-scale search in South Carolina's history, mobilizing helicopters, setting up a 24-hour temporary command post, and widely soliciting information in the media. In addition to almost all law enforcement personnel in the county, more than 1,000 residents voluntarily assisted, yet they found nothing. The police quickly ruled out the possibility of involvement by the Smith family and other related individuals. From the scene of the crime, it appeared that Sharon was abducted the moment she got out of the car to pick up the mail. Sheriff James Metz realized that he was not facing a simple case. He needed help. Criminal profiling was still an emerging technology at the time. It was only in 1978 that the FBI officially approved a behavioral science unit to provide criminal psychological profiling consultations for law enforcement personnel across the country. It wasn't until 1985 that the Behavioral Analysis Unit, often featured in TV shows, was established. Adding to this, the long-standing aversion and distrust of local departments towards the FBI meant that many local police were reluctant to seek help from the FBI. Fortunately, the Lexington County Police did not have such reservations. Metz immediately called the FBI's South Carolina Columbia field office and the Quantico headquarters in Virginia, requesting informal assistance. On the morning of June 1st, Special Agent John Vollmer from the Columbia field office arrived in Lexington. But even a professional like Vollmer was deeply puzzled by the case. The sudden disappearance of a girl like Sharon usually falls into three scenarios. First, running away from home or being lured away, but Sharon, being a good student and well-behaved, never associated with dubious individuals. She was happy and satisfied with her life, and since she had to carry her medication at all times, there seemed to be no reason for her to leave home abruptly. The second possibility is that she was killed and her body hidden or destroyed, creating the illusion of a disappearance. In this case, the biggest suspect for a low-risk victim like Sharon would be her family. But the Smith family had a close and harmonious relationship, and their anxiety and concern over Sharon's disappearance were genuine. According to the timeline established by the police, they simply did not have the time to commit the crime. The third possibility is that she was kidnapped. Although such stories are common in TV shows, the actual proportion of kidnappings by strangers is quite low in reality. In cases of missing minors, the proportion of kidnappings by non-family members is only 1.5%. The motive of the kidnapper is also puzzling. The purpose of kidnapping is usually one of two types: to use it as leverage to obtain money, revenge, or to express a certain position, political or religious. Although the Smith family lived a comfortable middle-class life, they were by no means wealthy, and they had no deep-seated grudges against others. The only thing worth kidnapping for was their influence in the community, which might make them a target. But the problem is, if it were this type of kidnapper, they would have contacted the victim's family or the media in the first place, demanding a ransom or expressing a position. But 2 days after Sharon's disappearance, no one had contacted the Smith family. If it were the second type of kidnapper, then Sharon's whereabouts might be lost forever, as this type is usually traffickers or sex offenders who want the victim themselves. Agent Vollmer quickly synchronized all the crime scene photos and information to the Quantico headquarters, and the agents there agreed with his view. Someone had kidnapped Sharon, a person who was bold and experienced, definitely a dangerous individual, but at that time, no one knew the kidnapper's motive. 48 hours had passed since Sharon's disappearance, and the large-scale search by the Lexington County Police had not stopped. The police installed a signal tracking system on the Smith family's phone and arranged for officers to keep watch overnight. All the Smith family could do was wait. The feeling of helplessness and loss of control was unbearable. They were anxious and desperate. Even a call demanding a ransom would have been better. Robert later recalled, "As a father and the protector of the family, for the first time in my life, I felt a sense of failure." On June 3, 1985, at 2:30 a.m., the kidnapper made the first phone call. The caller was a strange man with a peculiar voice, likely altered by some device. He demanded to speak with Sharon's mother, Hilda. "Sharon is with me." Then the man gave a detailed description of Sharon's clothing, saying that under her blouse and sweatpants, she was wearing a black and yellow swimsuit for the pool party, a detail never released to the media, confirming that this man was indeed the kidnapper. Hilda pleaded with him, mentioning her daughter's condition, diabetes insipidus, and the need for regular hydration and medication. The caller told her that Sharon was doing well, had eaten a little, drunk plenty of water, and was watching TV with him. He then informed Hilda that they would receive a letter later and that he would contact them again before hanging up. Throughout the call, the man never mentioned a ransom. At that time, the technology was limited and the phone tracking system needed 15 minutes to pinpoint a location accurately. By the time the police had located the call to a phone booth 20 kilometers from the Smiths' home and rushed there, the caller had long since vanished. Officers stationed at the Smiths' home immediately contacted Agent Vollmer. He and the Lexington County Police went to the post office, woke up the sleeping postmaster, and checked the unsorted mail one by one. Soon they found the letter. Up to this point, the police still held a glimmer of hope that although the kidnapper had not mentioned a ransom in the call, he might give instructions in the letter. However, when they opened the letter, they knew things were grim. The letter was 2 pages long, written on yellow notepad paper. No forensic expert was needed to compare handwriting. Robert recognized it at a glance. It was Sharon's handwriting. At the top of the letter was the time of writing, 3:10 a.m. on June 1, 1985, with "I love you all" in the upper right corner. Several underlines emphasized the message, followed by the title of the letter, Last Will and Testament. Mom, Dad, Robert, Dawn, Richard, and all my dear friends and family, I love you. I will soon be with the Lord, so please don't worry. Just remember my smart and lively nature and all the wonderful times we've shared. Don't let this ruin your lives. Live for the Lord every day, and good things will come from it, and I will always be with you. I really love you all so much. I'm sorry, Dad. I have to swear. Please forgive me. Dear Richard, I love you so much and will always cherish the beautiful memories we've had. I ask you one thing. Accept the Lord as your Savior. My family has had a profound impact on my life. I'm sorry for all the money you've spent on me. If I've ever let you down, I'm sorry. I just want to make you proud because I've always been truly proud of my family. Mom, Dad, Robert, Dawn, Richard, I have so much I want to say to you. I should have said it a long time ago. I love you. I know you all love me and will miss me terribly, but if you support each other, as we've always done, then you will surely get through this. Please don't be sad. Those who love the Lord will have a good ending. I love you all with all my heart, forever. Nana, I love you so much. I always thought I was your best friend, and you are my best friend. I love you all. This was a heart-wrenching letter that particularly worried the police. Was it because she knew when she wrote the letter that when she was found again, she would be unrecognizable? It's unimaginable what kind of emotions the girl had when she wrote this letter, yet even so, Sharon wrote this will with the greatest courage and love. There was not a word of resentment or curse in it. Even the blank spaces were filled with smiley faces and hearts. This letter was quickly sent to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Crime Laboratory, and a copy was sent to the Behavioral Analysis Unit headquarters. On the other hand, the police installed a recording device on the Smith's phone again. If the kidnapper called again, the device would record all the conversations. Although the Smiths were desperately holding on to the last hope, still looking forward to a miracle, both the Lexington County Police and the FBI agents were convinced at this time that Sharon had been killed. That afternoon, the Smith family received another call from the same man. He demanded that the police halt the large-scale search and assured the distraught Hilda that they would hear from Sharon in 2 or 3 days. That night, the man called again, continuing to hint that he would soon release Sharon, and then he said something like this: "I have to tell you something else. Sharon is now a part of me, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. We have become one. So you must do as we say. God will bless us all." On June 4th, the man called again, and this time it was Sharon's sister, Dawn, who answered. The man vividly described to her how he had forced Sharon into his car at gunpoint when she was getting the mail. He then said, 4:58 a.m. No, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Oh, it was Saturday, June 1st at 3:10 a.m. She wrote the letter you received with her own hand. This slip of the tongue made the FBI and the police shudder even more. The time when Sharon wrote the letter should indeed be 3:10 a.m. on June 1st, consistent with the time marked on her letter. So what about 4:58 a.m.? Then the man told the Smith family that they would soon see Sharon and thoughtfully suggested that they call an ambulance to be on standby. Then he comforted them by saying, "Rest well tonight. Good night." At noon on June 5th, the man called again. This time he gave Hilda a detailed route, claiming, "We are waiting there. God has chosen us," and hung up. Sheriff Metz and other officers immediately set out, and Hilda also wanted to go with them, but the police firmly refused her request. They had already foreseen what they would find. At the location mentioned by the man behind an abandoned white house in Saluda County, 8 neon miles away from the Smiths' home, the police found Sharon's unrecognizable body, and the kidnapping case officially escalated to a murder case. Sharon was still wearing the clothes she had on when she was kidnapped, and the forensic doctor estimated that she was killed within 12 hours after the abduction. The high temperature in June had caused the body to severely decay, making it impossible to determine the exact time of death, but the police were convinced that the killer's slip of the tongue should be the real time of Sharon's death, 4:58 a.m. on June 1st. That is to say, when the killer first called the Smiths, claimed that Sharon was still alive, and kept giving them hope, Sharon had actually been dead for nearly 2 days. The police believe that the reason the killer delayed the discovery of the body, in addition to the pleasure of manipulating the police and the victim's family, was also a sophisticated counter-investigation technique. Because the body was exposed to high temperatures for several days and severely decayed, no key forensic evidence could be obtained. The police could not determine whether Sharon had been sexually assaulted, or even determine the cause of her death. However, they found some adhesive residues of insulating tape on Sharon's mouth, nose, and hair, but the tape itself had been torn off by the killer. The forensic doctor speculated that Sharon likely died of asphyxiation. One can imagine the heartbreak of the Smith family, but the killer did not stop tormenting them. On June 6th, as the Smith family was making funeral arrangements for their daughter, the man called again. This time the call was a toll call, and he specifically asked to speak with Dawn. The man told Dawn that he would turn himself in the next morning and that he was considering suicide. Then, with feigned sincerity, he begged Dawn for forgiveness, claiming he didn't want to kill Sharon, and then he said, I just wanted to have sex with Dawn. I've been watching her for several days. Dawn interrupted him. You wanted to have sex with who? Oh, I'm sorry. With Sharon. I've been watching her for several weeks. Well, things just got out of control. This was the first time the killer confused Sharon with Dawn. The two sisters were close in age, looked alike, and were both cheerful and beautiful blondes. Clearly, with Sharon's death, Dawn had become his new object of interest. On the day of Sharon's funeral, the killer called the Smith family again. Not only did this call, like the previous ones, require the Smiths to pay, but even more cruelly and sadistically, the killer had the operator tell Dawn, who answered the phone, that the caller was Sharon Faye Smith. The man claimed once again that he would turn himself in, and then he began to describe in a very flat and casual tone the details of his sexual assault on Sharon. Even the FBI agents who later analyzed these recordings were extremely disgusted by these words, but Dawn insisted on not hanging up the phone. The man then spoke to Dawn about Sharon's death. Did she know she was going to die? Hilda, who was listening in, asked with a trembling voice. Of course, the man replied, smugly telling them that it was Sharon who chose the time of her death. He also generously let Sharon choose from being shot, poisoned, or suffocated, and Sharon chose the last one. He then sealed her mouth and nose with tape and watched her slowly suffocate to death. Why did you have to kill her? Dawn was now crying uncontrollably. Things got out of control. I was scared. I don't know why. Only God knows. After that, the man did not call again. As with the previous calls, the phone trace failed. Sheriff Metz recalled, We were close several times, almost caught him, but every time he slipped through our fingers. Copies of these phone recordings and new evidence were continuously sent to the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit headquarters. The agents there admired the Smith family's strength and restraint during the calls, and they began to build a preliminary profile of the unknown killer. What kind of profile would the FBI make, and how accurate would it be? Will the police catch this cruel and narcissistic criminal? The victim's suicide note contains important clues, and the killer's characteristics are astonishingly consistent with the criminal profile. In simple terms, the so-called criminal profile is an analysis of the unknown criminal's modus operandi based on big data and probabilities to outline a profile of the criminal, including appearance, ethnicity, age, and so on. Although law enforcement has used forensic methods to infer the characteristics of the killer from the crime scene evidence as early as the Jack the Ripper case, it was not until the 1940s that the police began to pay more attention to the study of criminal profiling. However, during that period, most of the assistants to the police were part-time psychologists, and it was not until the 1970s and 1980s that departments specializing in profiling methods appeared. Behind the increasing emphasis on criminal profiling is actually the emergence of a new type of crime pattern. Traditional criminal investigation methods follow the method of starting with the victim, looking for motives, looking for suspects. But if it is a criminal who has no connection with the victim and the motive is unclear, traditional case-solving methods are useless, so the focus can only be on the criminal, and criminal profiling has emerged as a result. While criminal profiling is often associated with serial killers, it is actually applicable to all unknown perpetrators, such as serial rapists, arsonists, and kidnapping cases like the one involving Shari. Ultimately, criminal profiling relies on statistics, such as serial killers are basically male and victims are mostly female, with the motive often rooted in sexual desire. Because these criminals are masked figures hidden in the shadows, the purpose of profiling is to provide the most probable conclusion. What kind of person is most likely to be the perpetrator? However, since each criminal has their own personality, even the most accurate profile is bound to have some deviation. Moreover, criminal profiling is more of an auxiliary and consultative tool. From establishing a profile to capturing the perpetrator, it often takes months or even years, not like in TV shows where a simple data search can easily catch the real culprit. Or it could be said that profiling can tell the police what kind of person they are looking for, but finding this person requires other criminal investigation methods. The first full-time profiler at the FBI was an agent named John Douglas. When Shari was kidnapped, he was in charge of the newly established BOW department as the chief profiler. After carefully studying the relevant physical evidence and all the phone recordings, he and other agents made a 22-point profile of the unknown killer, which I summarize as follows. 1. The killer is a white male, around 30 years old, with a criminal record. The age and gender of the killer are mainly judged based on big data. According to statistics, more than half of serial killers commit their first crime between their early 20s and early 30s. This age is not only the peak of physical strength, but also the peak of male sexual levels in cases driven by sexual desire. Additionally, the older the victim, the younger the perpetrator is usually because young criminals lack confidence and experience, often choosing vulnerable groups such as elderly people living alone. In contrast, criminals in their prime of physical strength tend to prefer victims in late adolescence and early adulthood. Of course, there are also serial killers who start killing in their 40s and 50s, but these late bloomers are mostly delayed, such as being imprisoned for several years for other crimes before evolving into serial killers. For this reason, profiling the age of the criminal is actually the most error-prone part. Most criminals with sexual motives choose victims of their own race because human sexual desire is usually directed towards people of the same race. In this case, the killer obviously had a sexual motive for Shari, and he is most likely a white male of the same race as Shari. The killer's handling of the timing, location, and details of the body disposal shows a high level of counter-surveillance skills. This sophistication and caution not only indicate that he is mentally mature, but also suggest that he has had similar rehearsals before, so it is very likely that the killer has a criminal record of a similar nature. 2. The killer is a local with a clean, new car and a slight obsession with cleanliness. From the method of the crime, this is an organized killer who had been stalking Shari several times before the kidnapping, obviously having planned for a long time. The route he gave to Hilda was accurate, precise to every detail, indicating that he had returned to the scene of the body disposal multiple times for precise measurements. The choice of the location for body disposal and the location for making phone calls also shows that he is very familiar with the area, knowing secluded and uninhabited places and abandoned houses, and it is almost certain that the killer is a local. When calling the Smith family, there were several times when the killer was interrupted, and he would start over, repeating what he had said before, which also indicates that these lines were pre-written and read from a script before making the call, so as to quickly clarify the key points and hang up the phone to prevent tracking. This person has a slight obsession with cleanliness, is accustomed to taking notes, and likes to list everything, and once interrupted, he has to start over. Because he needs to stalk and visit remote areas for investigation multiple times, the killer must have his own car. This car will also reflect the owner's personality, very clean, well-maintained, and very new. 3. The killer is a sexual sadist, and all actions are based on power, domination, manipulation, and control. A sexual sadist is someone who becomes sexually excited by inflicting pain on a victim or witnessing the suffering of others. Mild sexual sadists will look for a willing masochist, and this sadistic behavior is based on mutual consent, and their fear is simulated. However, severe sexual sadists want real fear, complete control and destruction of another person's body, emotions, or psyche. It can be imagined that such a sexual sadist finds it difficult to find a willing partner, so they immerse themselves in intense fantasies for a long time, and when they finally put their fantasies into practice, the outcome for the victims is usually brutal injury or even death. Although the killer did indeed sexually assault Shelly, what really gave him pleasure was the fear of the victim and the victim's family. He played with their hope and pain, and this pleasure of manipulating others gave him an unprecedented sense of power. Although the killer often showed guilt and repentance when talking to the Smith family on the phone, this was just part of his psychological game. This is a cold-blooded, cruel, arrogant, and narcissistic person. His reference to God may be to mock Robert, who is a clergyman, or to shirk responsibility. More importantly, in his view, God is also at the mercy of the Smith family, because in the killer's heart, he is the real God. 4. The killer was married early, had a short and failed marriage, is overweight, works in a blue-collar job, and is likely an electrician. However, although this narcissistic killer is full of contempt for the world, deep down, he harbors a sense of insecurity and constant internal conflict. This case was his first opportunity to be a leader, and before that, his life was out of control in every aspect. He may be engaged in a low-paying blue-collar job and cannot gain a sense of social value from his work. Since the killer used a voice-altering device during the crime, he should have some knowledge of electronics and may be engaged in construction or manufacturing. From the way the killer abducted Shelly and his attitude when calling the Smith family, the killer may seem polite on the surface, even introverted and shy. He has no attraction to women, has suffered a series of rejections, feels inferior, and is likely overweight or has a bloated physique. Although the killer often uses terms like "we" on the phone and claims to be a friend of the Smith family, this is just his fantasy of having a connection with Shelly. In fact, if it were not for the violent means of kidnapping, he would never have any intersection with this talented and popular young beauty from a middle-class family. The killer has a particular fondness for power games with women. When he calls, he always demands to speak with Hilda and Dawn, but avoids the head of the household, Robert. This malicious pleasure derived from ruthlessly destroying and tormenting the perfect family likely stems from the killer's own failed family life and marriage. His avoidance of the perfect husband and father, Robert, may be because, deep down, he is unwilling to face the fact that he has failed as a father and husband. 5. The killer will act unusually in the near future and commit the crime again. After the crime, under the influence of mental stress and a sense of excitement, the killer will exhibit unusual behavior, such as excessive drinking, weight loss, irregular shaving, and so on. He will be eager to talk about the case, pay close attention to media reports, and collect related briefings. The killer is intoxicated by the sense of power and control over the victim's family and the police. The more reaction they have, the more satisfied the killer feels. However, as Shelly's body is discovered, this sense of pleasure begins to gradually diminish. The killer will soon crave to relive this pleasure again, and he will kill again until the day he is caught. John Douglas told the Lexington County Police on the phone that the killer's next target would be someone who looks like Shelly, such as Shelly's sister. If he can't find a suitable target, he will randomly choose the most convenient victim. As he predicted, the second kidnapping occurred on June 14, 1985. 2 weeks had passed since Shelly was kidnapped, and the entire state of South Carolina was on edge. Girls of the same age as Shelly were uneasy, and parents did not allow them to go out alone. Even if the distance was short, they had to go in groups. Perhaps for this reason, the killer could not get close to the desired target, so he found a substitute, a 9-year-old girl named Deborah May Helmick. The Helmick family lived 24 miles from the Smiths in Richland County. The father, Sherwood, was a construction worker, and the mother, Deborah, worked in a barbecue restaurant. The couple had 3 children. The eldest daughter was named the same as her mother, and there was a younger brother and a younger sister. The Helmick family moved to South Carolina from Ohio 4 years ago. They initially lived with their elders, and a month ago, the family of 5 moved to Shiloh Trailer Housing Park, finally having a small home of their own. Around 4 p.m. on June 14th, Deborah was playing with her younger brother at the door, and her father, Sherwood, was taking care of the younger daughter in the house. A car suddenly sped up and stopped at Deborah's door. A man jumped out of the car, grabbed the screaming girl, and drove away. Sherwood and a neighbor quickly chased after them, but were a step too late. Just like Shari, Deborah was kidnapped in broad daylight and disappeared without a trace. However, this time they saw the kidnapper's appearance. He was a man in his 30s, about 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing 210 pounds, driving a spotless, brand-new silver car. The sheriff of Richland County also immediately organized a large-scale search, but also without any results. He quickly informed the Lexington County Police. Although Deborah May was only 9 years old, she, like Shari, was a pretty girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. The modus operandi of the 2 cases was the same, and the witness's description of the perpetrator was also consistent with the FBI's profile. The Lexington County Police were convinced that the kidnapper of Deborah May was the person they were looking for. The police from the 2 counties began to work together to solve the case. John Douglas also rushed to South Carolina with his subordinates. In Shari's case, the killer called the Smith family, so the police also installed telephone tracking and recording equipment at the Helmick family's home. However, several days passed, and the kidnapper did not contact the Helmick family at all. Because Deborah was not the killer's ideal target, perhaps in his view, such a substandard victim's family did not even have the qualification to talk to him. Because Deborah did not satisfy him, the killer is bound to look for a new victim. John Douglas decided that they must take the initiative and set a trap for the killer to expose himself as soon as possible. John Douglas's plan was to hold a memorial service at the Lexington Memorial Cemetery where Shari was buried. The Smith family would attend the service, and Dawn would place one of Shari's stuffed toys in front of her grave. Since Shari's kidnapping was the killer's masterpiece, he couldn't resist the urge to visit the scene to admire his handiwork. After the ceremony, the killer was likely to sneak back to the cemetery to take the stuffed toy as a souvenir of Shari. Of course, doing so would undoubtedly put Dawn in danger. Robert and Hilda were extremely worried and reluctant to put their only remaining daughter in danger, but brave Dawn agreed without hesitation. Before setting up the trap, the FBI and the police approached local media to explain how to report on the matter correctly to avoid provoking the killer. On the afternoon of June 21st, the memorial service was officially held. Local residents spontaneously came from all directions to mourn sincerely, while Sheriff Metz and his team quietly recorded the license plates of all passing vehicles. However, Shari's grave was too close to the main road and lacked seclusion, so the FBI agents worried that the cautious killer might not take the risk to retrieve the stuffed toy. After the memorial service, the police closely monitored the cemetery, but sadly, the killer did not show up. Instead, he called the Smith family again. Just after midnight, Dawn received another call from Shari Faye Smith. This time, the killer was even more arrogant, not even using a voice changer. He spoke in his own voice, slowly telling Dawn, "You know, God wants you to join Shari Faye. It's just a matter of time, this month, this year, next year. You can't be protected all the time." Faced with the killer's blatant threat, Dawn still tried to maintain rationality and calmly continue the conversation. Then the killer asked, Have you heard of Deborah May Helmick? No. Dawn tried to buy time. Next, the killer gave Dawn a detailed set of directions, as meticulous as the one in Shari's case, and finally said, "Deborah May is waiting there. May God forgive us all." On June 22nd, the police followed the killer's directions and found Deborah May's severely decomposed body in the dense shrubs on the side of the dirt road. Like Shari, she was killed within 12 hours of being kidnapped, also by asphyxiation. In this way, the killer once again mocked the police and escaped unscathed. However, his days of playing God were about to end, because the most critical piece of evidence in this case was discovered on the suicide note Shari wrote before her death. As mentioned earlier, Shari's suicide note was quickly sent to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Crime Laboratory for analysis, but no useful conventional evidence was found. However, the forensic doctors were not willing to give up. They racking their brains to think if there was any other way to obtain evidence from this letter. Suddenly, a forensic doctor had an idea and thought of a new device called an electrostatic detection apparatus. The electrostatic detection apparatus, also known as a static detection device, is used to display indentations on paper. Since Shari's suicide note was written on yellow notepad paper, the forensic doctors speculated that these two sheets of paper should have been torn from the killer's own notes. If they were lucky, they might be able to detect the content written on the previous pages of these two sheets of the letter. Eventually, on these two sheets of paper, the forensic doctors found two distinguishable traces of writing. One was a shopping list, and the other was a series of numbers 205837138. 205 is the area code for Alabama, and 837 is the local code for Huntsville. The police of both counties immediately checked all possible numbers and quickly locked onto one number that had made multiple calls to the same residence in Lexington County. The police dialed the number, and a young man answered the phone. The police asked him if he had any connections to South Carolina. The young man was calm and told the police that he was serving in the Army and would occasionally call his parents who lived in Lexington County. His father was named Ellis Shepard, an electrician who lived in a house 15 miles away from the Smith family. Deputy Sheriff Louis McCutcheon of Lexington County immediately took a few of his men and went straight to Ellis Shepard's home. But when he saw the Shepards, he couldn't help but be disappointed. The Shepards were over 50 years old, friendly and hospitable, with a happy and fulfilling marriage. Apart from being a white electrician, they didn't match the profile at all. Moreover, during the two kidnappings, the couple was on vacation, but McCutcheon didn't give up. The witness's description of the perpetrator in the Deborah May case also made him believe in the accuracy of the FBI's profile. So he began to recite the profile to the Shepards in detail and asked if they knew such a person. During the recitation, the Shepards' expressions became more and more serious. Finally, they looked at each other and said a name in unison. Larry Gene Bell. Larry Gene Bell was born in 1949, 36 years old at the time of the crime, born in Ralph, Alabama, the fifth of 5 children, and moved frequently. Bell attended high school in South Carolina, then moved to Mississippi, where he attended a technical school and became an electrician. He then returned to South Carolina, married, and had children at a young age. It is said that his ex-wife was also blonde and blue-eyed, and was only 15 years old when she married him. In 1970, Bell joined the Marine Corps, but he retired less than a year later. He then found a job at the Columbia Correctional Department, but was fired after only a month. In 1976, he divorced his wife, who obtained full custody of their son. The Shepards told the police that Bell was shy, burly, and Ellis Shepard's assistant, responsible for wiring when renovating the house. He was meticulous and organized in his work. During the Shepherd's vacation, Bell took care of their house. Mrs. Shepherd remembered that she had left her son's phone number for Bell in case something came up during their vacation, which was the origin of the mysterious phone number. The Shepherds also told the police that when they returned from vacation, Bell had picked them up from the airport. When they saw Bell, the couple was shocked because he had lost a lot of weight and was unshaven and very nervous. In retrospect, all the way back from the airport, Bell had been talking about the missing Smith girl. To make sure, McCutcheon played the recording of the last call from the killer and then asked the Shepherds if this was Bell's voice. The Shepherds nodded firmly, no doubt. On June 27, 1985, 28 days after Cherie was kidnapped, Larry Gene Bell was arrested by the police when he left home for work in the morning. Sheriff Metz searched Bell's home, where he found his shoes neatly arranged under the bed and his workbench spotless. The police discovered a large collection of pornographic publications with themes of slavery and abuse. On Bell's bed, they found 6 strands of blonde hair, and the postage stamps in his desk drawer matched exactly with those on the envelopes sent to the Smith family. Metz also checked the vehicle license plates from the day of the memorial service, and Bell's car was indeed among them. The police pulled Bell's criminal record, revealing that he had previously been arrested for telephone harassment of women. He had also attempted to kidnap a female student for which he served 5 years in prison. The police suspected him of being involved in 2 other cases of women going missing. In February 1986, Bell was tried for the murder of Cherie Smith. During the 6-hour trial, he shouted and made bizarre statements such as, "Mona Lisa is a man," attempting to convince the jury that he had mental issues and in the spirit of religion should be shown mercy. Fortunately, no one bought into his act. After only 47 minutes, the jury reached a verdict and sentenced Bell to death. In 1987, Bell was tried again for the kidnapping and murder of Deborah May. Deborah's father, Sherwood, attended the entire trial, silently staring fiercely at Bell. The jury rendered the same verdict: guilty on both counts, death penalty. On October 4, 1996, after spending 10 years on death row, 46-year-old Bell took his seat in the electric chair. He was the last prisoner to be executed by electric chair in South Carolina. The Smith family was determined not to let sorrow dominate their lives, as their daughter had hoped in her will, wishing to live day by day. Years later, Robert said in an interview that Cherie's letter had given him endless strength, even more meaningful than any form of judgment. It was their daughter from heaven, giving them her final admonitions and entrustments. In 1986, Dawn participated in the Miss South Carolina pageant, an adventure Cherie had always encouraged her to pursue. She won the championship and went on to place second in the Miss America pageant in 1987. She is now a well-known Christian singer, songwriter, and motivational speaker. Hilda wrote a book called Cherie's Roses in memory of her daughter, which was published in 2001 and received widespread acclaim from readers. 2 years later, Hilda passed away at the age of 61. Michelle Knotek is an American convicted murderer from Raymond, Washington. She was convicted in 2004 of second-degree murder and first-degree manslaughter for her role in the torture and deaths of Kathy Loreno and Ronald Woodworth, who were both boarders in Knotek's home. Her husband, David Knotek, was also convicted of the murder of her 17-year-old nephew Shane Watson, who lived with the Knoteks. Michelle is also suspected of possible involvement in the death of James McGlintock, an 81-year-old whose assets she inherited after he died of head trauma incurred while Knotek was employed as his caregiver on February 9, 2002. The Knotek's crimes made national headlines due to allegations of abuse and torture. In Washington State, USA, there is a small town called Raymond. The town was established in 1907 and is located near the Great Lakes. Most of the town's population makes a living from logging or fishing. It wasn't until 2020 that the town's permanent population reached 3,000 people, making it a true community of acquaintances, where any two people can become acquaintances or friends within minutes. On the surface, the Knotek family appears to be just an ordinary family in this tranquil town. The matriarch, Michelle, is known throughout the town for her beautiful red hair. As a native, people often overlook Michelle's given name and affectionately call her by her childhood nickname, Sherry. The patriarch, David, is a mild-mannered retired Navy man. They met and married in 1987 and raised 3 daughters together. The couple's love for their daughters can be seen in the beautiful clothes they wear every day. Such a harmonious and perfect family is envied by many in the area. But is that really the case? Everything has to go back to 1982. That year, David Knotek, who had just retired from the Navy and become a construction worker, came to Raymond Town for a job. He met Sherry in a tavern while having a drink. After that meeting, David fell in love and would tell everyone that Sherry was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life, and he was wholeheartedly in love with her and wanted to marry her. At that time, Sherry had just gone through 2 marriages and had 2 daughters. The townspeople seemed to hold back when they heard David's idea, but David didn't take these somewhat abnormal reactions to heart. Many years later, when he was handcuffed, David would deeply regret his hasty decision. Sherry was famous in Raymond, not only for her appearance and iconic red hair, but also for her frightening personality and the troubles that arose because of her. Born in 1964, Sherry was the second child of the family, with an older brother and a younger brother. Shortly after her younger brother was born, Sherry's parents divorced, and the 3 children were awarded to their mother, who suffered from mental illness and was a heavy drinker. It can be imagined how bad the living conditions for the children were. What's more, Sherry's biological mother often changed boyfriends, but all these boyfriends had one thing in common. They all had a severe tendency to be violent. We cannot know whether Sherry was abused by these people, but she and her siblings were likely often witnesses to their mother being abused. According to the New York Times journalist Greg Olson, who published a tell-all on Shelly Knotek in 2019 titled If You Tell, A True Story of Murder, Family Secrets, and the Unbreakable Bond of Sisterhood, the killer's early life was riddled with trauma. When she turned 6, Sherry's mother suddenly decided to give up her 3 children, sending them all to their former husband and disappearing from Sherry's life. At this time, Sherry's father was not only successful in business, but had also remarried, and the stepmother took on the responsibility of taking care of the children. A sense of guilt led Sherry's father to always spoil his children, seeing Sherry as a perfect girl who could do no wrong. This indulgence successfully unleashed the devil within Sherry. In this family, Sherry was simply lawless. In addition to the minor matter of telling her stepmother every day how much she hated her, she refused to do anything her father or stepmother arranged for her, such as going to school or cleaning her room. If things did not go her way in the slightest, she would make a fuss, constantly throwing things and screaming loudly until she was in control. In addition to showing her desire for control to her parents, Sherry actually had control over her 2 brothers. Her younger brother Chuck had hardly spoken since he came to this family, and it was always Sherry who made decisions for him. Their relationship was not like that of siblings, but more like a toy and its owner. As she grew older, Sherry's desire for control increased day by day. She did not even want her parents to pay attention to her brother a little bit. Whenever they did, she would secretly break some glass, put the shards in her brother's shoes, and then hide to wait for the latter's painful appearance when he put on his shoes. In order to gain more attention, Sherry learned to lie. She began to fabricate stories of being abused by her stepmother to those around her in order to gain their support and sympathy. Then Sherry went from lying to framing. One day, when she was 15 years old, Sherry did not come home after school for a long time. Her panicked parents called the school to inquire and found out that their daughter was now in a juvenile detention center. Sherry did not commit any crime as her parents imagined, but became a victim of a case. She told a school counselor that she had been raped by her biological father. If this were true, it would develop into a serious criminal case. The police immediately intervened and took Sherry for an examination, but found no signs of violation on her body. The police and her parents were very confused. What gave Sherry the inspiration? In the end, they found a book in her room titled True Confessions with a striking headline, "I was raped by my father at the age of 15. After the false accusation incident, Sherry was expelled from school and received psychological treatment many times, but she never admitted that she had done anything wrong. The false accusation case shattered the love of Sherry's biological father and adoptive mother for her, and the latter was sent to live with her grandparents for a period of time. There, Sherry still did as she pleased. She would take the initiative to offer to look after the neighbors' children and then lock them in her room and block the door with furniture. In the end, these little tricks could no longer satisfy her, so Sherry repeated the old trick and fabricated a lie of being sexually assaulted by her grandfather, which made her grandparents decide to drive her away. Sherry has since been wandering among her parents' relatives, bringing them endless trouble. She was also briefly sent to a boarding school, but was soon sent back home for abusing classmates. This situation did not end until she turned 18 and moved out of the house. Living alone, Sherry quickly met her first husband, Randy, a truly honest man and the ideal target in Sherry's eyes. He worked in the nursing home opened by Sherry's father, and Sherry directly asked her father to send her husband's salary to herself. At the same time, she emotionally abused Randy, often belittling and humiliating him, occasionally giving him some moments of warmth, thus firmly controlling her husband in her hands. The result of this relationship can be imagined. Although the two had a daughter named Nikki, Randy eventually chose to divorce due to mental breakdown. Soon, Sherry met her second husband, Danny, and after they got married, they had a daughter named Sammy. This marriage was the same as the previous one, with Sherry ruling the family and tormenting her husband. They chose to divorce after 5 years of marriage. Not long after this marriage ended, Sherry met David in a tavern in town and quickly determined that this man was as easy to control as her previous 2 husbands. So she took the initiative to chat up and in a few words won David's heart. The two first dated for a few years and got married in 1987. In 1989, Sherry had her last child, Torai. In this marriage, David was the first to be abused. Nikki once described her stepfather like this: "The reason my mother could control him is that he is very weak. He could have had a happy marriage and become a good husband to someone, but he ruined his life because he had no backbone." At this time, Sherry's ability to bewitch people had reached a very high level. She first cut off David's contact with his family and friends, constantly humiliated him, and occasionally beat him. While doing this, she also expressed her love for David and soon brainwashed David into a person who obeyed her every command. No one in this family could escape being abused by Sherry. When Nikki entered adolescence, Sherry wanted to control everything about her. Every time Nikki wanted to resist, she would be beaten. Later, even if she obeyed her mother in everything, as long as there was something that didn't satisfy Sherry, she still couldn't escape being beaten. Sammy's growth trajectory was the same. It is worth mentioning that Sherry had learned how to hide these things and even showed to the outside world that she had reformed, but in fact, she had more evil ideas in her mind. In 1988, Sherry's 13-year-old nephew Shane Watson moved into her home. The boy's father was in prison for participating in a criminal gang, and his mother was unable to take care of Shane due to poverty caused by drug addiction, so he was sent to Sherry. The boy began to be abused by Sherry the day after he arrived here. She created a punishment for her nephew and daughters called rolling, applicable to illegal behaviors such as going to the bathroom without asking. The so-called rolling is to lie naked on the cold outdoor concrete in the cold winter night and be continuously poured with cold water by Sherry. With Shane's arrival, Sherry's abuse of Nikki and Sammy also gradually escalated. She would lock the two in a chicken coop or a dog cage and also force them to pull out the hair in their private parts in front of her, and even forced her daughters to dance naked with Shane. Of course, after doing these things, she would clean their wounds while talking about her love for them. In December 1988, another victim moved into Sherry's home. The hairdresser Kathy Loreno was an old friend of the family. This year, after losing her job, she moved into this family because of a quarrel with her family, agreeing to take care of the children in exchange for free food and accommodation. Sherry skillfully began to control her, first conquering Kathy with sweet words, and then began to belittle her and deceived her into taking a large amount of sedatives. Then the familiar things began. Sherry accused Kathy of eating a lot of food in her sleepwalking, forced her to sleep next to the boiler in the basement, and often confiscated her clothes, letting her work at home naked. Kathy didn't think about escaping, but after experiencing a few failed escape punishments, she dared not escape anymore. Sherry let David make a simple water torture device, tied Kathy's hands and feet with tape after water torture and beating, and finally poured boiling water and bleach on the wounds. These tortures only need to be experienced once, and Kathy would never dare to think about leaving. By this time, Loreno had lost more than 100 pounds. Her body was covered in bruises, cuts, and sores. After one particularly brutal beating, she was left unconscious in the basement. Shelly had gone, but David heard guttural noises coming from the laundry room. He found Kathy choking on her own vomit, her eyes rolled back in her head. David flipped her onto her side, started scooping the vomit out of her mouth with his fingers, but it was no use. After 5 minutes of CPR, there was no denying that Kathy Loreno was dead. "I know I should have called 911, David later recalled, but with everything that had been going on, I didn't want the cops there. I didn't want Shell in trouble, or the kids to go through that trauma. I didn't want this to ruin their lives or our family. I just freaked out. I really did. I didn't know what to do." After Sherry found out about the incident, she called a brief family meeting to inform everyone that if the police learned about Kathy's case, everyone there would go to jail. Under her orders, David burned Kathy's body, while Sherry told Kathy's family that she had eloped with a boy from out of town. Kathy's death gave Shane a glimmer of hope to escape from the den of iniquity. He quietly showed Nikki his ace in the hole a photo he had secretly kept of Kathy, in which she was naked with numerous wounds on her body, clearly showing signs of abuse. Shane wanted to hand the photo to the police and invited Nikki to flee together, but at the time, Nikki, who had been brainwashed, reported the matter to her mother. In February 1995, at Sherry's request, David shot Shane in the head. He then burned Shane and scattered his ashes into the lake, while Sherry claimed that Shane had gone to work on a fishing boat in Las Vegas. The reason why my mom was able to control Dave was because, while I love him, he's just a very weak man, Sammy Knotek reported. He has no backbone. He could have got happily married and been an amazing husband to somebody, because he really would have been, but instead he just got his life ruined too. In 2001, Sherry's last victim, 57-year-old war veteran Ronald Woodworth, moved in. He was also an old friend of the family. Sherry quickly began her familiar routine of abuse, first insulting and beating Ronald Woodworth, then denying him food, clothing, and access to the bathroom. For her own amusement, she even drove Ronald Woodworth to jump out of a second-floor window and afterward made his wounds fester with bleach. Then, in 2002, Shelly Knotek also took over the care of James McGlintock, an 81-year-old retired merchant crewman who had reportedly willed Knotek his $140,000 estate once his black lab, Sissy, died. Perhaps coincidentally, perhaps not, McGlintock died from a head wound he allegedly suffered after falling in his home. Police, however, were never able to officially link Knotek to his death. In August 2003, Ronald Woodworth could no longer bear the abuse and eventually died. At that time, the only one still living at home, Torai, informed her two sisters about Ronald Woodworth's situation. The three of them decided to meet at Nikki's house, where Torai handed over the evidence she had found to her sisters. After discussing, they decided to report to the police. The police, upon receiving the report, acted swiftly, arresting David and Sherry while also starting excavation work in the backyard of Sherry's house. They quickly found the body of Ronald Woodworth. Sherry insisted that he had committed suicide, but the forensic report clearly showed that Ronald Woodworth was murdered. The two were charged with 3 counts of murder, but due to the long span of time and the lack of bodies, it was difficult to convict them for the cases of Shane and Kathy. Even for the case of Ronald Woodworth, which the police were most confident in, the lack of key witnesses meant they faced a lower penalty. The Pacific County Deputy Prosecutor stated that Michelle Knotek showed extreme indifference to human life. Michelle was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of Kathy Loreno and Ronald Woodworth. David Knotek was charged with first-degree murder in the death of Shane Watson. He was also charged with rendering criminal assistance and unlawful disposal of human remains. Through plea negotiations, both Knoteks pleaded guilty to lesser charges in 2004. Michelle Knotek entered an Alford plea in which she did not admit responsibility but acknowledged the prosecutor's case against her. She pleaded guilty to 1 count of second-degree murder and 1 count of manslaughter. While an initial agreement with prosecutors would have sent her to prison for 17 years, Judge Mark McCauley sentenced her to 22 years in prison. Michelle Knotek appealed her convictions, but was denied by the Washington Court of Appeals. She served approximately 18 years at the Washington Corrections Center for Women in Gig Harbor and was released on November 8, 2022. David Knotek was sentenced to 15 years in prison for the second-degree murder of Shane Watson. He served approximately 13 years at the Monroe Correctional Complex before being paroled in 2016. Nikki, Sammy, and Torai, the 3 sisters, now live together. Nikki has even written a book to make the whole case public. Speaking about her mother's upcoming release from prison, Sammy said, "If I see her at my door, I can only lock all the doors and windows and then run into the bathroom to call the police." Nikki and Sammy are now in their mid-40s, living in Seattle. Torai, however, needed a change of scenery and moved to Colorado. In 2018, David Knotek was paroled and reached out to his daughters to ask for forgiveness. Sammy and Torai have gone on record saying that, despite everything, they do forgive their father, whom they consider to be just another of Michelle Knotek's victims. Nikki, however, did not accept her father's apology. For her, the abuse was unforgettable and unforgivable. Then, finally, after serving only 18 years, Shelly Knotek was released from the Washington Corrections Center for Women in Gig Harbor on November 8, 2022, at the age of 68. Since then, Knotek has stayed under the radar, leaving the next chapter in her chilling story yet to be written. In the summer of 2004, a substitute teacher from Michigan was perusing the news online when he was unexpectedly captivated by a report. As the report stated, since January 1974, a serial killer had been at large in Kansas. Not only was his method of killing brutal, but he also taunted the police and boasted about his murders by sending letters to the media after committing the crimes. Unfortunately, despite exhaustive investigations, the police were unable to confirm the true identity of this individual, and the cases attributed to him eventually became unsolved mysteries, now gathering dust for approximately 30 years. The substitute teacher could never have envisioned that this report would somehow reignite the murderer. Shortly after its publication, the media outlet received an anonymous letter and a photograph. The author of the letter claimed to be the serial killer, and the person in the photo was his new victim. With the resurgence of the killer, the police launched a new round of vigorous manhunts. This case intrigued the substitute teacher, who was born and raised in Kansas. She grew up in a peaceful and respectable church community. Although her parents were strict, they were not violent. The comfortable living environment made it difficult for her to believe that such malevolent individuals could exist. Like many others following the case, she scoured all the available information, attempting to speculate who this cruel person might be. However, as the substitute teacher became increasingly engrossed in this puzzle game, a bolt from the blue struck, thrusting her directly into the eye of the storm. On February 25, 2005, the substitute teacher, who had taken the day off and intended to rest well, woke up from sleep to find a stranger in the room. The person first displayed an FBI identification badge and then asked, "Kelly Rosen, do you know who the BTK Killer is?" Confounded by the situation, Kelly replied, "Are you referring to the person wanted for murder in Kansas?" The person did not respond but continued, "Your father has just been arrested as the BT Killer." Everything originated on March 9, 1945, the day Dennis Rader was born in Pittsburgh, Kansas, the eldest of 4 children in the family. Due to his parents' occupations, the family shortly relocated to Wichita, the largest city in Kansas. There, Dennis's parents spent the majority of their time working and had no opportunity to take care of the children, which marked the beginning of Dennis's unrestrained descent into a path of no return. From the onset of elementary school, Dennis realized he was an outlier. Unlike ordinary individuals, his mind was filled with chaotic thoughts at a tender age. He would frequently bind himself with ropes and place a light-proof sack over his head, which brought him intense exhilaration. Later, Dennis was no longer content with merely tying himself. He commenced torturing small animals that appeared near his residence, employing the same method of binding and ultimately hanging them. His parents, who were negligent in child-rearing, naturally did not detect Dennis's aberrations. As he matured, Dennis eventually began to shift his focus to other individuals. When he saw someone he fancied in a magazine, Dennis would cut them out and draw ropes on the image, envisioning how to actualize his dark thoughts in reality while drawing. Without any interference, Dennis became uncontrollable. He was not only fixated on his own peculiar predilections, but also enjoyed seizing opportunities to stealthily observe nearby female neighbors or female classmates at school. Subsequently, he began to seek opportunities to break into houses and pilfer women's clothing and underwear. After each theft, he would try them on, and even attempting them on was insufficient. He had to bind himself with ropes to cease. What kind of criminal is the most terrifying? It is one who clearly recognizes his abnormality and possesses the ability to rein in his dark thoughts. Unfortunately, Dennis was such an extremely perilous embodiment of evil. Although his academic performance was mediocre in school, he was regarded as a good person. He maintained the facade of an ordinary individual and smoothly transitioned to college, then dropped out and enlisted in the U.S. Air Force, serving for 4 years in the military. After being discharged from the military, Dennis relocated with his parents to the central Kansas town of Park City, where he secured a job as an electrician at a local aircraft company. In 1971, Dennis encountered a girl there and they promptly fell in love, marrying in May of that year. After marriage, Dennis worked while pursuing his studies, and in 1973 he obtained an associate degree in electronics from a local community college. The year Dennis honed his skills was also the year he became unemployed. For Dennis, unemployment was not necessarily a detrimental occurrence. Even though he continuously suppressed it, the urge to commit crimes had already overflowed. At this juncture, he no longer required employment and had already prepared a list of potential victims, ready to actualize those dark thoughts one by one. Since he didn't have to go to work, Dennis stayed at home all day, keeping a watchful eye on the Oteros who lived nearby. He had a notebook in which he detailed the activities of each family member, when they went out, when they returned, and their recent work arrangements. Once he had gathered all the information he needed, Dennis began to plan the timing of the break-in and to assemble the necessary tools. His sinister thoughts were about to spill over into reality. On January 15, 1974, at 8 a.m., after his wife left for work, Dennis took the prepared tools and quietly made his way to the back door of the Otero home. He cut the phone line, donned a mask, and then kicked in the back door. The scene inside was somewhat unexpected. All 4 members of the Otero family were sitting neatly in the kitchen enjoying breakfast, along with their rather fierce dog, while the 2 older children had already left for school. Despite the situation being somewhat out of hand, Dennis had brought a gun. He bellowed loudly, claiming to be a fugitive who only wanted food, money, and a vehicle. He first tied up the other 3 people, then ordered Mr. Otero to let the dog out and herded the group into the bedroom. The Otero family was very compliant. They believed that this fugitive was more interested in wealth and would not harm them, not realizing that death had already tightened its grip around their throats. At this juncture, Dennis had 4 victims, Mr. and Mrs. Otero, along with their 9-year-old and 11-year-old children. He initially placed an opaque bag over Mr. Otero's head and then strangled him to death using a rope in the presence of the 2 children. Subsequently, Dennis pushed Mrs. Otero to the ground, climbed on top of her, and made several attempts before ultimately choking her to death with his hands. After that, the 9-year-old boy was bound with the same rope as his father. Dennis located a chair, sat on it, and leisurely observed the pitiful child asphyxiate to death. Finally, there was a little girl who had witnessed the entire ordeal. Dennis took her to the basement, brutally sexually assaulted her, and hanged her there. Before expiring, the poor girl inquired of Dennis what would become of her, to which the devil icily replied, "Well, you will ascend to heaven with your family." After committing these heinous acts, Dennis briefly tidied up the crime scene, selected some souvenirs from the deceased's residence, and then drove off in the Otero family's car. Recognizing that he had left a knife in the victim's home, he retraced his steps midway to retrieve the knife and abandoned the car. As soon as Dennis left the house through the back door, the other Otero children who had gone to school returned home. What awaited them was no longer the warm greetings of their parents, but the cold bodies of their loved ones. Dennis, on the other hand, returned to his home to prepare for church matters. This massacre did not diminish Dennis's desire to kill. Instead, it fueled it even more. On the morning of April 4th, 1974, he quietly broke into the home of another victim, Catherine Bright. He hid under Catherine's bed, ready to attack when she came home. There was another unexpected situation. Catherine did not come home alone. She was with her 19-year-old brother, Kevin. Dennis used the fugitive routine to subdue the two and took Kevin to another room, preparing to kill him first. The brave young man broke free from his bonds and began to fight with Dennis, but in the process, he was shot twice. Seeing that Kevin could no longer struggle, Dennis hurried to the room where Catherine was being held. This time, he did not use suffocation to kill, but stabbed her twice in the abdomen with a knife. Before fleeing the house, during Dennis's murder of Catherine, Kevin had already struggled out the door to seek help. Unfortunately, when he returned to the scene with help, Dennis had already escaped. Surprisingly, Dennis's desire was no longer satisfied with just killing. He wanted everyone to know about his crimes. In October 1974, a local newspaper received an anonymous tip-off call claiming that there was a letter hidden in the local public library detailing the crime process of the mysterious serial killer. In the letter, he not only described the entire process of the Otero case, but also declared his intention to continue killing. He also gave himself a code name, BTK, the initials of bind, torture, and kill. In 1975, the birth of Dennis's first daughter led him to halt his criminal activities. During this period, he continued to play the role of a good man in everyone's eyes, earning a Bachelor of Science degree from Wichita State University and finding a new job as a security system installer at a local alarm company. It's worth mentioning that since the BTK Killer began publicly taunting the police through the media, many families, out of fear, had installed security systems. Little did they know the person who might come to their door to provide service could be the killer himself. During the years he stopped killing, Dennis's way of venting his desires returned to his childhood habits. He would take several pieces of clothing and underwear from the victims' homes as souvenirs with each crime. During those years, Dennis would don these items countless times, tie himself up, dress as the victims, repeatedly reenact the scenes of him killing them, and take photos of himself. In 1977, his urge to kill surged again. In March of that year, he followed a 5-year-old boy home, pretending to be a detective, and strangled the boy's mother, Shelly, in her home. In December of the same year, he broke into the home of 25-year-old jeweler Nancy and subsequently killed her. The morning after the crime, an anonymous call was made to the police station reporting Nancy's murder. This recording was played repeatedly on television, yet no one recognized Dennis's voice. Compared to other dual-faced killers, Dennis's disguise was almost perfect because he didn't seem to care much about his family when he taunted the police after committing crimes. Dennis's wife once stumbled upon a poem he wrote related to a murder case but never suspected anything. She also noticed the poor spelling in the taunting letters was similar to that in the letters her husband wrote to her but only jokingly said, "Your spelling is like BTK's." She was aware of her husband's mysterious box but never felt curious about what was inside. In her view, Dennis was a good man, a great father, and would never do anything to harm others. Even his children couldn't believe their father would be related to the BTK Killer. When his daughter was frightened by the serial killer, it was Dennis who comforted her. These so-called bright sides made Dennis's crimes even more cruel. In 1985, Dennis even became one of the leaders of the local Boy Scout organization. On one occasion, he took his son to a Boy Scout camping trip and left the camp at night on the pretext of having a headache. He then secretly broke into the home of his 53-year-old neighbor, Marina. He would wave to this lady every morning when he went out, but now he was about to brutally kill her. After killing Marina, Dennis even took her body to the church he often attended in his car, where he posed the body in various positions and took photos. After doing all this, he casually found a shallow grave for Marina's body. In September 1986, Dennis tricked his way into Vicky's home under the pretext of repairing the phone and strangled and photographed her. In 1991, he targeted his last victim as the BTK Killer, 62-year-old Dolores. He smashed open her door with a concrete block, strangled her, and took the body to several places, posing it in different positions and taking photos. It is worth mentioning that during his continuous provocations, he was also assigned some work to assist the local government. In 1989, Dennis became the operational supervisor of the Park City Census. In 1991, he also became a dog catcher in Park City. Some residents complained about his excessive enthusiasm and extreme strictness, as well as his particular fondness for bullying and harassing single women. One neighbor also complained that he killed his dog for no reason. During this period, the only difference with Dennis before was that he no longer sent letters to provoke the police. Time passed quickly into the 21st century. On the 30th anniversary of the Otero family murder case, a lawyer who specialized in studying this case published a commemorative report on the case, stating that the BTK killer was almost forgotten, which angered Dennis. Starting in May 2004, the BTK killer ate a comeback, continuously revealing his criminal process to the media. This gave the police ample time and clues to narrow down the suspects. On February 16, 2005, the audacious Dennis sent a letter, a piece of jewelry, and a floppy disk to the media. The police, using technical means, found a deleted file on the disk, which just happened to be labeled with Dennis's name, bringing this game of cat and mouse to an end. After identifying Dennis, the police extracted a sample from the victim's records and compared it with a DNA sample from Dennis's daughter, as well as a sample from Dennis himself. Upon confirmation of the match, the police quickly arrested Dennis for murder. After his arrest, Dennis did not put up much of a defense but confessed to the 10 murders he committed, taking a twisted pleasure in describing the details of his crimes. Unfortunately, Kansas only reinstated the death penalty in 1994, and Dennis's last murder was committed in 1991, so he was not sentenced to death, but to 10 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Today, Dennis is still serving his sentence in prison. His wife was granted an emergency divorce after the verdict, and his daughter, who could never believe her father was a serial killer, is still in contact with him. But those innocent victims never had the chance to say a proper goodbye to their families. When it comes to serial killers, everyone might think of them as targeting innocent people, being extremely evil, social scum that should have been eliminated long ago. However, there is a very special serial killer in Brazil. For decades, he specialized in killing various drug dealers, sex offenders, gangsters, and murderers, especially men who bullied women and committed violence against women, which were his top targets. He even killed his own biological father. He is Pedro Rodriguez Filho, a murderer who killed nearly 100 people. In some people's hearts, he is a terrifying psychopathic killer, while in others he is a superhero, an embodiment of justice, and a killer who only kills bad guys and criminals. How to view him depends on which version of the story you have heard. In his old age, Rodriguez sat in front of the computer, recording his new YouTube video. On YouTube, he judged various extreme criminal cases and even taught young people not to commit crimes. He said, "These crimes make me angry. These fraudsters have taken away the happiness of others." He said, "That young girl was so pitiful. She had a family, a son, and was so beautiful, but the devil took her away." He said, "There will always be traces of murder. No one can escape punishment." Rodriguez's tone was sometimes gentle and sometimes angry, making it hard to associate him with the title of the most terrifying criminal in Brazil. He killed at least 100 people, 70 of which were convicted of murder, and more than 10 occurred during his youth. But the criminologist who wrote his biography called him a perfect psychopathic killer. They said he never killed the innocent but only bad guys to uphold justice. His existence is no different from a superhero. They said that those who died at his hands were violent rapists, drug dealers, thieves, and murderers. His fans patrolled near his home, and he received a continuous stream of love letters even in prison. Looking at his life is like watching an exciting black movie. Rodriguez had a very unfortunate childhood. He was born in 1954 on a farm in a small town in Brazil. His father was a very violent man. He gambled and drank heavily. During the period when Rodriguez's mother was pregnant, he often committed violent acts against his wife. Whenever he was in a bad mood or had a difficult life, he would vent his anger by hitting people. Therefore, when Rodriguez was born, his head was disabled due to the beatings his mother suffered during pregnancy. After his birth, Rodriguez did not escape the fate of being beaten. He also grew up under the shadow of daily punches and kicks, which made him a timid, cowardly, sensitive, and forbearing boy since childhood. Such a childhood was destined to distort his character. When other 13-year-old children were bullied, they would only cry and go home to find their mothers. But when he was 13 years old, after being bullied by his cousin, he even had the cruel idea of pushing his cousin into a juicer. Every bit of life was silently remembered by Rodriguez in his heart, but it should be known that emotions accumulated for a long time would eventually explode. In Rodriguez's 14th year, this day finally came, and he began his first murder. At that time, his father was a security guard at the school. Someone framed his father for stealing food from the cafeteria and even reported it to the deputy mayor. The deputy mayor did not listen to the explanations of these civilians and directly and decisively fired his father. Rodriguez's inner resentment erupted all at once. He directly took a shotgun and killed the deputy mayor. Then, when he learned that it was the framing of another security guard, he immediately killed the real thief. The oppressed underdog avenged his father. The childhood full of bitterness and hatred brought him endless legend. But the reality was that Rodriguez never carefully investigated the truth of his father's theft. Believing that the deputy mayor wronged his father and that the thief was someone else were all his own wishful thinking. For the justice in his mind, 2 people were shot dead. Killing 2 people at once made Rodriguez unable to stay in this place and had to leave his hometown and start a life of escape. After fleeing to São Paulo, he was still surrounded by darkness and injustice. At that time, in that era, social security was poor, and the police would not care about the lives and deaths of civilians. In the Brazilian slums where drug dealers ran rampant. To survive, he dealt drugs, broke into houses and stole, and took money from the gang to kill for them. During this process, he met Maria, the widow of a local drug lord. Although Maria was much older than him, he immediately fell in love, and the two soon lived together. Maria was pregnant with the underage Rodriguez child. While emerging victorious in one round of gang battles after another, he also robbed the rich to help the poor. The people in the slums both respected and feared him. With his ruthlessness, he quickly became the new king of the drug lord empire in the slums. To reach this position, he killed a series of rivals and 3 former partners. At that time, he was only 16 years old. Rodriguez felt that perhaps he was born to join the gang. He had the support of many gang members, a girlfriend, and an unborn child. Everything made him look forward to it, but the chaotic gang struggles never allowed one to see the future. Rodriguez and his pregnant girlfriend were captured by the leader of an opposing gang during a struggle, and eventually both the girlfriend and the fetus were executed on the spot. Rodriguez narrowly escaped. The death of his girlfriend and child aroused Rodriguez's again insane desire for revenge. He traced several people related to the murder of his girlfriend one by one, tortured them with torture, forced them to confess more accomplices, and then executed them. Eventually, Rodriguez and a group of gang members surrounded the leader of the opposing gang, who was a wedding guest at a wedding. At the wedding, Rodriguez launched a bloody revenge battle. Machetes and bullets flew through the crowd, and when they left, the ground was covered in blood and flesh. In this crazy revenge, 7 people died and 16 were injured. Rodriguez was still under 18 years old at that time, and the blood debts in his hands were already more than the time he had lived in the world. You can consider him a knight who avenges for love. You can regard him as the male lead in a movie. But among the dead and injured, most were innocent guests. Not like he said only the bad guys were killed. This incident caused a sensation throughout Brazil at that time, and the police began to issue a comprehensive wanted notice for him. Having lost his lover and having no support, feeling empty-hearted and having nowhere to go, he finally decided to go home and seek some comfort from his family. After escaping various police pursuits, he finally returned home. However, his father was a violent man. After returning home, Rodriguez learned that his mother had been beaten to death by his father. Having just lost his lover and now his mother, this was undoubtedly a double blow for him. He was grief-stricken. After learning that his father was serving his sentence in prison, he immediately went there. He carried a small knife with him and, in the prison, took the opportunity when the prison guards were not paying attention to kill his father. He slashed his father 22 times and dug out his father's heart with the knife, chewed a big bite on the spot, and then spat it on the ground, shocking everyone. This murder in prison under the eyes of everyone finally made him unable to escape. At the age of 19, after experiencing all these loves and hatreds, he gave up struggling and was arrested and imprisoned. When he was arrested, there was a rapist in the police car that was taking him to prison. When the police opened the car door upon arrival at the prison, they found that this rapist had also been killed by him. Rodriguez killed this person with whom he had never had any intersection. He proudly admitted to the murder. He was a rapist. I killed him. He didn't care at all that he would have to spend several more years in prison because of this. Rodriguez believed that this person's crimes were heinous and deserved to die. After all, his 2 most beloved women, one died due to domestic violence and the other was killed after being violated. He simply could not tolerate these people who beat and raped women. From this perspective, the prison was full of criminals and every prisoner's crime could be a reason for Rodriguez to kill. At that time, there was no death penalty in Brazil. After many people were imprisoned and served their sentences, they would be released when their sentences were over. Many people did not reform after being released from prison. Therefore, it's hard to say whether they would continue to do bad things. The emergence of Rodriguez advanced the death dates of these criminals. The prison management was loose and many people formed gangs. Looking at these scumbags, Rodriguez had an urge to kill. The prison period was the most frequent period of his killing activities. He killed at least 47 fellow prisoners. Some were husbands who killed their wives, some were pedophiles, rapists, and drug dealers. It was even said that the sudden death of the park killer who caused the anger of the entire Brazil in the serial rape and murder case that killed more than a dozen women was also at the hands of Rodriguez. Rodriguez did not feel the slightest guilt for the deaths of these people. He just said indifferently that he felt it was their deserved retribution. Killing these criminals could bring him excitement and pleasure, especially the most satisfying when killing with a knife. He also stated that he would not kill those innocent people, but was Rodriguez killing really for justice? As he said in an early interview, like many serial killers, he expressed that he would get a huge sense of pleasure and joy after killing, and he was addicted to such pleasure. He killed people just because he liked to kill. Eliminating evil was just an excuse to rationalize the act of killing. He tattooed the words, "I enjoy killing" on his left arm. This is not something a superhero would do. The killings to avenge his father, mother, and lover all revolved around Rodriguez's private emotions. His judgment standard only existed in his own mind, not the so-called social justice. He was the judge and the only executioner. Revenge was the most forgivable reason for his killings. After being released from prison, Rodriguez disappeared for several years. When people were gradually about to forget him, suddenly on September 15, 2011, news came that Rodriguez was arrested and imprisoned again. This time, the charges were false imprisonment and inciting riots. Based on these crimes, he will continue to serve his sentence. After being released again in 2018, Rodriguez also changed his previous behavior. Perhaps due to his old age, Rodriguez's previous impulsiveness disappeared, and he also understood more truths. He told his deeds on the internet to young people, advised them not to imitate him, and told them to deal with and punish bad guys with the right means. He even converted to Catholicism and has since followed Jesus piously to wash away his past in this way. Recalling his life, he said, "God has punished me a lot. I used to be very bad because people were also not good to me." And this mentally disturbed serial killer did not have a good ending. Around 10 a.m. on March 5, 2023, two suspects in a black car shot Rodriguez. One of the suspects even pierced the throat of Rodriguez, who had already been shot and fallen with a kitchen knife. Then the two boarded another car and fled the scene. After the police received the alarm call, they found the abandoned car and firearms and ammunition at the crime scene. Subsequently, they seized Rodriguez's mobile phone, the suspect's abandoned car, and a gallon of gasoline found near the car. The case has been registered as a homicide, but as of now, no one has been arrested. In December 2020, the British police solved a 33-year-old murder case and arrested the murderer David Fuller. However, after nearly a year of investigation, a shocking case that stunned the world was unearthed by the British police. On June 23, 1987, Wendy Nell, a 25-year-old photography store manager, did not go to work as usual. Her colleagues called her at home but got no answer. Her boyfriend, who sensed something was wrong, went to Wendy's house to look for her, only to find her naked body lying on the bed. The bed, bedding, and pillows were all covered in blood, and her head was covered with a towel. The night before, Wendy and her boyfriend Carl had visited Carl's parents together. Then Carl took Wendy home on his motorcycle. Since Carl had to work the next day, he did not stay that night. After Wendy's death, Carl said in his statement, "That was the last time I saw Wendy alive." At that time, the police found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, and the neighbors, separated by the thin walls of the apartment, did not hear any sounds. After the investigation, the police only found clothes with bloodstains and a Millets brand handbag at Wendy's home, as well as a unique bloodstained shoe print. Despite collecting a series of physical evidence, DNA analysis was still in its infancy at that time, and the police only found a rough, low-level outline of male bodily fluid in the down quilt cover on Wendy's bed. 5 months later, 20-year-old waitress Carolyn Pierce was found dead in a ditch. Carolyn went missing on the night when she had dinner with friends and took a taxi home. The next day, Carolyn did not go to work at the restaurant as usual. Her family, upon hearing the news that their daughter did not go to work and associated it with the murder of Wendy Nell 5 months earlier, immediately called the police. It wasn't until 3 weeks later that Caroline's body was found by a farm worker in a ditch 40 miles away, and at that time, she was only wearing a pair of tights. After the police inquired among the nearby residents and the victim's friends, they concluded that Carolyn was murdered in the alley on her way home after getting out of the taxi on the night of the crime and was eventually dumped by the criminal. Carolyn had suffered a blunt force trauma to the head before her death and was sexually assaulted by the criminal after death, which was almost the same as the method used in Wendy's murder case 5 months earlier. The method of the crime was exactly the same, which confirmed that the murderer was the same person. However, due to the technical conditions at that time, the DNA database in the UK in 1987 had not been established, and the forensic samples obtained were very few, so the police had not been able to solve these two cases for a long time. It was not until 1999 that technological breakthroughs were made, and the police restored the original DNA outline into a complete DNA profile map, but the National DNA Database never matched the murderers. In November 2020, after nearly 20 years of efforts by the police, the true criminal's footprint was finally found in another case. Because the British police have a habit of adding the DNA of each criminal to the National DNA Database when they are detained. In November 2020, a man was arrested for a crime, and as usual, the police entered this criminal's DNA into the National DNA Database, but unexpectedly, this criminal's DNA data was as high as 90% similar to the murderer who committed 2 murders in 1987. This set of data indicates that this man is a very close blood relative of the murderer at that time. On December 3, 2020, the police found David Fuller in East Sussex, according to the criminal's statement. At that time, Fuller was 67 years old and lived with his family. When he saw the police sitting in his home, he did not show any surprise and even said calmly, "I have never heard of any murder case and I have never been to those places." But the local police did not believe Fuller's one-sided words, forcibly took him back to the police station, and during the interrogation, the police matched Fuller's DNA with the DNA left by the criminal in 1987, and the results showed that the two people's DNA data were 100% identical. Later, the police also found a photo at Fuller's home, which clearly showed the sole of Fuller's shoe. After comparison, it was basically consistent with the vague shoe print left at the scene at that time. The police thought that these two cases would end here, but when searching Fuller's home, the police found a metal box hidden behind Fuller's wardrobe. Generally speaking, the hidden things are either jewelry or unspeakable secrets, so the police took this box back to the police station. There were 4 hard drives in the box with a total of 5 terabytes of content. There were 14 million sexual abuse pictures downloaded from the internet, and some were videos of him violating the corpses, totaling thousands of pieces. In addition, the police also found a black notebook, which recorded in detail the names of the victims and the time of the invasion. Fuller would also write down the names of the victims, search for the victims' social media accounts on the internet, record their personal information, and even download and collect their photos. His abnormal hobby also appeared in the murder cases of Wendy and Carolyn. Because Wendy's diary and keys and the sweater and skirt that Carolyn wore on the night of the murder also disappeared after the case, it is likely that they were taken away by him as souvenirs. At this time, in order to review Fuller's crime trajectory, the British police specially transferred some police officers with strong psychological endurance to watch 150,000 hours of hospital video and access card data. After the police watched it day and night, the results showed that as a hospital maintenance personnel, Fuller's access card could enter any area of the hospital at will. What's more, Fuller's working hours were from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., which would not intersect with the staff of the morgue. This was also the real reason why Fuller's heinous crimes for 12 years were not discovered. What's even more chilling is that, according to Fuller's sexual assault videos, it is known that the number of women violated by Fuller has reached 100, but the hospital video shows that the earliest time was in 2008, but Fuller started working in the hospital in 1989, so it can be guessed that the number of people violated by Fuller may reach thousands. Subsequently, the British police began to look for related family members. Azra was one of the victims that the British police confirmed first. When the police came to the home of Azra's mother, Nevres Kemal, in London, she was told by the police that Azra's body might have been violated by Fuller 3 times, and this mother instantly lost her mind. When she learned from the police that Fuller was in the police station near home, Nevres Kemal's next behavior scared the police on the scene. Nevres Kemal directly took a knife in the kitchen, ran out of the house angrily, and went to the police station to avenge her daughter. The police dispatched nearly 8 police officers to control this mother. In order to prevent this mother from doing something too radical, and for the purpose of protecting her, the police locked Nevres Kemal into the detention room. In the detention room, Nevres Kemal cried heartbrokenly, and all the staff of the police station were also red-eyed. Nevres Kemal recalled the last time she saw her daughter. She was so beautiful, but she died in a bridge-falling accident, and she held her and cried for 2 hours before slowly accepting the news of her daughter's death. Thinking about her daughter just died and was violated by Fuller, this mother's heart was as painful as a knife. With the police intensifying the investigation and hoping that the evidence was more sufficient, The police found that Fuller's heinous crimes could have been nipped in the bud in 1970. In 1970, Fuller was convicted of burglary and was released from prison, but Fuller did not reform himself. In 1989, he was recruited to work in Kent and Sussex Hospital, and the hospital's personnel department did not have a detailed understanding of Fuller and directly employed Fuller. In 2015, Tunbridge Wells Hospital had learned that Fuller was sentenced for burglary, thinking that Fuller had already reformed, which led to the tragedy later. Before the court tried Fuller, he had already admitted to 51 charges, of which 44 were related to 78 female corpse victims. But according to British law, the maximum sentence for corpse violation is 2 years. Ezra's mother learned that Fuller might get a 2-year sentence, and she decided not to be silent anymore. She said, "I do this to change the law because I know the sentence for corpse rape is 2 years, but this behavior is intolerable in the 21st century. The legal system must recognize that the dead also have their own rights and dignity. The criminal law must let society know that the law will respect every citizen, whether he has lost his life or is healthy or not, and respect for the dead is everyone's responsibility." On December 15, 2021, David Fuller was sentenced to life imprisonment. Leigh Goman is known as the King of Cold Weapon Killers and is also called the Hammer Madman. The ugliness of human nature is always exposed in criminal cases. Let's explore and study the human nature revealed in these cases together. During his killing spree, he continuously learned and summarized his experiences, changing his methods of murder until he found a routine that suited him best. Knives are not as good as spears. Spears are not as good as axes. Axes are not as good as hammers, which are convenient and satisfying. From 1992 to 2001, he committed heinous crimes in Guangdong, Anhui, Yunnan, and other places, with 15 cases of robbery involving amounts up to 5 million yuan. What's more, he brutally killed 23 people, sparing no one from the elderly with white hair to children as young as 8 years old. He is the complete opposite of the image we usually have of a bloodthirsty murderer. He is short, with a flat head, square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and every move he makes gives people a sense of being honest and reliable. If you put him in a crowd, he would quickly disappear into the sea of people. But no one expected that such a seemingly weak and honest person would be a ruthless bandit who treats human life as if it were nothing. Compared to other high IQ murderers, Leigh Goman is far from them in terms of knowledge and intelligence. In his own words, he is uneducated and an illiterate farmer. The process of committing the crime is also very simple and reckless, focusing on one word: fast. How did he step by step embark on the road of professional crime, carrying 23 human lives, accomplishing things that a group of murderers may not necessarily be able to do, and even daring to rob a bank on his own? On November 5, 1971, the Leigh family in Luowan Village, Anqing City, Anhui Province, welcomed their second child, Leigh Goman. Since he could remember, his parents always frowned and worked in the fields until it was dark. The family was poor with many children, and his parents couldn't take care of the children, allowing them to play in the countryside. His father had a bad temper, and young Leigh Goman was often naughty and caused trouble, either pulling up seedlings in the neighbor's field or kicking the villagers' cattle. His angry father often beat Leigh Goman, but he was stubborn and refused to admit his mistakes. His father would lock him in a dark room and starve him for a few meals, calling it, "A child is not shaped without beating." It wasn't until Leigh Goman was 11 years old that he could no longer bear his father's attitude of beating and scolding him, and he secretly ran away from home, becoming a little beggar. He was young and wandering in unfamiliar places, suffering from cold eyes and rejection everywhere. Sometimes he didn't even beg for anything in a day and was driven away by passers-by. When he was lucky, he could meet kind-hearted people who would give him a bun, but before he could put it in his mouth, it would be snatched away by other vagrants. Starving was a common occurrence. He, as a little child, was accustomed to the warmth and coldness of society, understood the principle of the survival of the fittest, and was forced to learn to steal. But at that time, he was timid and afraid of things, and after being caught, he was inevitably beaten. When he was beaten black and blue, he also thought of going home and eating a hot meal at home. So, after wandering around outside for 2 years, 13-year-old Leigh Goman returned home. Along the way, he had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with his parents. Perhaps his parents would cry upon seeing him, or they might inquire about how he had been these past 2 years. However, contrary to his expectations, his parents didn't seem to care about his well-being at all. The first thing they said when they saw him was, "Why did you come back? Why didn't you just die outside?" Leigh Goman's heart turned cold. It dawned on him that he had never had a true haven, whether at home or while wandering. He was always the most overlooked person. After staying at home for 2 years, his parents still held no affection for him. Feeling disheartened, Leigh Goman followed the villagers to Jiangsu to work. He made a vow to make a name for himself and prove everyone who had looked down on him wrong one day. For the affluent, the outside world may be alluring, but for Leigh Goman, it only offered hardships and an unending struggle. He was underage and lacked education. Decent jobs were beyond his reach, and even manual labor seemed to snub him. Even restaurant waitstaff positions rejected him. He could only take odd jobs and sleep on park benches at night, but this was clearly not a sustainable solution. Unable to survive outside and with no home to return to, Leigh Goman reluctantly resumed his old habit of thievery. He began frequenting the train station exit, targeting those who were alone and traveling. His innocent appearance and good fortune allowed him to succeed many times. But as the saying goes, you can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. One day, while using tweezers to lift a wallet from someone's pocket, he was caught just as he was about to make his getaway. He struggled to break free but was brought back. More people surrounded him and dragged him into an alley, brutally beating him. The beating seemed to last forever until the attackers, exhausted, finally left, cursing as they went. Years later, Leigh Goman recalled, "I nearly died from that beating. I was lying on the ground, barely breathing. If I had died, there would have been no more complications, but against all odds, I survived." After being injured from the theft, Leigh Goman used his last remaining money to rent a cheap hotel for half a month to recover. Lying on a rundown bed, staring at the ceiling, he contemplated suicide. But when he picked up a piece of broken glass to cut his wrist, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Why did others live in luxury while he couldn't? He refused to accept it. Why should he be the one to die? No, Leigh Goman was determined to make a fortune, even if it meant resorting to any means necessary. From then on, Leigh Goman seemed to transform. He stopped focusing on petty theft and began thinking that if he was going to steal, he might as well go big and target the rich. He heard that in Guangzhou there were many wealthy families, so after saving enough for a train ticket, he headed to Guangzhou to try his luck. It was there that Leigh Goman embarked on his irreversible path from a petty thief to a murderer. In 1992, Leigh Goman arrived in Guangzhou. He spotted a man named Jiang Ping on the street, wearing a leather jacket and carrying a backpack. After a month of surveillance, Leigh Goman had familiarized himself with Jiang Ping's routine and home address. He discovered that Jiang Ping was a businessman who had amassed his fortune in the slaughtering industry, owning a car, a house, and a large safe in his bedroom. So, on the evening of August 1st, armed with a prepared kitchen knife, Leigh Goman sneaked into Jiang Ping's bedroom. Once inside, he found a man sleeping in bed, unaware that it was Zhang Ping's brother, Zhang Yulin. To avoid detection, he slashed Zhang Yulin's neck with the knife. Poor Zhang Yulin, in his sleep, let out a scream before falling silent. Lei Gomin quickly searched him and found only 10 yuan. As he was about to open the safe, he heard a man's voice from the adjacent room grumbling and asking, "Who's there?" This incident startled Lei Gomin, who hastily fled through the window. Lei Gomin, who had intended to make a fortune, only obtained 10 yuan and was unwilling to accept it. He decided to continue committing crimes. However, having just committed a murder, he dared not take risks while the pursuit was intense. So, he laid low for over a year until he saw an opportunity in November 1993. He lurked outside the Zhou family's home on the outskirts of Zhongshan City, Guangdong Province, planning to act after dark. Unexpectedly, he ran into the Zhou family's hostess as she was cleaning up and leaving the house. In a moment of desperation, Lei Gomin decided to go all out and charged at the hostess, slashing her wildly. The severely injured woman panicked and screamed for help, alerting the neighbors. Seeing no hope of robbery, Lei Gomin had to hurriedly flee the scene. Both robbery attempts ended in failure, leaving Lei Gomin feeling frustrated. In the winter of 1993, Lei Gomin heard that the drug trade was thriving near Yunnan, so he relocated there. There he was imprisoned for theft and met Zhang Yunming in the cell. Zhang Yunming was only a year older than Lei Gomin, but had much more criminal experience. He had trafficked in guns and drugs and was a real tough guy. Lei Gomin realized that having an accomplice for robbery would be easier than acting alone. So he shared the idea of partnering with Zhang Yunming and they agreed to do something big. After their release, Zhang Yunming obtained 2 pistols and dozens of bullets through his old channels, the first time Lei Gomin had come into contact with real firearms. He was extremely excited, as if he saw piles of money in front of him, but they still needed a vehicle. The two decided to get a Honda motorcycle as an escape tool. Lei Gomin and Zhang Yunming planned and divided their tasks. On January 29, 1994, Lei Gomin saw a young man riding a beautiful red motorcycle outside the Haitang Hotel in Kanning City. Pretending to take a motorcycle taxi, he lured the driver to a construction site. As soon as they got off, Lei Gomin shot the driver in the head from behind, which shocked even Zhang Yunming, who was accustomed to tough situations and stood there stupefied. It wasn't until Lei Gomin shouted at him, "What are you doing? Come on, help me deal with this person," that Zhang Yunming regained his composure. However, to their surprise, the motorcycle was not a Honda but an ordinary Canjang brand, and they only found 20 yuan on the driver. They had killed someone and stolen a motorcycle, but it was not worth the effort. This made Zhang Yunming very angry, and Lei Gomin kept his head down in silence. The two, who were not willing to give up, killed the car owner Huang Luolin on April 3, 1994, using the same method, and finally obtained the Honda motorcycle, but they only found a little over 20 yuan in cash on the owner. They realized that robbing people was not a viable long-term solution. It was laborious and yielded little money, so they decided to rob houses instead. Having committed several crimes in Yunnan, they were worried that continuing to commit crimes would draw police attention. Lei Gomin suggested robbing in Guangzhou, where people were wealthy, and he was familiar with the area. Therefore, the two immediately bought tickets to Guangzhou, and after a week of scouting, they targeted the home of Ruan Jinzuo and his wife in Shaxi Town, Zhongshan City, sneaking into their house late at night to wait in ambush. When the couple was fast asleep, they stealthily approached the bedside and, with guns pointed at their heads, demanded that the startled couple hand over all the valuables in the house. To Lei Gomin's astonishment, the couple shouted and resisted desperately, refusing to hand over any money. Fearing that the neighbors would be alerted, Lei Gomin had no choice but to shoot them both. Before leaving, he reluctantly snatched the necklace from the wife's neck and departed. This robbery also ended in failure, which left Jiang Yunming completely disappointed with Lei Gomin. He pointed at Lei Gomin's nose and scolded, "I was wrong about you. After all this trouble, we only got a necklace. Do you even have a brain?" Lei Gomin was not to be outdone and retorted angrily, "If you weren't so hesitant in everything you do, would it be like this?" The conflict erupted completely, and after a fierce argument, the two parted ways, each going their separate directions. Before leaving, Jiang Yunming secretly took the pistol they had hidden in the woods. Lei Gomin also felt that Jiang Yunming seemed threatening but was actually very timid and couldn't achieve great things. After Jiang Yunming left, Lei Gomin pondered for a while and concluded that one of the reasons for his repeated failures was that he had chosen the wrong targets. Most ordinary people's money was deposited in banks and there wasn't much cash at home. Trying to profit from them was high risk and low reward. After much thought, he finally decided to target merchants who were always engaged in business. Businessmen needed capital for turnover, and there must be cash at home. In addition, since the gun used for the crime was taken away by Jiang Yunming, using a knife often couldn't kill in one move, but would instead make the victims shout, leaving him no time to search for money. This time, he decided to switch to an axe which had more power. Once he cleared his mind, Lei Gomin immediately became energetic and continued to wander the streets of Guangzhou looking for targets. It was then that he accidentally saw the news about Jiang Yunming in the newspaper. At the end of 1994, Jiang Yunming was involved in a robbery with others in Chongqing and was sentenced to death for robbery and drug trafficking by the court. Seeing that his former partner had finally been executed, even the bold Lei Gomin was frightened. He knew that this day would come to him sooner or later. But then he thought he had already had no way back, and he would be caught sooner or later. Why not take the opportunity to do more now and live a happy life for a while? So, on March 23, 1995, Lei Gomin found a suitable target again, and targeted the family of Liu Bashu, who was engaged in foreign trade business in Shaxi Town, Zhongshan City. After brutally killing him with an axe, Lei Gomin took the 100,000 yuan in the safe and fled. The success of this robbery further increased Lei Gomin's confidence. After spending all the stolen money, the greedy Lei Gomin began to plan the next robbery. He had robbed many times, but the biggest amount of money was only 100,000 yuan. Lei Gomin felt that this way of making money was still too slow. After thinking it over, he set his sights even higher this time, to directly rob the ticket office at the station. After observing for a while, he found that the ticket hall of Gombai bus station in Zhuhai City had the most people coming and going, the best business, and of course the most cash reserves. However, robbing a station was not a small matter. There were security guards on duty 24 hours a day, and no one without skills would dare to have such a bad idea. To ensure a foolproof plan, Lei Gomin began to practice his robbery skills and chose a more convenient tool for the crime, a hammer. From his previous robberies, he had learned that guns make noise and are easily traced by the police. Knives can't kill in one strike. Axes are good, but they are too heavy and not conducive to exerting force. Hammers are light and can meet the requirements of a surprise attack. However, the key point is that he is only 168 centimeters tall, while security personnel are basically over 178 centimeters. If he wants to kill with a hammer in one blow, the strength must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. So, Legomin returned to his hometown of Anking and rented a 100-square-meter warehouse, which he transformed into a fitness area and began to train physically. He practiced arm strength with a pulley every day, did 50 push-ups, and ran a 40-kilometer run. He also used a sandbag to simulate a human body and practiced boxing every day. After training, Legomin claimed that he could kill a strong adult in 6 seconds. In order to escape, he also took a driving school and obtained a driver's license. Well prepared, in the summer of 1995, Legomin took a hammer and a knife and sneaked into the Gongbei bus station in Zhuhai City to prepare for the crime, but was caught by the duty personnel twice. Legomin knew that he was not at an advantage in a head-on confrontation with them. Killing people was never his purpose. His purpose was to rob money, and it was not worth the risk of not robbing and killing people, which would increase his risk of exposure. So Legomin began to practice physical fitness day and night and wait for the opportunity until a year later, on the evening of June 13, 1996, when he made his move again. He sneaked into the ticket hall in the middle of the night, and after the 2 duty personnel were separated, he launched a surprise attack and killed the 2 security personnel with a hammer, and then fled with nearly 500,000 won in cash. This robbery was smoother than Legomin had imagined, and it also stimulated Legomin's strong desire for money. If you're going to rob, you might as well rob the biggest one and go straight to the bank. But according to his observations, banks were filled with surveillance and security personnel, and the slightest mistake could trigger the alarm system. It was too difficult for him to act alone. Soon, Legomin found that compared to banks, credit cooperatives were a good choice. The supervision was weaker than that of banks, but the money was not less than that of banks. After traveling around for several months, he observed countless credit cooperatives and finally set his sights on one in Tonghua City, Jilin Province. He opened an account with a fake ID in advance, depositing 1,000 yuan to observe the security system of the credit cooperative. He found that there were only 2 security guards during the day, and surveillance was only installed in a few key places. There was only 1 old man on duty at night. On July 31, 1998, Legomin sneaked into the credit cooperative from the back wall, knocked an old man to death in his sleep with a hammer, pried open the safe, and took away 150,000 yuan in cash. Tasting the sweetness, Legomin realized that it was faster to rob the country's money. Later, he committed crimes in a similar manner. On August 5, 2000, he sneaked into the Baiguan Credit Cooperative in Suzhou City, Anhui Province, killing 2 on-duty personnel with a hammer and robbing 188,000 yuan in cash. In February 2001, Legomin, who was wandering in Jiangxi, set his sights on the vault of the Ruochang Credit Cooperative. He heard that the key to the credit cooperative's vault was in the hands of the security guard Zhou Shengzhong. So, on the afternoon of February 21st, Legomin sneaked into Zhou Shengzhong's house and knocked down his mother, who was home alone, with a hammer. Then he killed Zhou Shengzhong's wife, who came back from shopping with a hammer, and then killed Zhou Shengzhong himself, his eldest daughter, and his niece. He found the vault key on Zhou Shengzhong. Soon after, Zhou Shengzhong's 13-year-old daughter was just at the door when Legomin knocked her down with a hammer until she was dying, and the crazy Legomin even raped her. At this time, Legomin was like a wild beast with bloodshot eyes. In less than half an hour, all 6 members of the Zhou family died. Just as he was about to leave Zhou Shengzhong's house with the key, he heard someone outside the door shouting, "Brother, open the door." It was Zhou Shengzhong's brother who came. In order to avoid alerting the police, Legomin had to escape from the window and drove back to Anking that night. Back in his hometown, Legomin felt more and more suffocated. He killed 6 people and didn't rob any money. He must avenge his shame. On April 14, 2001, Lei Gomen set his sights on the Yandu County Credit Union, Yancheng City, Jiangsu Province. After killing 3 security personnel with a hammer, Lei Gomen couldn't find the vault key on them. Furious, Lei Gomen had to return to his car and brought the cutting equipment he had prepared in advance to the vault door. It took him 2 hours to cut a hole in the vault door and the safe. He stuffed a large amount of banknotes into a sack, quickly carried them to the car, and sped away. This time, his destination was his hometown. On the way, Lei Gomen, who had a strong ability to counter surveillance, pretended to change a tire and replace the car with a fake license plate he had prepared in advance, then broke the old license plate and put it in the car. After a while, he threw the license plate into the river outside the guardrail. He threw away the tools of the crime, such as the knife, hammer, and saw, every time he walked a section of the road. This way, he could avoid attracting attention and would not arouse the suspicion of the police. When he arrived at his hometown, he took advantage of the dark night to move the sack of money into the warehouse he had rented for fitness before. Looking at the stack of brand-new RMB, Lei Gomen's heart almost reached his throat, and then he danced crazily. After the ecstasy, he calmed down and counted roughly according to the category, and there were actually 2.68 million. This completely exceeded Lei Gomen's expectations. At that time, the price of this sum of money could buy dozens of houses in Guangzhou. But how to deal with so much money? After thinking for a long time, the most dangerous place is the safest place. He opened accounts in various banks in his hometown of Anhui in 2 days, depositing hundreds of thousands in each bank, and then hid the passbooks on the beam of his house, leaving a 200,000 yuan passbook for his own use. The amount of money he got from this robbery was more than the sum of all the money he had robbed before, enough for Lei Gomen to live a worry-free life for the rest of his life. After hiding for more than 10 years, he also planned to stop and not do it anymore. In the future, he would be a decent person and be a small boss in the prosperous Shenzhen. He carefully reviewed all the previous robberies, and each time the blood was cleaned up by him completely, and there was no trace left at the scene. In addition to the last bank robbery, although the time was too short, all the tools were processed by him, and there should be no big problem. In order to prevent the East Window incident, he stayed at home for 2 months without going out in his hometown of Anhui. When everything was calm, Lei Gomen felt that he was completely free. On June 12, Lei Gomen boarded the train to Shenzhen, but he didn't expect to be arrested on the spot by the police who had been ambushed there as soon as he got off the train. It turned out that Lei Gomen had calculated everything, but he fell on the last robbery case. At that time, he was carrying a sack of cash and running away over the wall, but he accidentally left a bloody handprint on the wall. After collection, the fingerprints on the blood print were consistent with the fingerprints he had filed in the police station when he was caught in a theft case before. The police traced back to Lei Gomen's hometown. After the investigation in Anhui, it was learned that Lei Gomen had gone to the Shenzhen area, and then the Shenzhen police were contacted to arrest Lei Gomen. At first, Lei Gomen was unwilling to admit his crime. When the police searched his pocket and found a 200,000 yuan passbook, asking him where the money came from, he still lied that his money was earned by selling counterfeit cigarettes and pirated CDs in private. But when the police asked about the source of the counterfeit cigarettes and CDs, he mumbled and couldn't say clearly. After careful investigation, it turned out that several previous major cases were all committed by Lei Gomen. On November 9, 2001, the People's Procurator in Cheng City, Jiangsu Province, prosecuted Lei Gomen for robbery and rape of a minor and sentenced Lei Gomen to death. At the court, Legomen was in tears and regretted his actions, saying he was willing to donate his body to help those in need and atone for his sins, but now it's too late. A total of 23 lives were brutally killed under his butcher knife. The death penalty is also what he deserves.